Yes, they're certainly very evenly matched. I guess identical bikes, so more than likely identical gearing.
So onto the back straight again. I don't know if Don Fenton's maybe a little bit quicker down the back straight.
Yes, it definitely has the legs. Stuart Bugg on the brakes is showing that he's got more ability getting into the corner.
Question is, where can he put a move on? It's looking like he's favouring turn one.
It's not an easy place to do it.
And there it goes.
There it goes.
Is he going to get it done?
That's a great move.
Oh, I tell you what, that was spot on. Great move. It's got to say, it's the best I've seen Buggy ride. He's looking absolutely sensational out there. So well done. Last time through, both riders at a flat 58. We know Buggy was half a second a lap quicker than that, 2 laps back. So he's got the potential to pull away, and he is.
He's certainly pulling away. It's he's now said to Don Fenton behind him, I'm going to show you a wheel, see if you can come with me.
Fantastic pre-modern racing here. It's a shame Bob Sellers isn't out there with them. He's, I'm sure he'd be loving this. So question now is, can Don Fenton respond? Martin Long still having a lonely ride back there in 3rd place, first of the 600s. Doing a fabulous job, Martin. Joe Browning with... is that Ben Aby on his back wheel? Matt Coward's pulled clear of Joe Browning.
I think it's... where's... I'm looking for Ben Aby. Where's Ben? That's Jimmy Aby, 75.
And Dale Madden.
Dale's come through.
Ben Aby and Jeremy Archer all having a great battle as well.
So a couple laps ago, Dale Madden was at the back of that group, so he's found his way through. Not an easy competitor to get past. But I was just going to mention too, Chris, Stuart Bugg on that last lap, a 57.07, fastest lap of the race, and Don Fenton was a 58.04, so put a full second on Don Fenton there. So just starting the last lap now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that Don has got an answer for Buggy.
No, it's looking, well, look, he's not too far behind, but yeah, I'd say Stuart Bugg has rode very well and very clean, and should be able to hold it to the line. Just trying to pick where the leaders are. Here we go. Stuart Bugg just coming over the hump now on the back straight. He's got that lead out to about a 2-second gap over Don Fenton. It's a nice win for Stuart Bugg, crossing the line. Good ride from Don Fenton. And Stuart Bugg didn't give up pushing there, Chris. He did his fastest lap, a 57.00 on the last lap. So
wow.
He was still pushing right to the very end. Good to see Martin Long, a good safe ride for 3rd place.
I'd like to know what Buggy changed overnight, because it's not to say what's slow yesterday, but dynamite today. Look at Joe Browning all over the back of Matty Coward. That'll hold him off, but one more lap would have been interesting.
Good ride from James Aby too. He gets the honours for the SV650 crew.
Jeremy Archer just getting the better of... That must have been...
Ben Aby?
It was Ben Aby, yeah.
Okay, that's a good ride from Jeremy.
Daniel Briggs just edging out Rob Scott as well. Daniel on probably the loudest machine of the day.
Joseph Browning would be stoked too, Chris. He did a 59.63 on the last lap. So he was definitely pushing to try to get past Matthew Coward in front of him. And that, not sure if that's his best lap, but that's a great time for him. And looking at the SV650 battle there, there's half a dozen in the field. James Aby with a 60.72 is a great time. What are we seeing up on the schedule next, Chris? we'll be having sidecars at some stage this morning.
Next up, Rod. Just refer to our program this morning. It's going to be, yep, you're right, sidecars. Unfortunately, we had a couple of DNFs yesterday, or retirements.
Yes, unfortunately. I think we had I think one of them dropped a piston, I believe, which is not a great thing to happen.
No, pretty hard to fix between races. But I guess the takeaway was that they're having a ball. They absolutely love it here, and they want to see sidecar racing continue to grow here in Tassie as well. So they've already confirmed that they'll be back again next year, and we hope to see a lot more of it.
And I'm sure they'll be telling their fellow sidecar competitors all about the circuit and the race event. It's a great weekend here. We get some fantastic feedback from riders that have made the journey over. Baskerville Raceway is a wonderful little track. It's got a lot of undulation and different corners, and everyone finds it very enjoyable.
Also, I want to welcome anyone who's tuning in this morning to enjoy our coverage through Duff TV. Hopefully, we've got a few people around Australia tuning in to have a look at our racing here today, and hopefully also enjoy the great live streaming video coverage. There's certainly some fantastic racing to come during the day. Of course, after lunch we have all our feature races. We have a few reverse grid handicaps, and then we've got our Lights 20 lapper and our big one, our 2 hour.
Some sound checking to make sure everyone can hear us okay. We're just looking around the pits for some feedback. How's it going there, Chris? Coming through? Once again, we're just doing some sound checking. Coming through okay? All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Looks like we had some technical issues.
Apologies, Rod. Just, as you say, sorting out a couple of issues outside, but back on the job now. So once again, welcome everyone who's now tuning in and be part of the spectator field, whether you're here or online, enjoying our racing here today.
What happened there, Chris? We have a bit of a technical sound issue.
Just confirming, I think we just need to adjust the volume a little bit down
Okay.
there in the outside the commentary, because as you know, from within the commentary box here.
We can't tell whether it's coming across loud and clear.
Yes, and of course we're covering circuit commentary and live streaming commentary. So for those who are tuning in from around Australia, I guess just a quick introduction for you and I, Rod. We're the regular Muppets up here.
Yeah, I guess so.
A little bit about yourself.
Well, semi-retired racer, I guess. Just race locally down here, unlike yourself, but certainly haven't called it quits. But yes, done a lot of laps around both circuits in Tassie on a CBR 1000, and yeah, it's something that I've enjoyed doing a lot.
We'll talk a bit more to that in a moment, because we're about ready to start this the sidecar race. The black number 27 machine on the front row is Rob Warren and Harley Phipps. Harley out on a solo bike only a couple of races earlier. But racing, it's 1,000cc. Oh, that's not what you want. Rob Warren spinning it up and actually big 180 off the start line.
Wow, that's got plenty of horsepower.
It certainly has.
That's a G6R 1000 engine in that outfit.
It is. So that's certainly taken any pressure at all off.
That's a fairly good black line there, Chris. That's about an 80 metre skid mark with a donut at the end. So that's taken the pressure off the leaders.
Yeah, I guess unlike the solo bikes, there's no tyre warmers on these bikes. So
no tyre warmers, and they probably don't have any traction control either.
So it looks like we're just going to get an update on one of our main competitors for the weekend in the lights class, Taran Ocean. Taran, your arm in a sling, what's up?
Tore my ACL joint out of my socket, so unfortunately.
Ooh.
Well, that is not good. So.
Oh no, well I don't know if everyone heard that, but torn ACL, so not going to be competing today. So that's a real shame, because Taran was certainly one of the favourites for the Lights 20 this afternoon. But look back to the racing at hand. We've got the lead crew of Darryl Rayner and Kath Warren circulating pretty comfortably there, as you'd expect. And we were saying yesterday, it's a bit of a mix of machines out here between our lead F2 machine. We've got period 4 historic bikes. And we've got the Rob Warren machine, which did the big burnout offline in a 180. Certainly a good way to start your day, Rod.
Great way to start the day. And as we learnt with some information when Barry Lack came up to the commentary box, gave us some insight into how the sidecar fraternity is. But we learnt there was forward entry and rear entry machines. Different categories and classifications. Yeah,
the Rob Warren machine, it's JBR built. I think it's an ex-Australian Championship winning outfit, actually. But Rob, as we were saying yesterday, he's had all sorts of problems trying to get it sorted. He had a fairly nasty accident on it a few years ago, and after that was finding under power it was stable, but as soon as he got off the power it was weaving over the track, and he couldn't control it and felt obviously pretty...
It would not be very inspiring to ride at speed.
No, that's right, and really struggled to sort it out, but he's pinned it down to a rear shock that may have been damaged in the accident he had, which wasn't moving freely and was upsetting the geometry. So there you go, he's certainly back at it again today.
So I'm just watching Jeremy Archer there, who's just been out on a solo bike. He's passenger in the yellow machine as it's going down through turn 2, and he's got one of the forward entry cars, so he's got to go back through the cockpit for a right-hand corner, then move forward for a left-hand corner. So quite a bit of work to do as a passenger. And you can see his head hanging right out the side there. He's absolutely loving it.
I'm hearing that you're loving it more and more, Rod. I think there's going to be a chance we're going to see you on one of these.
I'll definitely give it a go.
There you go. How about you, Taran? Would you be up for it?
I'd love to have a go.
We knew you would, Taran.
I was thinking about that this weekend. I thought, I wonder if I can do 2 classes and be a swinger.
Yeah.
We also have Mike Jones, teammate for the 2 hour, Jeremy Huddleston here in the commentary box. Jezza, what about you? Would you be up for it?
No. Okay.
No, like,
crazy.
so here's a guy who is a professional diver. He's not fussed about great white sharks, but he won't get on a sidecar. work that out.
With red after
Not with red. That's the qualifier. There you go.
team owner Todd Tatnell went to blow on yesterday though.
Okay, so it's certainly creating some interest, which is what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's certainly getting a lot of people talking, and as I keep saying, it's early days. We're just trying to build the field down here. But importantly, everyone's having a great time, and everyone's enjoying watching them out there. So I think the future's bright. We're only going to see it continue to build. So lap times, 106.72 from Darryl Rayner. I think he got into the fives yesterday.
Yes, he certainly did. Got to the very low fives, I believe.
So lapping there pretty comfortably at the moment, the 106s. As you said, Rod, the temperature in the track's probably still coming up, but I think it's got to be getting pretty close to optimum.
Yeah, it's starting to look very nice out there. We had a pretty good cloud cover this morning that's now starting to clear, and we're seeing some nice sunshine coming through, so great conditions, virtually no wind out there. I can't see any or virtually no movement in those flags.
What's interesting...
near perfect conditions, Chris.
The Rob Warren machine, quickest lap 1:11, quickest lap from yesterday 1:10, but I did notice in the afternoon that machine was it dropped off to about a 1:15, so I don't know if it was fatigue or if it was an issue they sorted, but it's good to see him back on the pace again today.
I'm going to say fatigue.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised, because they haven't managed to get many laps in because of that issue I was referring to. So last lap board out now for our leaders, Darryl Rayner and Kath Warren. They'll get one more sprint race, and then they're into the handicap, reverse grid handicap feature this afternoon for the sidecars. And I think by then they'll just about have had enough.
You never know.
Well, you were saying yesterday that it looks very physical. You must go away having a few bruises and sore knees.
I'm sure you do. We'll have to ask Jeremy Archer. It's his first time in the sidecar. I'm not sure about Harley Phipps if he's done it before. I think he has. But it'd be interesting insight to get a first-time opinion from someone who's just done it over the weekend. As you can see here, Chris, looking at Jeremy Archer's head hanging right out the side here. He's you can see it's quite a bit of work in that configuration of sidecar to get from one side to the other.
Oh, it would be. You compare it to just watching Kath Warren there, it looks so much more fluid in the movement. But as they go over the finish line, they do pick up the race win again. So that'll be the fourth race win for them for the weekend. Sun's starting to poke through here at Baskerville. We had a bit of early cloud cover, but the last couple of days, absolutely beautiful weather. Hardly a cloud, hardly a breath of air. And what was it yesterday, about 27 degrees?
Yeah, I believe so. I think we had about 22 on Friday, which is a nice way to start the weekend.
I'll be thinking almost perfect for this afternoon. If we do have a bit of cloud cover, about 21 degrees.
22
no,
forecast today.
No breeze. I think that'd just be perfect for them.
More importantly, no rain.
Well, absolutely. Depends on your perspective. From a spectator's point of view, they probably enjoy seeing that. But from a rider's point of view, I think we can all agree it's not much fun if you're out there on hot slicks and it starts to rain.
Definitely not. It's definitely fun around here on full wets, but it's as we've seen with the event, we've had some pretty inclement weather over the years and very varied conditions. Last year was a great example. The 2 hour very mixed conditions, and we saw riders battling wind, rain, sunshine, everything was thrown at them. Yeah,
it was just incredible seeing people circulating. Very little choice but to stay out there on slicks on a wet track, Brad Binder style.
Yes, it certainly threw everything at the riders, and I think from memory we didn't have any crashes.
I don't recall, but I tell you what, I know talking to riders afterwards, I thought they were going to go down every lap. It's just a horrible way to fill in a race, going around there. It's like riding on ice. No feel, you don't know when you're going to lose grip. So our last sprint race of this set is for our Lights GP and Lights production bikes.
This is certainly a race that Taryn, who's sitting in the commentary box, could probably give us an insight into.
I'll help you commentate.
There you go. I'll introduce Taryn Ocean, who's unfortunately injured shoulder, so we're going to put Taryn on and give us some insight what it's like to ride a GP bike around Baskerville.
Oh, I've only got one hand, so it's a bit hard to get this headset on.
Well, welcome to commentary, Taryn. It's good to have you up here.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to be up here. It's probably the best spot on the track for a view.
It's not bad, particularly when it's very cold outside. It's probably one of the better places to be. But firstly, sorry to hear about your crash yesterday. Can you tell us what happened?
So I had a really good race in F3 and pre-bod and superbike, and so I was getting my eye in there, getting down to some 57s, and was feeling really great on the bike. So I went into the Lights GP race thinking maybe I'll have a chance at keeping up with Liam here, and I was right on his tail, and it was feeling great. I felt like I had the pace to reel him in and maybe even put a pass on him. And going over suckers, just started feeding on the power, and there's a little crest on the outside of that turn that your bike gets light and wiggly and you'll spin up, and I was just a bit too hard on the power and had a massive high side.
Oh, it was a high side?
It was a high side, so I went tumbling and landed on my shoulder and almost made it to the fence. And then just sat on the wall trying to make sure I didn't get bitten by a danger noodle up there.
Yeah, we did hear there was a snake up around turn 5, I think, yesterday.
Yeah. So then also Aaron Wade's bike, his RS125, blew up later in the day as well. So with me out of the racing, I said, put all your stuff on my bike. So he's now on running my bike, so hopefully he can do well out there. It's also a first time for Michael Regan riding NSF 250. So we had a few engine issues on the Friday, and Friday night was a late one, putting a new motor in for him. So
I heard Daniel Briggs had a mechanical as well.
Daniel Briggs has a suspected cracked piston, which is really sad because he was doing a bit of dyno work during the week and everything was running good as well.
So I guess it's hard to see Liam Waters being challenged today. You were probably the most likely to do that. But then again, anything can happen. We saw that with Liam. He had a handy lead yesterday and lost the front into 2.
Yeah, Liam is definitely very, very fast, and it is probably a small chance that anyone will be able to catch him. I'd like to think that my bike's super fast though, and hopefully Aaron Wade can reel him in. But I think Aaron and Reese might have a fairly even race today.
Reese Tan continues to impress me. He appears to be getting faster and faster, but he's very consistent.
Yeah, he's super consistent, analytical, and will just improve his riding every single time and come in and have a problem and know how to fix it and what to do. So he's just going to keep on improving through the seasons.
Mark de Jong on bike 14 as well. Great ride yesterday. He really impressed me. But, look, we're about ready for a start here, Taryn. The red light is on. Racing. It looks like Liam Waters is away the best, but the Lights production machine of Dane Griggs on the KTM system.
Oh, no! Oh, who's come off there? That's Garth Newton.
Got caught up with Daniel Briggs, maybe?
Oh, no.
That's a big crash. Nasty one. Yeah, I didn't see the start of that, Taryn. Did you see what happened?
I just saw that there were about 4 bikes very close to each other, and 2 of them have got the handlebars stuck together, I think.
Yeah, it's always a danger there in the run into turn 1 from the start. Bikes do get very close and can rub sometimes, and I think you're probably right. Maybe some handlebars got caught up.
Michael Regan's come back to lend a helping hand. His bike looks good. Someone's waving. Hopefully we've got no injured riders and everyone's okay.
Yeah, well, that's what we always hope for, Taryn. It's an unfortunate side of motorcycle racing. You can't take all the risk out of it. It does happen occasionally.
It is a bit of a thing with the GP bikes, is they are quite quite longly geared in first, and so they can take a fair bit to get off the line, whereas some of the production motorcycles have a lovely short gear and they absolutely jump off the line and get great starts.
Yeah, we often talk about that, particularly the RS125s. They certainly appear to be very difficult to launch, but you've had plenty of experience there.
I've had probably 7 years of launching a 125 GP bike, and I still can't do it.
Well, sometimes you appear to get away as well as the NSF 4-strokes. Some of the other riders do, particularly some of the lighter riders. I know that
Josh van der Putten.
He does really well with them.
Absolute gun.
Yeah, so what's the trick, do you think?
You'd have to ask Josh. I've got no idea. You think you're going good, you let your clutch out to that bite point, and you're like, yes, this is great, and then suddenly it just catches a little bit much, dumps your revs down to 6,000 RPM where you've got about 4 horsepower, and then you're in and out on your clutch trying to get your revs back. So
an RS125, what sort of RPM range for the power band?
So the power band, you want to be between about 10,000 and 12,500.
So you've got to keep it right in that sweet spot on the clutch to get a good launch. So
you get about probably 6 horsepower at maybe 8,000, and you'll go to 40 horsepower at 10.
Yep. So your entire lap, you're trying to ride it in that 10 to 12,000 RPM range.
Yes.
So gearing has to be critical then?
Gearing is very critical, and you have to make sure you're exactly on point when you're counting your gears around the track.
Yeah.
Because if you miss one gear, either you've got to see if you can get your foot under the shifter to shift back up, which is quite hard when you're scraping everything on the ground, or you're going to be flaring your clutch. So it makes it very hard. If you make a mistake, you really do get punished for it.
And do you tend to do that? Do you tend to use the clutch to keep it in the rev range, or just rely on changing gears at the right time?
I do a bit of both. If you can get down a gear quickly, it's a lot faster. But if you're only just a little bit out of the rev range, you can flare the clutch and kind of ride the clutch back up into the power band, and it's probably a similar time. It just means you have to change a lot of clutches.
Yeah, I'm sure you're pretty used to doing that.
Yeah, you get quite good at doing a lot of the mechanical work on these bikes. And
Rod and I often comment that you're probably not the ideal build for a small bike.
No.
I mean, you ride it very, very well.
Not at all.
But you notice that, I guess, losing out in acceleration, say, up the hill, where you carry a little bit extra weight than, say, a Josh van der Putten or a Liam Waters.
It does make a big difference when you're on the straight and you see him just riding away from you, and it's kind of made my riding style go late on the brakes because I feel like I'm catching up.
Yeah.
And then they drive away from you again, so I've just bought lots of expensive parts to make my bike faster.
Yeah, well, and I guess from what I've noticed, into turn 2 is probably one of your favourite corners. You do a lot of really good overtakes in there. You always seem to catch riders through there. You must have a lot of confidence and feel in the front end running into 2.
I hate 2, but I really like 1, so I just hold the throttle on for way too long, and then I've got to kind of figure out how to get into 2, which is really fast. So I find going through turn 1, if you just hold the taps until you start panicking a little bit, and then getting on the brakes and trying to dive in quite early, if you can get underneath another rider, it's an easy spot to make a bit of an overtake.
So for anyone listening and trying to work out how to go fast, I don't think keep it flat until you panic is probably probably the best advice.
It's worked for me up until yesterday at Suckers. But yeah, well, I hope everyone down there at the end of pit straight is okay.
Yeah, look, obviously we've just got the ambulance crew there at the moment. I'm not sure, there's going to be a short delay. Maybe we'll just have a quick drinks break ourselves, Tara. We'll come back as soon as we can update people. But if you're happy to wait around and call the rest of the lights race, but if you want to hang in there, everyone who's watching, we'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll try and update you on likely restart time. So just to give everyone an update, we're just currently waiting on a second ambulance to arrive. As you can see, the ambulance crew is still there with attending that incident. So as soon as the second ambulance arrives, which will be coming from the city, I believe, then we can resume racing. So please bear with us. Obviously these things happen from time to time, so we just have to make sure that safety comes first, and we'll get back to it as soon as we can. So, as I say, as soon as you see the ambulance arrive, we'll be very quickly back into it.
And we've got my way. This must have been a fucking bad crash. Look at them, it said they won't crash. pretty quiet band. I could probably get some.
Okay, good to hear we're almost ready for a restart. So sorry for that delay, but these things unfortunately do happen in racing. Taryn, you've got a bit of an update on what happened there.
Yeah, so as the riders were taking off from the start, it gets fairly crowded. And a few of the riders on the right-hand side of Garth Newton pulled left, forcing him to come left, and Daniel Briggs got a really good start on the KTM RC390 and was coming past Garth on Garth's left. So they managed to tangle bars as they were coming together, which turned Garth into the tyre wall, or the Armco, and he got his legs stuck in the back of Briggs' bike, unfortunately. So it looks like he's got a broken femur. His wife's been notified and she's on the way to the hospital to meet him there. So hopefully he has a fast recovery and that he'll eventually be okay, but he won't be out racing for the foreseeable rest of this weekend.
It's an unfortunate part of our sport. We don't see accidents like that often, but they do happen occasionally. We never like to see it, and particularly other competitors now have to go out after potentially having been involved or have witnessed it. It's not an easy thing to do, is it, Taryn?
No, definitely after you've seen a crash like that. I know I was talking to Eric Bratt. He was coming off the back of the field and he said it was a pretty big crash to watch, and it can definitely affect your riding after going out, after seeing something like that so firsthand.
And riding fast is all about focus and thinking about what you need to do. You don't want to be too distracted. What's your normal approach to race? Do you sort of do you plan it in your mind before you go out, how it's going to play out, or do you sort of arrive at the line and let the adrenaline take over?
Normally just sit in a chair and panic for half an hour before the race and get really nervous, and I think a lot of us do that. And then it seems as soon as you're on the grid and the flag drops, all that panic and fear just seems to go away, and it starts being an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, look, I can completely agree with you on that. I don't think it's... I think it's pretty rare that riders don't feel that panic and nerves. It's just that anxiety and the churning stomach before you go out. It's not a very nice feeling, but I learned over the years to, rather than see it as an enemy, try and see it as a friend, because I needed to feel like that to ride fast on the track.
Yeah.
I converted that into aggression and energy.
Yeah.
But look, all riders approach it differently. It's largely a psychological sport, not just about turning the throttle, and you need to be able to get onto the racetrack and perform at your best every time.
So I think a lot of the riders today in this race will be going out with a little bit of self-preservation and see if we can make it a little bit further than turn one.
Yes, it certainly stays fresh in riders' minds for a little while. Certainly will for Garth when he returns. But obviously we all wish Garth the best. He's one of the good guys around the pits, always got a smile and never has a bad word to say about anyone. So thoughts are definitely with Garth at the moment.
He's a great guy. He always offers to help anyone who has any unfortunate accidents and things, and just really, really good to have around the pits. So hopefully he has a speedy recovery.
Should also just advise that due to that delay, we've had to reduce the number of laps for the remaining races. So they're all back to 6 laps now. So apologies, but I'm sure you can all understand that these things are unavoidable. So race control is doing everything they can to make sure that we catch up and get back in time, or manage our program to make sure the feature races start on time, is what I'm trying to say.
I actually think a 6-lap race is a bit more exciting because everyone knows they've got to get to that finish line and they don't have a whole lot of time to do it. So you might end up pushing a little bit harder in a 6-lap race than you do in an 8.
You're telling me you don't push 100% for 8 laps?
Oh, I do, but I get tired after about 4.
Yeah. All right, well, we're ready for our restart. You've got Liam Waters there on pole position.
Reece Tan in second place, followed by Dane Griggs.
4-strokes often get a good launch here, so watch for Dane Griggs. Sure enough. Oh, a bit of a wheelie,
bit of a wheelie. Mark de Jong has got a good start as well for a rider of that size.
That's the orange bike number 14, back there in about probably 7th or 8th, driving up the inside of, who's that? Is that, that's Nick Cargo, I think. But Liam Waters, he's the man. He's leading the field for the first time up the hill. I think Dane Griggs on the KTM, on the first of the production bikes, is still holding down second place, Taryn.
Oh, yeah, you can see Reece Tan is taking up the battle for third place on... Who's in front of him there?
Bit hard to tell from here. I guess if we look at the TV screen, it might tell us. We're trying to focus on live... what's happening on the track, but if we've got a TV screen here we can look at. So
Liam Waters has stretched out quite a lead already, and there is a massive pack for the second place, all probably within 1 second of each other. Reece Tan looks like he's got the speed around the outside and looks like he's going to get up the inside of turn 1. Followed by Aaron Wade. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make a move up the inside of turn 2 as well.
And Mark Young.
Outside.
Mark de Jong also, as you said, putting in another great race around the outside. Who's that of Wadey, is it?
That looks like he's going around the outside of Aaron Wade and holding it. Oh, they're so close.
Not a lot of room there, Taryn.
So it's really the battle for 4th place at the moment, which is going on.
Yeah, look, Reece is not too far away. I think they're going to try and hold on for at least another couple of laps. But Liam Waters, look at him. He's already stretching away.
He has stretched out quite the lead ahead of Reece Tan. Mark de Jong is in third place, followed by Aaron Wade, followed by, is it Brodie Curtis?
I think it is Brodie. Brodie's got the green helmet, yep.
Yep.
What a ride from Dane Griggs, though. He's really putting in a good weekend.
Absolutely honking, isn't he? Oh, Aaron's coming up the inside of Mark de Jong.
Squeezes it through. But Mark's good into turn 2. He's looking for a way through. Oh, no, there's no room there. So Reece is starting to pull out a bit of a gap on third place, Dane Griggs, but that's where the battle is, Taryn, at the bottom of the hill there at the moment.
Bottom of the hill with those 3 bikes. Looks like they'd be having an awful lot of fun. Just now we've got Eric Bratt in last place coming through turn 1. He's come down from all the way down from Sydney, and it's really great to have him and his mate Nick coming down and riding in the lights class.
So Liam Waters just coming off the end of the back straight at the moment, about to enter the chute. So he's got a comfortable, 6-second lead at the moment.
Looks like Aaron Wade has finally made it up into third place. Reece just had a big moment, big lose of the rear, and something's happened to his bike. Could be a chain off, so Aaron has taken up second place.
Certainly lost all drive, hasn't it?
Yep. He's got his hand up.
So now it's honours for second. So that's Aaron Wade now holding down a bit of a margin over Dane Griggs from Mark de Jong from Brodie Curtis. So we've got a couple of production bikes and a couple of GP bikes. That's a real shame for Reece Tan, pulled up here on the start-finish line.
It is good. He should hop off his bike, lean it against the wall and get out of harm's way.
He absolutely should. There's no point sitting there on a racetrack. In fact, it's been red flagged for that reason, Taryn.
Oh no, oh, someone else has come off at the back. Oh, that must be Eric Bratt waddling across the grass over there.
Did he actually fall off?
I'm not sure if he's fallen off or he missed the pit entry. Liam Waters coming into pit lane now.
Just rolling down through the pits at the moment is Eric, so if he fell off, it wasn't a big one because he's remounted pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So that's a shame. I wonder if they'll call that now, Taryn, because...
I think with the way the schedule's going, it would probably need to be called.
It's a second red flag, so it will have to be called.
So Liam Waters got a 58.85 in that race, with Aaron Wade getting a minute .36 and Dane Griggs a minute 2.51, followed by Mark de Jong, who also got a minute 2.23. So some pretty impressive times from the front 4. Actually, Brodie Curtis did a good one as well in 4th place. He got a minute 1.
Wow.
That's some pretty impressive stuff.
So a couple of riders looking like they expecting to go back out, but I think race control saying no.
They'll be panicking there on the Moto 3s because they do have a lot of heat gain when you turn them off, so they'll need to be getting to their blowers as quickly as possible.
Yes.
If you turn them off and they're 80 degrees, they can heat gain all the way up, and when they go past 100, you have to rebuild the motor because the heads soften.
Right.
So it's keeping your temperature right on these bikes can be pretty temperamental.
We'll find out very quickly, but I'd be expecting for the second red flag that that race will be called, and it's looking that way with machines returning to the pits.
Well done to Liam Waters for taking that that race out. He made it look very easy. I think the other riders are going to have to pull their fingers out to reel him in.
Yeah, unfortunate not to have you there breathing down his neck and putting some pressure on him.
Yeah, it
but
is.
It's certainly great having your insight, Taron. It's always great to get riders' insight.
Well, it's been great coming up and having a go at commentating for the first time. I hope I've done all right.
You've done very well. I think it means I can have a bit of a rest. I'm not going to swap places with you, though.
Oh, hopefully Rod will be coming up soon, and I can see him carrying some tyres across the pits there.
Okay, so race control's just confirmed that being the second red flag, that race is called. So that will conclude the first set of sprint races here this morning.
So what races have we got up next?
We should I assume, be into the Tassie Juniors again, their second race for the day. Haven't heard the call up in the pitch yet, so okay. 5-minute call. So they're not far away. Tassie Juniors, Taryn, it's produced some talent already. What are your thoughts around the junior class?
Well, I think the junior class has been great. I mean, you can see all these young kids come in and start pottering around the track, not particularly fast, and very, very quickly you can see them progress and learn. And we've had a few of them come through into the lights class and now even up to 600s, and they're giving us all a whooping.
It certainly seems to be working because there's even a couple of junior graduates running in the 2 hour this afternoon. So there's no doubt at all that, they're learning quickly. It just seems to be a good proving ground, and we're continuing to see some great talent come out of it. Bit of a shame to see Isaac Simmons have a little spill yesterday. He's been the man to beat this weekend, but he's back out there again this morning. Haven't seen him roll up yet. I would have thought he'd be there.
So we've got Gus O'Halloran, we've got Ava Connell is out there. Who are the other two, Chris?
Jet Pryor and David Coward.
Jet Pryor and David Coward. Which bike's Jet on?
Jet's, he's got a Yamaha R15, so if people are looking at the bike sitting in there on the grid, he's on the extreme left. Here we go, here's Isaac, he's just arrived on his, that's an 85cc Honda RS, I think.
A very fast bike at that one as well.
Yeah, it is. I tell you what's impressive though, how much David Coward has improved on the Yamaha R15 4-stroke.
Yeah.
He's really looked like an experienced racer now. We were just saying yesterday how he's changed his body position. He's riding it as you'd expect for a Yamaha R15. He's really tucked in and squeezing everything out of it. He's great.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes in this race.
It will. He and Gus O'Halloran have been battling it out in the previous races. So yeah, I think he picked up the win yesterday when Isaac had the little spill down there at Calvin's Corner, which is the corner coming onto the back straight. So I expect Isaac's going to be the man to beat.
Well, I'm going to go for Gus on this one. I've seen his bike built from a chassis up, and it's a pretty special piece of kit. So I'm quite excited to be watching this race from up in the tower.
So what type of bike is it?
It's an RMU 80, which is a little Italian brand. Super lightweight.
Wow.
And it should be making good horsepower. I think we've got all the niggling little issues sorted out with it, and it seems to be running well.
So talking about bike 43, it's mostly white.
So we've got Isaac Simmons, David Coward, Gus O'Halloran,
Ava Connell and Jet Pryor. So David Coward's probably going to get the jump, I'd say, on the 4-stroke. That's race start, and sure enough, he does get away. But
what a launch by Gus O'Halloran.
You might have picked it, Taryn.
Go, mate, don't look backwards. Run away.
So Isaac Simmons up into second place.
Looks like Isaac is starting to pull Gus in a little bit, but in third place there,
David Coward
is really reeling both of them in. He's got good pace through turn 2.
And then we've got Ava Connell and Jet Pryor, but around the outside, David Coward's a long way around there, Taryn.
Oh, this is a hot battle for the top 3 places.
Look at the speed of that bike of Isaac Simmons.
Isaac Simmons is ripping it up the hill.
Wow. So that's going to make it a bit more difficult for young Gus. You can see the speed of that bike of Isaac's. Not much you can do about that.
He's just got to turn the throttle harder for longer, I think. But they're starting to come down the back straight now. We've got Isaac Simmons in first place, followed by Gus O'Halloran, followed by David Coward. Coming into the sweeper, it looks like David Coward is reeling Gus in and making the overtake around there. Can he make it stick?
Fantastic.
Side by side coming across the finish line. Gus has taken it back.
As I was saying, they've had a great battle all weekend, and it's picked up again here. Up the inside, the four-stroke punches a bit harder.
What an overtake. Come on, Gus. Jam it in the inside.
Bit wide there for Gus.
Ava Connell hasn't dropped back too far. She's looking like she's riding very smoothly out there.
Of course, this afternoon we have a reverse grid handicap, so the likes of Jet Pryor, he's going to be heading the field and will be chased down by the field behind him, so that's going to be a bit exciting. It's back here on, looking for the leaders coming onto the back straight. Isaac Simmons now coming over the hump of the back straight, so he's got a handy little, it would be a 4 or 5 second gap, but
looks
like
like
Halloran.
On the brakes, Gus has just outbraked David Coward. And down.
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. David's come back through. Can Gus get round the outside of the sweeper?
Gus has got some good speed through here.
He has got some good speed. Hold it nailed, mate. There we are, side by side. Gus has taken the lead into turn 1.
He's having none of it.
I don't think David Coward's going to be very happy with that, and he's going to make short work of him round turn 2.
This is where Gus is just a little bit slower through 2 and 3. Nice move from David Coward around the outside between 1 and 2.
That was a beautiful move. This is some quality racing by our juniors.
So you can see the extra speed of Gus's bike up the hill there. It does reel in the production 4-stroke. I was saying before how well David Coward's riding.
He is riding the wheels off that thing. He's doing such a good job. Gus's bike should be faster everywhere, so he's doing an amazing job to be holding position 2 at the moment.
Don't forget race leader Isaac Simmons. Oh, look at Gus Halloran down the outside under brakes.
Under the brakes, side by side. Whoa, they're close. David Coward's come out in front there. I think Gus has probably dropped out of his power band.
Looked like a bit of a punch at the fuel tank out of frustration.
We're on the last lap now. Isaac Simmons still leading the way. Can Gus pull in David Coward?
It's going to be hard for him from here. I think he realises it was a mistake.
I think he's just got to try harder. Come on. So they've spread out a little bit after that. Maybe it got a little bit too close for comfort. Ava Connell just starting her final lap.
Yeah, that might have been the decider, I think, Taran. Got to give to the boys for bravery under brakes.
That was quite a thing to watch down there at the end of the back straight. Jet Pryor coming across for his last lap now as well.
So picking up our leader, Isaac Simmons, just coming over the hump on the back straight. So
looks like he's going to have a comfortable lead over the start-finish line.
Jet Pryor, the man just coming down through the S's. But our race leader just coming through the chute right now, over the start-finish line for another very impressive victory from Isaac Simmons.
Win from Isaac Simmons, 2nd place for David Coward, and 3rd place for Gus Halloran. You let me down, mate. I want you to win next time.
Jet Pryor just going up over Suckers there at the moment. Difficult corner, Suckers, isn't it? That's where it caught you out there yesterday, Taran.
Really difficult. I think I've been riding here for 7 years and I still haven't got it right. Ava Connell coming across the finish line. Well done. And then we've got Jet Pryor just entering the sweeper to come round to finish off the race.
Yep, and over the finish line for Jet Pryor, so that wraps up the Tassie Juniors. So we in the other sprint classes, or sorry, the set of sprint races, we had been going to the Superbikes and Supersport next, but they only get the one hit out this morning because they've got the big 2 hour this afternoon. So the next race up then becomes the Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500. That's produced some good racing as well this weekend. We've seen Sam Delaney getting the win in each, but some great battles behind Sam. Harley Phipps is one who's continued to improve on the CBR 1000. We've also had some good challenges further back, and of course there's the Golden Era up to 500 class in there as well. Golden Era being bikes built up to 1997 here in Tassie.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a good race. I mean, any race that has 14 bikes on the grid is going to be fun, even if there are a few different classes in there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You get a few bikes in there, and even if your bike is not equally matched with them, the lap times are often similar. So it becomes a case of playing to your strengths.
I found that yesterday riding with the F3 and the pre-modern thousands, that you can definitely tell the difference in the strength of the bike and where different riders have to be fast to get their good lap time.
Yeah, we really enjoyed watching that. You were so fast down through the S's chasing like a Yamaha R1 in front of you.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. Actually, I got a pretty great start, and coming into the S's, I saw the two lead bikes and thought, oh, mine should be quicker down through here, so I nailed it, and it was. So it was quite an exciting race, that one.
So the bike's just rolling out to pit lane at the moment. Bike 771, a red Triumph 675 of Jared Tassie. Always good to see the big 500cc CR500 of Julian Winlow.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch that bike.
It is. Doesn't mind a wheel stand now and then. Jaden Davey Bodell's been riding really well too. He's got up on the back of up onto the back wheel of Harley Phipps in the last race. It's going to be great to watch them. They're both lapping in around flat 61. So keep an eye on those, Tara. The battle for second, third and fourth even. Yeah. We expect Sam Delaney to probably just stretch away at the front. That's what's happened so far.
If Rod Garrett's around somewhere, I think he knows a bit more about this field than I do. So if he wants to come up to the tower, I'll
That's right.
swap places.
You know plenty about racing, so I'm sure you can still assist, but you probably also want to get back and see what's going on back in your camp.
Yes, indeed. So I might hand over to Sean Patmore for this one. And
no, that's all right.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to.
That's right. Just 1 second.
So we can see the bikes coming around for their warm-up lap at the moment. We've got Sam Delaney, Julian Winlow, Harley Phipps taking out the first row. Then David Burden, Jaden and David Dick taking out the second row. So
sorry, Taryn.
Grid up now, that's all right.
Just getting an update from race control. Because of our delays this morning, we're running way behind. So they're talking about dropping the next 3 sprint races so we can get into the feature races. So point being, we'll be calling lunch after this race. So apologies for that. It's, again, out of our control. Unfortunately, these things happen, and we need to make sure that all our big events this afternoon run on time. So bike 1, Sam Delaney, he's the man we expect to probably get the whole shot and possibly lead. Although Harley Phipps on this red and white CBR
I'm going to go
600.
I'm going to go for Julian Winlow.
Off the line, you think?
Come on.
Big CR500 in the middle.
The CR500 wheelie.
Oh, terrible.
Oh, he stalled it on number 1.
Almost told you. Always hold your breath when people stall on the line, but that's a shocker from Sam Delaney.
First place to last.
So it's Harley Phipps who's away. Julian Winlow on the CR500 rounds up the field and is into second place. Then that's, I think that's Jaden Bow. Oh, is it? I can't see from the moment. Let's have a look. Sam Delaney, what a shocker. I'll try and update you on the positions in a moment. I think it was Jaden Davey Bodell.
Oh, there is a tight battle at the top of the hill over Suckers there. Big bunch of bikes.
But it's Harley Phipps, I think, who's going to lead the field down the back straight for the first time. Yes, it is, on the red and white Honda CBR 600.
He looks like he's got himself about half a second of a lead already. So he'll be hoping to stretch that out through the rest of this race.
Yeah, and it is... Oh, no, I got that wrong. It was actually...
So Harley Phipps to take out first place, followed by David Burden and then Julian Winlow.
Oh, look at Julian Winlow around the outside through the S's.
Yes.
Oh, look out. I'll tell you what, that was a bit close. That's what we were talking about before, Tara, the difference in bikes, the strong weak points of each.
I'll tell you, the strong point of Julian Winlow's bike is definitely getting that front wheel up into the air. There he goes, big wheelie down towards Calvin's.
So Harley Phipps holding down a comfortable lead now. Helps a lot without Sam Delaney breathing down his neck.
So that is David Burden on the GSXR 600 in second place.
Yeah, riding very, very nicely. And I think then that's Jaden Davey Bodell, is it? Yes, coming through. Got past Julian Winlow. Then we've got Sam Delaney making his way through. So I think it's going to be a bit hard for Sam to make up much more ground from here. 3 riders to pass. Oh, certainly a bit of congestion there at the top of the S's.
Julian Winlow not going to make it round the outside of him this time. Rod Garrett has just made it up here, so let's see if he has some interesting things to tell us.
Thanks, Taryn. Big battle there at second place.
Thanks,
Sam Delaney through on the inside up there at Suckers.
I think you've got a full-time gig commentating, Taryn. Fantastic job there. Very animated, and it came through beautifully, so good job, well done.
But still Harley Phipps heading the field.
Where's Sam Delaney in this one?
Well, he missed the start badly. He was last away.
Right.
Almost stalled it.
Okay, so he's got his work cut out for him then. How many laps are we in? I've just been busy down in the pits, so...
David Burden just was overtaken by... that was Jaden Davey Bodell. Julian Winlow hanging in there.
Well, Sam Delaney there, he's moved into second place by the look of it, so he's definitely on the hunt. And looking at the lap times, it's going to be hard going for him here. But what have we got? 3 laps to go. But yeah, look, anything can happen in racing, as we've seen. I missed the incident in the lights race. I certainly heard something going on, but yeah, doesn't sound like it was too good. Bad crash, so that's not good to see. Hope Garth's okay. I heard that Garth was injured.
Harley Phipps, that lead is diminishing. In fact, this is a real chance for Sam Delaney.
Yes,
Sam
it's looking
Delaney
better now.
in.
Sam Delaney on the brakes there has made up about 5 or 6 bike lengths.
I'd be saying he's a bit of a chance. Last flying lap from Sam was 1:01.12.
He's got this in the bag, Chris. Failing any mistakes, but he's pretty much right on the back ducktail now of Harley Phipps.
Well,
and
Harley might still lift. He's gone quicker this morning than what he's doing at the moment. He's a second lap slower, so once Sam comes past, you never know. Or if he even hears the Sam's there.
Well, Sam's been very strong off the bottom of the hill here, and as we can see again, just driving straight around the inside there of Harley up the hill. So I don't think Harley's going to have too much in reserve for the way Sam's been riding this bike today.
Still battle going on back there in the Julian Winlow group, coming out of Suckers. Big wheel stand down the hill just for a bit of fun.
And the South 500 has no shortage of horsepower.
Harley Phipps trying to hang on to the back of Sam Delaney. The last lap board being readied, so Harley's going to have to dig very deep here if he's going to do much about it.
Baskerville. So
That's
Jaden
Jaden Davey Bodell, who's
he's come through very well in third place.
he's riding really well. Just not getting the best of starts. Then we've got David Burton from Ryan Chen come through from further back in the field to get the better of Julian Winlow now.
Just looking at the lap times there, Chris. Jade and David Bodell there in the last lap. A 60.8. It's a fantastic time for him.
It certainly is.
He's definitely lifted from this morning, and he's all over the back of Harley Phipps there, going through suckers.
Oh, lots of congestion going through through the S's at the moment. Sorry, holding my breath while I'm talking. I thought there was going to be a collision there for a second. But Sam Delaney pulled out comfortably. But look at this. Jaden David Bodell almost...
Oh, on the brakes here. He's
going to go...
Oh,
sorry, holding my breath again.
He's gone up the inside. A great last lap out braking manoeuvre into second place.
And he's going to get it. What a great ride. He's going to be absolutely stoked with that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic effort. He's come back from a long way back to get second place.
So much for a learner class. They're on it.
They certainly are. Sam Delaney there. He a 59.9 there on lap 4. So that's a reasonably competitive time in 600, Chris.
Jared Tassie there, just getting the better of Gary Edwards. Two very different machines. A Triumph 675 Daytona and a Suzuki SV650. And then a Aprilia RS250 behind them. So, as we said before, big mix of bikes in this field because it is combined classes, but it produces some great racing. Didn't even get a chance to have a look at Tony Oliver there on the VFR 400, the orange and white machine. He's been having a great day so far. Where did he finish? Behind in P11, behind Anthony Reid and ahead of Brandon Pearce. So race control's advised that that's now going to be the lunch break, so we can make sure our feature races this afternoon are run on time. So everyone on the hill, there is a shop down here in the pits. Feel free to come on down. Not only get yourself some lunch, but also wander around the pits and have a chat to the riders. Everyone here is very, very happy to have a chat to you. Of course, there are a few of them that are pretty focused on this afternoon, so I guess be mindful of taking up too much of their time, but I will tell you that they're all happy to have a chat. So do feel free to come down, even grab a few autographs if that's what you'd like to do.
I do believe Mike Jones has some posters that he can sign as well. So yeah, there's a few fans around for a 3-time Australian Superbike champ. So go and ask him for a signed poster. I'm sure he could oblige. Yep,
now's your opportunity. So please feel free. We'll be back here in probably about 20 minutes, half an hour, and we'll be kicking off the second half of the day. Okay, bikes back on track after a quick lunch break. Thanks everyone. So into the business end of the weekend, I think, Rod. We're up to the first of our feature races. This one being called the Golden Oldies Cup. Now this is a reverse grid handicap, and it includes the pre-modern 600s, the pre-modern 1000s, and the Formula 3 bikes. So the way this works, reverse grid, I think speaks for itself. The slowest rider out of this group over the weekend, over the preceding races, starts first, the fastest rider at the back, and they are set off in order with a time deficit according to their fastest lap time over the weekend. So if the handicapper gets it right, they should actually all hit the finish line at exactly the same time on the final lap. That's a big if.
That's a big if, but we have seen it in the past. We have seen some very, very close handicapping in the past, where we've had multiple bikes coming across the line very, very close to each other.
So what I need to point out here is it's not a traditional start from the start grid, and the reason being that the last bike to leave will be after the first bike has already completed a lap. So we can't have a stationary bike sitting down there on the dummy grid while another bike is coming around on a hot lap.
Yeah, that's we can all say that's just for safety.
Yes, so our clerk, of course, Leah Renton, is up there in the blue vest. So she's going to be waving bikes off in the order according to the handicap, which is, as I said, there's a set time between each rider according to their pace over the weekend. So the slowest rider first, he'll get a certain margin, then the second rider, and so on and so on. And as I said, hopefully you're going to see them all hit the line at the same time. And there's going to be a lot of overtaking. It's look, really, it's a bit of fun. We just want to mix it up and make it a bit more interesting. And what you often see is some of the slower riders really lift because they're actually in with a chance of a win.
Yes, we've seen that in the past. The other thing that's a little bit more difficult too for the faster riders is they will be starting with colder tyres.
So there's Tony Oliver away on the VFR 400. That'll be Gary Edwards then. Just looking for the race program to capture the names as they go out. So it's already going to be on. Bit of an allowance for overtaking as well, because obviously coming through from the rear, you've got to get past riders. But Tony Oliver's the man they're going to chase down. He's heading down the back straight at the moment into Calvin, so he's the hare they're trying to catch.
And how many laps have we got to go, Chris?
6 laps.
6 laps.
Everything's been reduced to 6 laps this afternoon.
Except for the feature races. The main race, of course, is a 2 hour, and we've got the 20 lap lights race coming up soon.
And of course, based on their personal best lap over the weekend, so it's pretty. It makes it even for everyone. Everyone's got a lift. So Tony completes the first lap. I thought it was Gary Edwards. It is. That's a KZ 650.
So Karen Webb here, about to be passed by
Daniel Briggs.
Daniel's on, I think it's on Boyd Witzerman's SV 650.
There's already some overtaking into turn 1. So looking for our last bike on track is coming over the line now, Don Fenton. He has, I guess that's Martin Long in front of him.
It is Martin Long.
So looking back to our race leader, going down the hill into Calvin's onto the back straight at the moment. That's Tony Oliver. Be nervous times as the lead bike, knowing that there's a pack chasing you down, Rod.
Well, that's why you lift, Chris.
It certainly is why you lift.
You could, depending how Tony goes in this, you could say, Tony, have you been sandbagging all weekend just for this final race? But we have seen it in the past with the handicapping, and that rider starting first out the front. Let's just have a look at the lap times there.
The 1-2 split was 5.5 seconds last time round. This time it is 4.79. So Gary Edwards is slowly reeling in Tony Oliver. Is it enough? Daniel Briggs is looking in good form. Look at this group of riders.
Yeah, it's getting very busy into turn 1 there.
And that's the problem with having come through from the rear. You've got a lot of work to do.
Just trying to pick up where Don Fenton has passed Martin Long.
I'll tell you what, it's busy out there.
It is very busy. So you've got the fastest rider still, he's second from the back of the grid. And there's a lot of work to do from there, Chris. There's a large group of bikes to get through if he's going to take this victory.
Because the bikes at the rear, big capacity 4-strokes, so they will get an easier time of it on the back straight getting past bikes. It's some of those SV650s that are going to struggle, get caught up with a faster bike, and it's hard to get past.
Looking at the previous lap, Don Fenton has done the fastest lap of the race, so he's going to keep having to do that if he's going to fight his way through to the front.
You can already see bikes starting to congest, which is exactly the way the handicap works. Who's going to be able to reel in Tony Oliver? And is Tony Oliver going to be able to hold on?
Tony's looking good so far. He's still got a fairly handy margin. It's down to just under 3 seconds.
Look at that traffic through turn 2.
Oh, it's terrible. You know, the faster riders there that are coming through are really going to be stuck. They're going to have to work very, very hard to get past.
Tony Oliver, his gap is reducing. I think Gary Edwards might have him within the next couple of laps.
Yeah, Gary was around 1.8 seconds quicker on the previous lap, and as you can see visually, he's got it down to about I would say 50, 60 metres. There's not a lot of distance when it comes to bike racing.
Daniel Briggs now closing up. Who's that coming through under brakes at the end of the straight? He's looking fast.
Can't quite tell from here.
Oh, is that Martin Long? No. It's like 765. I think that's Peter McEldowney. Yes, it is. Peter's looking strong.
Peter's looking very strong. Oh, there's a challenge for the lead into turn 2, so Gary Edwards is all over Tony Oliver.
Oh,
he's nearly, that's
that
very close
to,
very close to disaster there. And
Tony's
look up the
hanging
inside.
On. Now they're all coming on. Daniel Briggs behind him. Peter McEldowney, I think he's my pick at the moment. Peter's looking very strong.
Yes, all pouring up over Suckers, the most challenging corner arguably the most challenging corner on the track.
Peter up the inside of Daniel Briggs into Calvin's. I think Briggs is going to elbow him out by the looks of it.
Right, it's going to be on for young and old here, Chris.
Look at the horsepower of the Peter McEldowney machine.
Poor Tony Oliver there on the 400. No chance at all in a straight line.
He's getting swamped now towards the end.
Now, who's gone? Is that Peter McEldowney gone into the lead?
It is. From Daniel Briggs.
Daniel Briggs.
Don Fenton. Don Fenton's strong.
Got through to third.
Now, last lap.
Okay, well, my money's on Don Fenton here.
There's Joe Browning going around the outside of Karen Webb.
So Don's got to try to get around Daniel Briggs here. If he can, he's going to have a good chance of potentially catching Peter McEldowney out in the lead.
Well, he's going to have to hurry because this is the last half a lap. So Don Fenton now powers up the inside of Daniel Briggs. It's going to be close, Rod.
I think he'll do it okay.
Oh, I don't know. There's a fair old gap there, but Peter McEldowney's the man at the moment.
Don Fenton's got some speed down the back straight here, and he's good on the brakes, so it's going to be very close.
It's going to come down to the wire, I think. It's very, very close. Daniel Briggs still holding off. Who's that come through from? Dale Madden.
Dale Madden, yeah.
Didn't even see Dale come through.
Well, this is looking good for Peter McEldowney, and he's going to take the win.
He certainly does. He holds on to take the win. Then it's Daniel Briggs that carries his shoulder to Dale Madden. Then we've got... that's Gary Edwards from Tony Oliver. Joe Browning coming through strongly. Rob Scott, big ride. But look at the riders coming through now.
Well, did they get the handicapping right? It was certainly a very good finish.
Well, it was out by a bit, but I guess what you've got is that big group of riders in the middle that obviously...
makes it very difficult for the faster riders to get through.
It is.
It's like most racetracks, there's places that you can't pass. It's a pretty twisty circuit once you get through turn 1.
But the point of it, of course, is to have a bit of fun, and it's different for the riders to come through from the rear. It's different for the slower riders to lead and be chased down, and I would like to think that everyone out there had a ball, because that was pretty busy on track. Absolutely. I'm sure there'll be a lot of stories swapped after this one. But Peter McEldowney's the man. He will take the 2022 Golden Oldies Cup. Looks pretty happy about it too.
He certainly does.
It was a top ride. But so too Don Fenton to come through from last on the grid to second place. They should be both very, very happy about that. How about Dale Madden?
Yeah, Dale, we know he's a very competitive rider. He does ride that SB 650 very, very well.
So the very next race up is exactly the same format, but it's for our junior class. So once again, the slowest rider will go first, the fastest rider last, and the first away this year, Jet Pryor. He was actually the winner of this race last year. I don't think I've ever seen a bigger smile on anyone.
Yes.
It's Jet walking up to receive his trophy.
He did ride this handicap race last year very, very well.
Probably be a few butterflies there at the moment, I expect, but that's what you want to produce a good lap time. Put a bit of energy and effort into it. So our juniors just making their way out now.
There'll be certainly a fairly large difference in starting times between our quickest rider, Isaac Simmons, and Jet Pryor for sure. There'd be, I would say, it's going to be a 4-lap feature race, Chris.
I think it's a 4-lapper ride.
Seeing we've had some reductions, probably say.
Well, this is 6. So maybe it's a 6. I'll check the timing when it comes up. So bikes just forming up at the moment in their handicap order. It'll be Jet Pryor away first from Ava Connell. Then I think it's David Coward and Gus O'Halloran. I think will probably be away together because they've been doing very similar lap times, and then it'll be a little margin back to the our fastest rider in the Tassie Juniors today. That's Isaac Simmons on the yellow and black machine at the rear.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot in it between the last three. Isaac's certainly rode very well yesterday, but anything can happen in this sort of feature race.
Yeah, well, the difference in this one is not as many bikes, so it's overtaking should be a little easier. Because clearly in the last one with so many bikes, a few riders got caught up together and they couldn't get through traffic.
We should point out the Tassie Juniors. It's riders from the age of 13 up to 16. It's a great way for youngsters wanting to get into the sport to learn how to race a motorbike and do it in pretty much relative safety compared to, say, well, you're not going to ride on the road at that age, but it's certainly a lot safer on the racetrack.
Absolutely. If anyone's watching and thinking their son or daughter might be interested in having a ride, just reach out to us. Check out our website, srct.org.au. There's contact details there. There are bikes that you can ride to give it a try, and we're only too willing to help. So please, if you're interested, let us know. But race underway. So Jet Pryor, he's away first. I'm not sure what the gaps are here, Rod, but Leah Renton, Clark, of course, she'll be leading Ava Connell away very shortly.
I'd say there'd be fairly decent gaps based on what we saw in the sprint races.
And there goes Ava. So she's got a fair old margin pull in.
Basically half a track.
I think you're right. I think Isaac Simmons will probably be going after Jet Pryor has completed a full lap.
They've got to get the bike going as well, so it looks like it isn't running down there in pit lane at the moment.
Grandad Eric giving him a push. I think it might be going again now.
So it looks like Jet Pryor here. He's not too far from coming around to complete the first lap.
It looks like a mountain they have to climb, doesn't it, with almost a full lap. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. There goes David Coward and Gus O'Halloran together.
We thought that would be the case.
Oh, and already Gus is putting a move on.
He's like, yep.
Who's going to lead? David Coward's decided he'll pick up third position.
Okay, and Isaac Simmons has now started the race, and he's got a full lap to make up to on Jet Pryor, who's sitting right in front of him at the moment.
Yeah, so there goes Isaac, who unlaps himself. So now he's got 5 laps left to try and come round and catch the leader, Jet Pryor, who's just heading up the hill at the moment.
It's going to be a difficult one to call from this early on.
But you already see the gap that Isaac Simmons there has got on Jet Pryor. As Isaac goes down towards Calvin's corner. But he's only got another 5 laps left to reel Jet back in.
David Coward has got away from Gus O'Halloran.
Yeah, so Gus is going to have to put in here. He's been matching David earlier in the day, so I'm surprised he's led him out to that early lead.
He even beat him across the line on one of the races.
David, we keep saying how much he's improved. He looks absolutely great on that little Yamaha R15. Now Isaac Simmons, he's already ranging in on Gus O'Halloran. I'm not sure what's going on with Gus. He looks to be just off his pace a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely not matching David Coward as he was in previous races today and yesterday.
You said he was changing tyres, Rod?
Oh, he's got his. Well, I did see wet tyres on the bike, which we know the sort of speeds they're doing. They're very kind on the tyres. So for whatever reason, he's gone back to the wet. So.
Race leader at the moment is just come down through the S's. Now we've got Ava Connell in P2 going into turn 1 at the moment. David Coward coming down the back straight on your live streaming.
So Jet Pryor there, Chris. He's got a lead of 21.9 seconds over Connell. That'll be very interesting after the next lap to see what that reduces to.
Now the first overtake is about to happen. Isaac Simmons coming up behind Gus O'Halloran. So Gus is certainly off the pace here. I don't know what's happened to Gus. But Isaac Simmons has certainly got the bit between his teeth. He goes into turn 1 as race leader. Jet Pryor comes down the back straight. So there's at least, well, 3/4 of a lap he's got to reel in 4 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the handicappers went with it. It'd be fantastic if they all finish together.
We already know that Gus is up against it because he's already been overtaken. So Jet Pryor goes through at a 1:22.97. Now Ava Connell, last time through, had a gap to Jet of 21.93 seconds, 15.24 seconds. So Ava is whittling down that lead with 3 laps remaining.
And Isaac Simmons, looking at the fastest lap, which was on the previous lap from Isaac Simmons, is a 1:08.06.
And I think
so he's got a bit of work to do.
I think his PB was a 1:07, so he's not far off that.
He's definitely got David Coward in his sights.
3 laps left, so you'd think Isaac's probably going to be able to get David from here. The question is, what can they do about Jet Pryor and Ava Connell?
It'll be interesting to see over the next couple of laps.
There's David Coward just driving up the hill at the moment. Isaac Simmons in hot pursuit. Just looking at David Connell's best time, a 1:10. Gus O'Halloran 1:11.73, and they were matching each other earlier in the day, so I don't know what's happened with Gus. Race leader just coming through the chute at the moment. Jet Pryor, he'll cross the line. 2 laps remaining. Ava Connell.
Okay, let's just check the split when Ava comes through.
15.24 previously. What is it now, Rod?
8.43. So she's cut it by half again. So
4 seconds a lap. 2 laps left.
Yeah, it's going to be. She's definitely going to catch him. I'd say probably between Suckers and Calvin's based on what we're seeing.
Oh, look at this. Isaac Simmons now, not far behind David Coward. Jet Pryor, the race leader, just going up over Sucker's corner at the moment. Ava Connell slowly eating into that lead. David Coward still doing a reasonable job of holding off Brett's son, Isaac Simmons.
Yeah, David Coward, his fastest lap so far has been a 1:09.83. Isaac Simmons on that last lap into the 7s now. Chris, a 1:07.47.
Yeah, I think Isaac might actually get David down the back straight this time. We know how quick that bike is of Isaac's. They're starting to close up at the front. Look at this. Jet Pryor, Ava Connell.
He's going to come around and see the last lap board. That's going to be inspiration. And Isaac Simmons there, Chris, easily has the horsepower in a straight line to get past David Coward.
Now the thing is, the
Will he
gap
catch them?
down to 3.27 seconds. Will Ava Connell be able to reel in race leader Jet Pryor on the last lap? And here comes Isaac Simmons.
So Isaac Simmons, a 107.29, so he's gone faster again. Down onto the last lap. It's going to be very close by the time they get round to the finish line.
It's going to be almost a drag down the back straight between Jet Pryor and Ava Connell. Look at this.
I'd say Isaac Simmons here is looking very strong for the win, Chris. He's got a lot of speed down that back straight. Ava Connell.
Oh, Ava
is
Connell,
going
look
to
at
move
this.
into the lead as they tip into suckers. And Isaac Simmons now tipping into suckers, so he's not far behind. He's going to have a lot more straight line speed.
It's going to be pretty close, Rod.
It's going to be close.
For Gus O'Halloran, not sure what's happened for him, but he's been off the pace a little. But look at this at the front.
Here we go. So here comes Isaac Simmons now onto the back straight. Ava Connell leading. And we'll look at the difference in the speeds of the bikes here.
It's going to be so close.
It's going to be very close. He's got to make a clean move on the brakes, which he's done. Chris, I'd say he's just got to have a good run round here, and he's going to take the win. And he's just got to find momentum.
His way through. That's the thing.
He's
got to come down to the wire.
He needs to be on it right here. Oh, it's right to the wire.
Pips are on the line.
By a bike length. Isaac Simmons.
What about that?
What a fantastic ride. Wow, you could say the handicapper's got it right. Look at that. 4 bikes within a couple of seconds at the line. So you wouldn't have thought that at the start of this handicap race.
Absolutely superb. That's what we like to see.
That's a great ride from Isaac. Did he do? I think he probably stretched that fastest lap at 106.86.
There you go. That'll do it.
On the last lap, that's probably his PB on that bike.
That's what can happen in these races, rise to the occasion.
Well, he had to stretch. He would have got down the end of the back straight for the last time, and he would have seen the gap and probably thought it was too far, but great ride. And kept the pressure on, kept the power on, and he came through for the win.
Absolutely down to the wire. Perfect.
And he seems pretty impressed with himself, so that's good.
Well, you would be. That's a huge ride from the back of the field.
Absolutely.
You got to get past people.
You would have, probably at the start, you would have thought, I'll never get, this is just too far. I'll never get there. But yeah, to his credit, he rode very well.
Well, you think about that. A lap and a half down he was, and it came down to the a metre over the line. So that was absolutely fantastic handicap racing. Got a feel for Ava Connell. She might have thought it was in the bag as she saw the checker flag in sight.
She was basically less than 150 metres from the flag, and she probably thought she had it. It's a great ride.
Jet Pryor too. He led for most of the race.
Just excuse me, Chris. We've got Barry
Absolutely.
Lack just calling in. If you want sidecars, if you want. Oh, you can do that with Chris today.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on in.
Another a guest commentator, Barry Lack, who's well known to a lot of our Tasmanian race community. Barry's been racing for many, many years and has experience in sidecars as well. So you're going to add your expertise. Welcome, Barry.
Thanks, Chris. As we had a little bit of discussion yesterday, and it's absolutely great that you've seen the initiative to bring back the sidecars. Excuse me for puffing, I've just run up the pits.
It's not easy, is it? You get here and you try and catch your breath and start talking calmly. So just while you're catching your breath there, Barry, this is another, in the same format, a handicap, a reverse grid handicap. So the last bike away is going to be the orange and white number 16 machine. Obviously, they've been the fastest bike all weekend. Then we've got, I believe that's going to be Rob Warren and Harley Phipps. I haven't seen the race order come up yet, so as they come out, we'll get a better idea of what the starting order will be. Barry?
Just while we're waiting for them to come onto the grid, for the people on the hill that weren't here yesterday, I'll just give you a little bit of an overview of when you're looking at sidecar outfits. Certainly new, haven't been around for 20 odd years. We're very strong in the 70s, or the late 60s, 70s. and 80s, and then they drifted off in Tasmania, but still quite active in the historics on the mainland. So what you'll see as they start to come around, we'll have a bit closer look at exactly what these machines are. So they're called sidecars. The passengers are passengers, and there's 3 different configurations, as we'll talk about throughout the race. So you've got long wheelbase sidecars, or chairs as we call them. We've got short wheelbase. You'll notice some of the passengers exit the sidecar in front of the sidecar wheel, and some of the passengers exit the sidecar behind the wheel. So what that depicts really is the age or the era or period that these sidecars were raced in. So up until the 90s, we had a conventional sidecar with a leading link front end, 2 shockers in the front, and quite a raw engineering feat. As they went on, they became a centre hub steering, so it more towards the car suspension in the front. You'll also see some of the bikes have engines behind the rider and some in front of the rider. And the bikes that we have on the grid vary from 600cc 4-cylinder to 1000cc. So commonly they use 600, they call it Formula 2 bikes. And they're 600cc Yamaha Honda motors. Then they use 1000 Suzuki's, Kawasaki's, and any sort of 1 litre machine you can get. So as they head off at the start of the race, and they start to get in and out of the chair and change direction, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But if we go back before the 70s, certainly what we had was a sit-up, normal motorcycle, and some of the time the sidecar was welded onto the chassis, and that's all you had. So over the progression of time, they've certainly developed.
Thanks, Barry. It's intriguing to get that insight, and great, I think, for everyone to have some idea of what's going on out there. As you said, there are multiple different styles of machines. We've got a problem, I think, at sidecar number 2 out there. It sounds like you're struggling to get a clutch engaged or gear engaged or something. Don't know, but anyway, looks like they're up and running now. I don't know how that's going to help their race chances. So it looks like Rob Warren's about to leave. Fairly big margin, just like the Lights Junior race. It's going to be interesting to see how the handicap plays out.
Certainly the last bike that is set to go has had a margin of daylight over the last 2 days of racing, and they've come to us from the mainland. That is actually a very late model Formula 2 bike with a 600cc Honda motor in it, as I understand. But our first rider is coming onto the start-finish straight for the first time, and this bike is a period 5 or period 6, don't hold me to it, but it's Lindsay Seabrook's riding that particular bike, and that's been campaigned for many, many, many years by the late Scotty Seabrook, historic races all over Australia. So that's the bike that's coming into the top of the S's as it is first time round.
So all bikes on track now. We have Daryl Rayner and Kath Warren going down through the S's. That's the fastest bike of the weekend. So they've got firstly to unlap themselves from Lindsay Seabrook, who's directly in front of them, then do a whole lap, catch them back up. So you can see at the moment they're probably about to overtake, maybe down the hill into Calvin's or on the back straight. We're about to find out. Looks like it's going to be down the hill. So Daryl Rayner unlaps himself. Now a full lap he has to do to take the win. Or Rob Warren just crossing the start-finish line now. So he's got probably, what is it, half a lap over Daryl Rayner. A bit hard to sort of keep in mind where everyone is at the moment. As the race unfolds, we're going to get a better feel for it, Barry.
Right, well, again, for those on the hill, Daryl Rayner just going into the top of the S's. You'll notice that passenger is exiting the sidecar rear of that wheel. So they move from the left-hand side of the bike just up not too far to get the traction on the wheel as they go through there. You'll notice Lindsay Seabrook, who's coming out of the S's now. The passenger is in front of the wheel, and you'll see him hanging out there at the minute. But when they transition from the left to the right, they actually have to come back in the chair and then go out over the wheel. So there's a fair bit more work to do in that earlier style of motorcycle.
Certainly looks like it. Just notice our first overtake. That's second overtake. That's Robbie Wilson has gone through on Tom Davis. So Tom Davis, I wondered if they had a bit of an issue off the line, so that might be impeding him a little. But Robbie Wilson coming onto the back straight very shortly. Coming across the start-finish line is
Daryl Rayner there.
Daryl Rayner, yes. He's starting to close down on Red Warren, who's coming down through the S's. So how many laps remaining? 4?
4 to go, and again, 65-second lap for Daryl Rayner, and which you go back to Tom Davis and Jamie Davis at 120. So quite a massive difference, and obviously they're totally different motorcycles. But we'll just watch him as the closest to him is a 12, which is Robbie Williams on number 66, and Rob Warren's 63.4.
I think Rob Warren's going to get a wake up here in a minute. Rob's done a really fast lap earlier in the day, or yesterday. Oh, look at this, easily overtaking Rob under brakes. Of course, Rob's still trying to sort that machine, but I think his fast time yesterday has probably worked against him in this handicap race.
Just something absolutely worthy of mention, Rob Warren, Terry Brooks. Terry's bike unfortunately broke down yesterday, but they're a long-time campaigners of sidecars, and certainly instrumental in getting these sidecars back on the circuit.
Certainly has been. So just looking for our race leader. That's bike number 7, Lindsay Seabrook. Must be on the back straight. He's coming through the sweeper at the moment. So soon you're going to be able to visually see the difference between the leader. What have we got? 3.7 seconds back to the yellow outfit there of Robbie Wilson.
2 to go for Lindsay, and then 47 seconds back for fourth, and 49. So they're starting to get to a position where they're going to start climbing all over each other in these last 2 laps, Chris.
Not long at all, Barry. So here comes Daryl Rayner through the chute. Now he can see what he's got to do right now, because going up over Calvin's is Lindsay Seabrook. So half a lap, he's got to reel in 2 laps. So now it's starting to get interesting. He's got Tom Davis up next. As I was saying, Tom looks like he might have a little bit of a problem. Rob Warren just crossing the line, so his chances are gone. Now we look to race leader, Lindsay Seabrook, who must be... He's just been overtaken, so there you go. We've got a new race leader. That's Robbie Wilson, just coming off the end of the back straight at the moment. The question is, where is Daryl Rayner?
Daryl Rayner's just going down into Calvin's at the minute, and he's 10 seconds behind his next opponent and closing.
He's going to find it hard because last lap board's out. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, Barry.
I think the farmer's been sold, Chris. I think Lindsay...
So he's certainly going to pick up Tom Davis.
He'll get third. So the 66 bike, as you could say at the minute, has got a commanding lead, with the checkered flag. The checkered flag will be ready this time round.
It's certainly looking to me like Robbie Wilson, bike 66, has pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Coming down over the hump on the back straight at the moment. Can't see anyone challenging, so I think he's got this one in the bag. Go back to Lindsay Seabrook. Now he might be coming under threat from Daryl Rayner. Lindsay Seabrook just under brakes at the end of the back straight. Race win, there you go. Goes to Robbie Wilson, quite convincingly. Now this is closing up. I think Lindsay Seabrook's going to make it. Yes, he is.
Certainly in safe territory, and a great ride and persistence to Darryl Rayner coming across to take the checkered flag for a well-earned third.
Yeah, then we're back to, that's Tom Davis, is it? Yeah, and then looking for Rob Warren. Keeps coming down over the hump at the moment. As I said, I think what may have worked against Rob is putting out 1 minute 10 yesterday, and just looking at his lap times, 1:16 was the last lap. So things not quite right for him. So that's, as I say, being a handicap based on his quickest lap of the race. So he'll round out the field. But I think you got to say, honours go to Robbie Wilson, who clearly lifted in that, and that's what handicapping's about. You've got to beat your best relative to everyone else. So there you go. Robbie Wilson's the winner of the Sidecar handicap. Now up very, very soon is going to be the first of our really big ones, and that's the Lights 20 lapper.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll have to depart you as one of my family members is running in that, so I probably need to go down and...
I think you probably should, Barry. What are your thoughts on the weekend so far, and how both your grandkids are going?
Firstly, the boys are going really well.
Your boys being Lockie Curtis.
Lockie and Brody Curtis.
Yep.
On the weekend, it is just an amazing event, and it's some of the things that we were chatting about the other day, Chris. When you can get an Australian Superbike or ASBK champion to come down and enjoy or come with us on the ride to expand this event, is just amazing. And really, when those people come, and it's not only him, Jed Mitchell, Ted, it's the only time that you can really level where Tasmania racing is in comparison to what the mainland is. So you take our guys, Jason Spencer, Brett, forgive me if I've missed somebody, but we're in there. It'd be different if you were 10 seconds apart, but we're not. We're tenths of a second. So it really gives us an idea, or Tasmania an idea, as the people that we're bringing through and the people that race here are competitive on that big island.
Couldn't agree more. I reflect on my competitive years of racing, and you'd have Australian Superbike rounds come down here to Baskerville, for example, and you still couldn't gauge yourself against the best because they had the best equipment. What you've got here are the best riders riding local machinery. So it's a really good gauge of where you're at. Yeah. Anyway, it looks like our bikes are filing out now. For the Lights 20. Thanks, Barry. Thanks for your help. I'll get Taryn Ocean back up here as expert commentator for the Lights field. Welcome back, Taryn.
Thank you. Don't know about expert, probably highly amateur commentator. Who's,
highly animated and amateur.
That's it. Well, I reckon all the riders would be fairly nervous before this race. They've all been running around in the Lights GP tents, wondering how much fuel they're going to put in. Hopefully we don't get any red flags for a restart, and hopefully no one's running out of fuel out there.
Well, I'm also going to change commentary position for the moment because Rod Garrett is going to join you, Taryn. So enjoy this race. I know I'm going to. I'm going to actually go outside and watch.
Thank you for your efforts today.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Nice to be back up here. How are you feeling, Taryn?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good at the moment. Who do you reckon is going to... what are your top three positions for the 20 lapper today?
Well, obviously, I'm going to go with Liam Waters for the win.
Yep.
He's been the faster rider all weekend. Look, you know, the battle for second and third, I think Reece Tan, if he has a good ride, should safely come through.
Yeah.
But after that, I think being a long race, I think one of the GP bikes, so I'm going to say Aaron Wade.
So you're going for a Liam Waters, a Reece Tan, then an Aaron Wade.
Aaron Wade for third.
Oh, Reece has stalled his bike. Someone needs to get a starter out there. Jezza, grab the starter and help him out. Or give him a really good push. Oh, that is not what Reece would have wanted to see.
No, definitely
to
not.
Start his race off.
This could be changing the order of what I just said.
He's going to need a roller starter brought out there.
There's a lot of compression on these Moto 3 bikes.
There is a lot of compression.
So very, very difficult to bump start.
There is a battery starter running out into the pits now. You can see Jesse Woods absolutely sprinting up there towards Reese. Don't give up, Reese. He hasn't seen him. He hasn't seen him with the starter, but it looks like he's going to have to start from pit lane.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him dearly in the race. Up is a long race, Taryn, and you know, the pace that he's had earlier in the day and races yesterday, I think he still is up for a podium.
Well, I'm glad you decided on your race order first, actually, because I'm going to say Liam Waters is going to win, then Aaron Wade.
I would have had you on the podium
10.
Too if you hadn't have had an unfortunate incident yesterday.
Well, there's always next year.
That there is. And how is the shoulder feeling?
The shoulder feels good. It's actually doesn't really hurt at all. It's just a big lump out the top. And
I've done a similar thing before. So are they talking surgery, or you don't know at this stage?
I don't know. They were too busy. Some rider in the toy one ran into some people last night, so it was pretty hectic. They said go home and we'll give you a ring in a couple of days.
Yeah, usually with those sort of injuries, you need to have a bit of swelling go down before they can make the right call on it. So. Yeah. Anyway, we're in the starter's hands.
So Reese Tan is starting from pit lane. He looks like he's got his bike running and is all good. Liam Waters in first place. Obviously, we're missing second and third places.
Which is you and Reese Tan starting from pit lane.
Me and Reese Tan.
We've seen we're in the starter's hands. Look at the red light on the bridge. And we're away.
Liam looks like he's got a good start already.
Also a good start there from Dane Griggs on the KTM 390. He's been starting strong all through the races in the last couple of days.
Absolutely horrid start from Mark de Jong, but he's quickly reeling him back in coming into turn 2. He looks like he's got some pace.
Yes, Mark certainly does ride that bike very well, considering he's a larger than average man. And a Moto 3 bike looks fairly small under him, but he does do a great job on it.
So Liam Waters has already stretched out a lead, and it looks like Aaron Wade has just come up into second place through Suckers. Actually, I'm not sure if that is Aaron Wade. It's a bit hard to see from here. Yeah,
it's a little bit hard to see. Chris does have his binoculars up here, but we'll leave that for him when he comes back. And Liam Waters there showing a clean set of heels down the back straight. Good speed in a straight line. It does look like Aaron Wade.
It is. So just coming across the line, we'll be able to tell you that Liam Waters has done a 103, followed by Aaron Wade doing a 107, and then Brodie Curtis
he's the
also
first.
doing a 107.
And Brodie Curtis is he's the first of those riders on a production 4-stroke bike. And we've seen over the last couple of days he's been riding it very well, very competitive.
Looks like Mark de Jong is all over Dane Griggs at the moment. We're going to have to see if he can get past at some stage. He's going to want to get past early so that he can get himself up into
potential podium contention.
Yes, that's right.
We have seen, watching over the last couple of days, Dane Griggs is riding that KTM 390 extremely well. It's showing good speed for the type of motorcycle it is.
I think he's done a bit of work to that thing, because if it was stock, I don't think he'd be anywhere close to...
I'm sure you've seen it on track many times,
where he is
Taryn,
at the moment, and it is very, very hard to get past. Mark is going to have his work cut out for him. Liam Waters coming across the line has just banged out a 59.2, with Aaron Wade closely following him at a 101.4. So he's got a bit of work to do to catch up.
Mark de Jong there doing his best, Taryn, to get right down under the screen. It can't be easy for Mark to get down under the screen of a Moto 3 bike.
And Reese Tan looks like he's absolutely flying, and I think he'll be catching Mark towards the end of this lap.
Yeah, he's looking very good there. Just coming down through the bottom of the S's, rounding out the bottom of the hill. So Reese Tan has made good progress through the field from starting from the end of pit lane. Looking for Liam Waters, the leader, just coming down the back straight now over the hump into the braking area. And Taryn, what a great corner this is. I might ask you, because I have never ridden one of these little bikes, and I know you spend a lot of time racing them. So I've typically used to a 1000cc bike, which needs minimal gear changes around here. What is it like on a little 125 or Moto 3 bike?
Well, you normally enter in there. I go in second gear, and then you click in full throttle all the way up to fifth, all the way around there. And
Whereabouts? So you're grabbing fifth gear before the start-finish line?
probably you get fifth just before the start-finish line, I'd say, and then you just bang it one down into fourth to hop into turn one.
Okay, so that sounds like a lot of work on the gear change around here on a small bike.
There are a hell of a lot of gear changes.
No doubt you'd be running a race shift pattern.
Yes, yeah, you would never fit your foot underneath to shift up a gear if you weren't.
It would be extremely difficult with 4 gear changes around the sweeper there to find room to get a toe under the gear change. So,
That's right.
yeah, sounds like a very busy lap. So sounds like you must make about 20 gear changes a lap around here.
It is. I have counted them before, and it was somewhere around that number. Liam Waters hammering into turn one again. He's stretched himself out a massive lead now. Aaron Wade's coming in second. He's wanting to get a 59 something, so he's sitting at the minute ones at the moment, so he's really going to have to put in a big effort.
Wow, look at Reece Tan there, Taryn. He's really picked up the pace, and he's almost on the back of Mark de Jong there, who's...
Oh, he is. This is going to be a good battle between Reece Mark and Dane Griggs then. When Reece comes through on Mark, he might be able to show him the way to get around Dane.
Looks like so far Dane Griggs and Mark de Jong, there's been no change there, and the gap stayed the same for the past couple of laps. But Reece Tan, I think he won't have too much trouble dispatching both riders.
I think Reece Tan's definitely got the pace to come through on them, and then whether or not he'll be able to catch Aaron Wade is...
Yes, I think catching Aaron Wade's going to be tricky, but certainly Brodie Curtis on the production 400 Yamaha, that's probably going to be in his sights for a podium.
Reece Tan is actually reeling out Aaron Wade in. Aaron is just going across the finish line now, and he's just got a 101.1, and Reece Tan is doing 1 minute 0.7, so he's slowly dragging in the lead, and you can see he's just got Mark, but Mark is coming up the inside of turn 2. Oh, he's bailed out.
He's never one to back out of it, Mark de Jong.
He does love an overtake up the inside there.
One thing about Mark, he'll never die wondering when it comes to passing people.
Yeah.
And he's a big lad to get around too, so...
He is. He used to say at the riders' briefing years ago, it's only club racing, so no sheep stations, and Mark loves a sheep station. We've all seen that out on the track.
Oh, look, I can recall racing against Mark in 600s in Open many years ago, and I think he hit my knee around the sweeper on the inside, so that was fun.
There we are. Reece Tan has just overtaken Dane Griggs down into the sweeper. Mark de Jong looks like he's holding fairly level with Dane, and Reece is going to start stretching out a gap this lap. You can see he's got his sights set ahead of him.
And that was, I think, Reece Tan. No, Brodie Curtis ahead of him. He just did his fastest lap, I think, on that last lap. So he may have a board out, I'm not sure, but telling him where he's at on track.
So Brodie Curtis just did a 101, and with Reece Tan behind him doing a minute 0.7.
So it's definitely catching him, Taryn, but it's going to be, there's plenty of time still left. How many laps still to run? Looks like a fair few laps, around 14 to go. So, you know, there's a great chance here, the way Reece Tan's riding, that he may even be challenging for that second position.
You can see at the bottom of the hill there, Michael Regan's bike is super bright. Looks awesome as he goes up the hill. You can see that fluoro orange front guard, and looks like he's chasing Daniel Briggs.
And what's Michael riding?
Michael is riding a Moto 3 Honda NSF.
NSF?
And he's pulling Daniel Briggs down into Calvin, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get him down the back straight.
It's going to be a battle of the brakes here. As you can see, Michael Regan there. He's got a bit more speed than Daniel Briggs.
He is coming up the inside, and he's going to go for the overtake. He's made it.
He's done it quite nicely.
Can he make it stick?
He's made it stick. Done a great job.
Go on the gas, Mikey. There he goes, first across the line in front of Daniel. Let's see if Daniel can try something up the inside of turn 2.
Should point out, Daniel's on a production KTM 390, so very different motorcycle, but, you know, 2 different rider weights as well. So, yeah, very different styles of motorcycles.
So looking down the S's now, it looks like Liam Waters is made a huge lead and is coming to start lapping some riders. There should be some blue flags out at the top of the hill. You can see he's coming up on, must be Nicholas Cargo, I think he just went past.
Yes, I believe so, on the replica Rothman's NSR.
I think it's a CBR 250.
CBR 250,
Yeah,
is it?
CBR 250.
Well, what I meant replica NSR was that's what they used to look like back in the
not as good NSR.
back in the 500cc days when the NSRs had those colour schemes. So yeah, it looks fantastic. Look at this, Michael Regan and Daniel Briggs.
Coming into turn one, Liam Waters is going to come up on both of them, so this is going to be a good bit of footage here.
Now there's, I noticed some smoke coming out of the back of Michael Regan's bike as he tipped into turn one there.
Oh no.
That's not a good
That
sign.
would be, we've already had one motor change on that bike. We wouldn't want to have another one.
As he was backing off there, Taran, have a look next time around, but if he's got an oil leak there, that could be could spell disaster for Michael and maybe some other competitors if it starts dropping some oil.
So Liam Waters is dispatched of Daniel Briggs and he's coming up on Michael Regan down into Calvin's. It's
It looks like he slowed up a bit. Maybe he's felt a bit lack of adhesion in the rear tyre. But Daniel Briggs looks like he's going to be coming past him. Yes. No, hang on. He's still, sorry, I was getting confused with the leader. But yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on that as he comes around here into turn one again. I'd say Daniel Briggs has probably backed off because he was concerned about it. But here, Michael Regan here, heading towards turn one.
Michael Regan into turn one. I can't see too much smoke. Oh, there is a bit of smoke.
There's
And
something
you know
definitely
what?
coming out of that.
I think that's when he's downshifting. It's coming off his rear tyre.
Really?
I thought I saw it come off his tyre.
Right, well that's that means he's trying pretty hard there.
Aaron Wade coming into turn one. Geez, that bike sounds good.
There's certainly a different sound to the multi-cylinder bikes.
It is. Mark Dijon coming across the finish line and into turn one as well. It's starting to look like a lonely race for him.
Yeah, Dane Griggs has done a great job to break Mark, who was only a few bike lengths behind him a couple of laps ago. So I don't know whether Mark's had an issue, but he's now maybe about 3 or 4 seconds back.
So you see Mark Dijon is going up the hill and Liam Waters is just burning into turn one again. He looks like he's got another bike that he'll be lapping shortly. From the looks of it, that looks like it's Eric Bratt out there. I'm not too sure.
I noticed again Michael Regan's bike, there's more smoke off the bike through turn two, so I wonder if it's his boots.
Could be. We're going to have to keep having a closer look at that, and hopefully he can last the end of the race. So I can imagine that a lot of the riders would be getting quite tired now.
It's definitely not an issue with the motorcycle because you know, he would have noticed it by now.
Yeah.
But maybe just Michael running out of clearance with his boots and the type of sole is making smoke come off the boot as he goes through the corners.
Yeah. So Liam Waters is coming around the sweeper again, and it looks like he's catching up to Marek von Berto. So he will deal quickly with him, probably up the inside of turn 2 or turn 3.
No, he's taking the safety way.
Marek is managing to hold him off. Good job to him.
I won't say for very long, but
yeah, no, probably not.
I think Liam knows he's got plenty of time up his sleeve, so no need to take any risks.
I don't think he's going to be in too much of a rush, and hopefully Marek can learn a thing or two from Liam going through suckers here and not high-side his brains out like I did.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Not a nice way to end your race.
So it looks like there's a good battle coming into the S's between 3 bikes. There's Reese Tan
And Reese Tan's
and
got the
2 production bikes.
And he's got the better of Brodie Curtis there. He's gone around the outside. Unfortunately for Brodie, he's riding that 400 production bike very well, but he just won't have that straight line speed to match it with the GP bike. Question is, will he catch Aaron Wade? We've still got plenty of time.
Where is Aaron Wade on the
Just
track?
looking at, just trying to pick him
Oh,
up here
there's
over
Aaron
the backside
turning
of the
into
circuit.
turn 1, I think.
No, Aaron's just
Oh,
going.
there we go. Aaron's going
Aaron's
into
just
turn
going
1,
into turn 1 now.
following Daniel Briggs. So I don't know if Aaron has just lapped Daniel Briggs.
He
then.
has, yes. Yep, and here's Reece Tan also now into turn 1.
Also coming. So Reece Tan is catching Aaron Wade. If you look at their times, Aaron's best lap so far is a minute .84, and
And look
Reece
how-
Tan's lap is a minute .4.
And
So-
I've got to point out, Taryn, Brody Curtis on that 400, you know, absolutely riding with inspiration.
he is riding the
He's
wheels off that thing.
he was actually catching the GP bike down through the S's, and
Yeah.
at the bottom of the hill, he's absolutely riding the wheels off it.
Yeah.
Can't be an easy thing to try to keep with a Moto 3 bike on a Ninja 400.
No.
But we'll see. It'd be interesting now to see the speed down the back straight between the two. It's not a huge difference.
The 400s actually have a fair bit of power, and you do end up
Oh, look
quite
at him
even.
on the
but it looks
brakes.
like he's
Look at this.
doing the overtake on Reece Tan.
Oh, it's Reece missed a gear, I think.
I reckon something has gone wrong in
He's-
that area. So Reece is going to have to try to claw back for this next lap.
I'd say he missed a gear there.
I
Lost
reckon.
all drive off the end of the straight.
And as that fatigue starts to set in, shifting down gears becomes quite hard for a lot of us. So we have 6 laps remaining. So after 14 laps, all these riders should be starting to feel it.
I dare say they would be.
You have to ride these bikes fairly hard in the corners and late on the braking zones, and it does really wear you out. I'm not sure how it compares to riding the big bikes of the 2 hour around here.
Yeah, well, I have done the 2 hour myself on a big bike, so I can't comment on what it's like to ride one of these little ones. So yeah, but the big bikes have got a lot of horsepower. They're heavy, so you typically you cop it in the especially certainly the shoulders across the top of the back. They take a lot of braking, and no doubt your little bikes take a lot of braking as well. But you know, you guys fly through those corners very, very quickly, and I'm sure it's still works you over.
Yes, indeed. I think both bikes will wear you out in different ways. And just watching Liam go through turn 1 there, he goes perfectly every single time. We're having a look at him go down through the S's now. Just showing everybody how it's done.
Yeah, and certainly heading up the hill now, it's a great part of the circuit. Anyone that's ridden a motorcycle around here, heading into Suckers at the top of the hill is one of the most challenging corners in Tasmania on our 2 racetracks.
If we can look at the top of the S's here, we've got Aaron Wade and Michael Regan, I think, going down the S's now.
Okay, what's the gap? Michael will be no doubt a lap behind Aaron, no doubt.
I think, but it looks like he's actually tacking onto him as they go up the hill.
Nothing like inspiration being passed by a faster rider.
Yeah, gives you something to chase for sure.
What is the gap between the first, second, and certainly Aaron Wade? You've got better eyes than me, Taryn. What's the gap between Aaron Wade and?
The gap is Aaron is 30 seconds behind Liam, and 7 seconds behind Aaron is Brody Curtis.
Okay, so Brody's been
He's been
riding
riding the
the
wheels off that
absolute
bike.
wheels off that 400.
And then 41 seconds behind the leader is Reece Tan.
Okay, so interesting. After that, whatever happens on that previous lap or so will go for Reece Tan. He hasn't seemed to recover to get back past Brody Curtis. He's just coming around now past the start finish. Just have a look at that time there for Reece. 102.2. So they're slowed up a little bit over the last couple of laps.
I tell you what, Michael Regan's been putting in an impressive effort here. He's just dropped his time to a 103 following Aaron Wade. So I think that toe has really helped him learn how to
go a bit faster.
wrestle one of these little bikes around the track.
It certainly does help when you have those faster riders. If you can just get on the back of them for a while, at least it does can be demoralising, but also can show you a few tricks.
So Mark de Jong is getting a bit of screen time at the moment with Liam Waters coming up behind him. I wonder how long he can hold Liam off.
Not for very long.
No, especially with this big old straight coming there. Mark offers Liam a nice little bit of a slipstream early on. And it looks like Mark's going to make a pass around the outside of Daniel Briggs. And hopefully he will make that stick.
Yes, he certainly has. I
And
think
he
he's
has.
probably put a lap on Daniel. I'm not quite sure there. Just trying to pick up where second place is for Aaron Wade, and just want to check that progress of Brodie Curtis.
It looks like Aaron Wade is coming off the back straight and into the sweeper now.
Yep.
And it looks like he's also in the lap traffic.
Yep, Brodie Curtis there, just passing Michael Regan, showing good speed around the sweeper here.
Aaron Wade up the inside of turn 1. And it looks like he is going to be pulling in Marek in probably the next couple of laps. So not very good for Marek. He's going to pick
get
up
lapped.
his game a bit.
He's, well, there's something to talk about later on when no doubt you have Frothy.
Yes, indeed. And we've got the checkered flag. Liam Waters is our winner. Geez, that 20 laps went quick.
It did. I thought we still had about 4 to go. Wow. So, wow, great ride from Liam Waters. Kept it very clean out front. He's got a very, very sizable gap. It looks like Aaron Wade's going to comfortably come through for second.
So we've got a few riders who are going to be a lap down, only a 19 lap lights.
Okay.
19 lapper.
Right.
But Aaron is still on the lead lap.
Yeah, Aaron Wade coming through now for
I
second
think.
place.
Second place to Aaron Wade.
And Brodie Curtis. What a great ride on the production Ninja 400.
Michael Regan just taking the checkered flag.
And Reece Tan.
And Reece Tan.
Looks like Reece might have had a bit of a mechanical gremlin creep in after that little incident.
He did do some good times. Both Aaron and Reece dropped into the minutes.
He was coming through really strong through that middle part of the race, and then after that incident out there, maybe a gear change has come loose or something, who would know, but he certainly lost a couple of seconds a lap after that.
It is quite likely that something has rattled loose as it always does. And, I remember a few years ago, I was riding my 125 and I wasn't the best at maintenance at the time, and I was probably on about lap 14 and suddenly I saw big bits of blue flying around and my front guard had fallen off.
Right.
Oh, it was an orange front guard actually.
Orange front guard.
Bits of orange started flying everywhere, and then a lap or two later, I think my foot peg come off, so I then couldn't shift many gears, but I thought, I can still get around, and then my radiator fell off and jammed my steering, and
Wow.
I think I made it to about lap 16, and that was it.
How does a radiator fall off a race bike?
Well, there's only one bolt holding it on.
Okay,
so,
right. I guess being a GP bike, they're very light and they're made for purely for racing. So, now what are you going back in your racing, Taryn? You've been doing this for a while now. So, do you prefer the Moto 3 4-stroke to ride over the 125 2-stroke?
It's definitely easier and makes you faster. The 125 is definitely the bike you want to be riding if you want to improve how you do things as a rider. Like if you need to be super clean, make sure your shifts are perfect every single time, because it will punish you so bad if you muck that up.
Yes, very little power out of the power band on the 125.
Yeah, whereas the Moto 3 has similar horsepower, maybe one or two more, but it's also got a lot more torque and down low. So if you are going into a corner in the wrong gear, it does save you, and you don't have as much of an effect from the mistake.
Yeah, and the 125 virtually, I'd say, under about 10,000 RPM, there'd be virtually zero power.
Yeah, I think you got about 6 horsepower at 8,000 RPM, and you start coming into your power band at about 10,
Yep, and then you have probably around the 45 to 50.
You've
bit
got
better.
about 40 horsepower, so you
40.
go six horsepower to 40 horsepower.
Yeah,
And
all
then
within 1,000 RPM.
Oh, you've got about 2,500. So you got from about 10,000 to 12,500 is where you want to be sitting on those bikes.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we didn't actually have any of them out here today because Aaron's has blown up and he seems to be the last person still holding on to the two-stroke life.
Well, they certainly do sound amazing. I've been fortunately, I've owned a few two-stroke bikes over the years, and I've always enjoyed riding them, but I've never raced one.
They are so much fun to race. There's just something different about them that
Have you had a road bike two-stroke before?
I haven't.
Haven't. Okay. So things like the little 250 RGVs, or never ridden one?
I've never ridden one on the road. I would very much like to, because I can imagine they'd be immense amounts of fun.
I can certainly say they are. They're a great little thing. I had a little KR1 250 years ago. That was an amazing little bike.
Yeah.
Very super light and good power. They had a little bit of power out of the band because they were a 250 twin, but still like to be in that sweet spot. And they came on nice around 8 as a road bike, but really nice to ride. And then later on, I had an RG 500, which was just an awesome bike.
That would have been a lot of fun.
Oh, they were look, back in the day when they were released, they didn't have huge horsepower, but the way they made power and just the stigma of like the 500cc, the GP sort of replica thing, it was just really fun to ride. I unfortunately crashed mine, which was easy to do because I had quite a aggressive power delivery, I guess, for the era, but a really small rear tyre. So yeah, you could sort of, they'd encourage you to ride them hard, and then of course they didn't have a lot of grip. So anyway, fun and games.
I actually went for a test ride the other day on a Ducati Scrambler, and being a test ride, obviously you want to go as hard as possible before you buy it. So
So you brought it out to the that's perfect, Taryn, out to the racetrack for a run.
I didn't go over any limits or anything like that, but there were a few big drifts on some gravel roads, and then blasting out of some corners on that thing. It was a lot of fun, and I remember thinking, geez, this thing handles pretty much as well as a Moto 3.
That's a big call.
It was a big call because it was so low and it had the big bars.
Yep.
I thought it was a hell of a lot of fun, really.
Do you own? I haven't actually asked. Do you actually ride on the road much or not?
No, the road scares me.
Okay.
I went for that little road ride, and I did have a lot of fun.
So you do obviously have your road licence then, yeah?
Yes. But I think just keeping it to the track, especially with all these pizza ovens on the side of the road now, I don't think I'd have my licence for too long if I did it on the regular.
Pizza ovens. Okay, yeah, I like. That's yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. Fairly new addition to the roads.
They are. I reckon I've probably got a couple of tickets in the mail as we speak.
Right. Is that from your test ride?
No. That my van unfortunately has a number plate on the front, so.
I think you'll find these modern pizza ovens probably photograph you from each side, but anyway, we won't.
Jeez, I hope not.
Well, you'll find out, I guess. Maybe the hard way, but.
Yeah, but
we might take a quick break, Taryn. We've just got an ambulance leaving the circuit, so just while they're getting that sorted, we'll have a quick drinks break, and we'll be back very shortly.
Legends. I'll come back. I need to grab a battery anyway, and I'll grab a fan. I need to get another one. I've got 75 minutes. I'll go grab one for you, Pete.
All right, Chris, welcome back.
Thanks, Rod. Nice lights 20 lapper there. I certainly enjoyed it from spectating down there on the hill. Nice to get up close to the action.
Yeah, it was a good race. It's a shame our guest commentator, Taran Ocean, who had an incident yesterday.
Yeah,
he missed out because he was certainly showing good form on Friday. So
he certainly was. He's certainly challenging Liam Waters, but unfortunately, we know what happened. Would have been great to see him in the lights 20, but I guess the main thing is the big race up next.
Yeah, here we are, the 8th 2-hour endurance race at Baskerville Raceway.
So 2 o'clock is the official start time. Of course, the bikes will be coming out and lined up against the Armco railing there on the inside of the track a little before then, because it's a Le Mans start, so different to what you've seen during the day, where the bikes line up and there's the red light, and then they go. So this one, the bikes are lined up on the inside of the track. The riders are on the outside of the track. You'll see that the bikes are being held upright by their teammate or one of the pit crew. So when the flag is raised to start the race, the riders will sprint across the track, jump onto their bikes, hit the starter motor. Hopefully the bike fires, and we've seen issues with that in the past.
Yes, we won't mention names, but my old girl certainly wouldn't start after the warm-up lap.
Yeah, but look, it's a really nervous time for riders. It's inside your helmet over there. It's just deadly quiet, and you know what you have to do, but it's foreign to you because you're used to sitting on the bike with all the engines revving around you. So it's quite a nervous time, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. I have, and like yourself, Chris, we've participated in this race in the past, but I don't believe I've ever done the start, so I've always done the second part. So yeah, I've never done the sprint across the short sprint across the track to jump on the bike. just look at getting some direction from Sean Patmore. Okay. All right. We'll take that on board. Thank you, Sean.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. Yeah. So it's definitely this race that it's about to start. Chris Price and myself. It's a concept that we came up with in 2013, I believe. Coming back from Perth.
Yeah, well, that's right. We did a lot of miles travelling around the mainland to different racetracks, and had a lot of time to think about what we like about racing and what seems to have been successful over the years. And what appeared to be missing here in Tassie at the time was a significant feature race, including a great enduro. 2 hours seemed about right for this racetrack. And it includes 600s and 1000s because the consensus is that there's really not much between them, particularly over a couple of hours. The 600s you'll find will be aiming to only do one fuel stop. The 1000s typically have to do two. Tyre wear is a major issue. There may be some teams down there considering changing tyre, but the conditions right now will play a part. If that sun comes out, it might mean less grip, it might mean burning up the tyres more. You're probably pretty familiar with what teams are thinking there, Rod?
Oh, for sure. It's you've got to go with a strategy that's going to see you make the 2 hours, and you're dead right. It's one of the great things about the race that 2 hour. It's not a sprint race. It's not a full endurance race. It's somewhere in the middle. So you've got that fuel stop. You've got tyre concerns, and it's a short track. It's pretty physical. We've all raced around here. We know you don't get a rest. Typically on a longer circuit, you might have a bit of a breather on the straight, but here, especially on a 1000cc bike, the straight's short and there is quite an undulating hump which you've got to navigate the front wheel over. So it's a very physical circuit, and you start doing upwards of 50-60 laps in your riding stint. It's very difficult.
Yeah, just managed to get around a few of the teams during the Lights 20 lapper just to see how they're going, and you can certainly feel the nerves, the pressure starting to build. Everyone's trying to stay calm, but they know what's coming, and I think you can relate. The build up to an event like this is a pretty anxious time. The butterflies in the stomach. Oh,
absolutely. Having raced myself and racing this event, incredibly nervous, almost sick feeling in the stomach, very light feeling in the tummy. Yeah, and you think about how it's a difficult thing to do. So my hat goes off. There's some competitors here today. I take my hat off to them that are doing it solo. That is just a phenomenal effort, and we've seen riders in the past that have done it completely spent at the end. And track conditions today with the weather, it's warmer than what we've seen in previous 2 hours. So you're going to have to think of hydration and things like that during the race.
Yeah, well, keep an eye on bikes as they pit, and you see the rider get off, and often you'll see them struggle to actually stand up. Because riding these bikes around, you're using a lot of leg strength, and it's like being in a permanent squat position for an hour. It's really physical, and as I say, as riders get off, sometimes they'll almost fall over because your legs are struggling to actually extend.
Yeah, I certainly found it very hard to walk after riding for extended time around here.
Yeah, if you're not that familiar with motorcycle racing, you might think it looks like you're just going along for the ride and turning the throttle and pulling the brake on, but you're really physically manhandling these bikes around. You're putting a lot of personal effort into changing their direction, and it is, as Rod said before, it's a really physical thing to do. And I think the interesting thing about the endurance race is that it's a different style of riding for riders. They're familiar with the sprint race, which is 8 laps, and typically that's very aggressive. You go out there full of adrenaline and you're putting maximum physical effort into each lap. You simply can't afford to do that over 2 hours.
No, definitely not.
I think what a lot of riders find is, 15 to 20 laps into the race, they simply are so tired they can't continue to ride like that, and it forces them to start to relax. And the lap times actually start to come back to them because they're riding the bike differently. They're flowing with it. They're not putting as much physical effort into it. It's a different style of riding.
Yeah, it certainly is. It would be totally impossible to ride at a sprint race pace for the whole time. No one's that fit. So there's certainly riders here that are extremely fit, but it's just not possible to ride for 2 hours or even an hour at full race pace.
Yeah, well, even though we have some cloud cover, it's still warm out there. I think it's going to be a tough 2 hours for these teams. Speaking of teams, it's probably worth just quickly running through our entrants for for this weekend. So most of you would already be aware that there are the two classes running. That's the Tas Superbike, which are the 1000cc machines, and Tas Super Sport, which is the 600s. But the 600 machines can cross-enter into the Superbike as well. So they can actually take out both trophies. Reason is, as we said before, the 600s are very competitive around here. So if they want to pay the entry money and enter in the 600, the Superbikes, then they can. And there are 3 teams that have done that. That's the Matthew Long and Marcus Delaney entry on a Yamaha R6. We have Jesse Woods and Hamish Sellers also on a Yamaha R6, and Mitchell Hawksley and Ryan Taylor on a CBR 600. We have seen a 600 win in the past, Rod.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we've had a 600 win.
That was Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley a couple of years ago.
Was it last year?
Year before, I think it was.
I think it was last year. We had very mixed weather conditions.
You could be right.
Last year. We had, I think the weather played into their hand very well. You know, we've seen everything here in this race previously. We've had floods, we've had rainstorms, we've had terrible winds with marquees being lifted off the ground, so we've seen it all.
So
today it's going to be probably a little bit more consistent for the riders if the weather stays like this.
So just running through the entrance, Rod, probably, I don't have the order of qualifying here, but I guess team 1 from Superpole yesterday, you might just want to give a bit of commentary on each rider. So Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston.
Okay, well, Mike Jones, he's one of our fly-in riders. Just last weekend won his 3rd Australian Superbike Championship. So a lot of people that have been here before are well familiar with Mike coming down here to race. It's an event he loves, and we're really glad to see him come down. Jeremy Huddleston, who's a local rider, who's
B-grade champion.
B-grade champion, and yeah, he's really starting to come to terms with the bigger bike after spending many years on a Moto3 bike.
They're on a 2020 Yamaha R1, and they qualified yesterday with a 53.1987. Very, very close to the outright lap record. I think Mike admitted that he just ran a little bit wide into turn 1, otherwise it would have been a lap record.
Potentially.
The second place team yesterday was Jed Metcher and Brett Simmons. They went through at a 54.0678. Now they've actually swapped machines. They were entered on a 2019 Honda CBR 1000, but that's had an electrical problem. So another competitor has offered them his bike. That's Chris McGrath has offered his Kawasaki ZX10. So I think that's still running around with number 20 on it, unless they have changed it. That should have been number 19. So, Rod, quick one on Jed Metcher and Brett Simmons.
Okay, well, Jed Metcher, another of the mainland competitors here. Former 2011 Superstock 600 champion in Europe. So, you know, Jed can certainly ride a motorcycle. Recently been campaigning in the Australian Superbike Championship. And then we've got our local multi-champion Brett Simmons, who is the current lap record holder of the circuit.
Yes, he is. Both riders having to adapt to a new bike, and as you were saying yesterday, it's actually got a road shift pattern rather than the race shift, so it's going to be a little bit for them to get used to. Brett hasn't done many laps on this bike yet, and just looking down there in pit lane, it looks like it may be Brett who's going out
to start
first.
The race.
Mike Jones looks like he will go first for the Jones-Huddleston team.
Yes.
Interesting to see 2 superbikes being wheeled around. They're not doing the siding lap. That will all be about saving fuel.
Absolutely. I reckon the amount of fuel they would squeeze into those tanks would be down to the last 5 mil, I would think.
Now, what they're going to have to be careful of here is that they retain enough heat in the tyre, because they're both going to be getting away quickly, and it doesn't matter how experienced you are, you can be caught out by a cold tyre.
So I'm not sure where they're going to exit into the track here, but okay, yep, we're coming through the normal entryway.
And the third place team yesterday in qualifying, Ted Collins and Jason Spencer on bike 72, the Honda CBR 1000. Ted's an ASBK competitor and certainly one of the ex-Australian Supersport champion, I believe, regular front runner in the Victorian Championship class. And of course, Jason Spencer, one of the front runners here locally, holds the 600cc outright lap record. So no end of talent in this field.
No, and it's looking at Mike Jones, they're doing a couple of stretches. We know Mike's very fit, but not leaving anything to chance, just giving the legs a bit of a stretch.
Absolutely amazing to see fourth place bike there as the first of the 600s, Matthew Long. Exceptional pace this weekend in sprint races and in qualifying.
We're not too far away, Chris, from the start.
Not at all. So that bike will get through on one fuel stop. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this race unfolds. As I said, very nervous time at the moment for these riders, very focused on what needs to be done, but it's not until you get on the bike and get underway that those nerves start to settle a little bit.
So Sean Patmore there, just marshalling everybody into position.
The bright Hawaiian shirt, can't be missed.
Can't be missed. It's been a hallmark or a trademark of Sean's at the racetrack to wear similar attire for many, many years. Okay, so what's going on here?
Probably just testing the run across the track and jump onto the bike. Which side you're going to go. Sometimes we've seen riders, two riders try to go for the same gap and collide, or
we've even seen people slip over it.
We have.
Taking off from the grass there and have gone flat on their face onto the track. So
the thing is that every part of this race has to be thought through. You don't want to mess up anywhere. You don't want to lose time anywhere.
Yes, and let's hope all the competitors have rehearsed the pit stop, because very easy way of losing the race if you don't get that correct.
We're getting very, very close, so we might be quiet for a second, Rod. Let the riders focus on what they need to do and focus in on this very exciting Le Mans start.
Okay, Chris, we're away.
First bike looks to be Ted Collins, Matt Long, Brett Simmons. So remember, Brett's unfamiliar with this bike in third place. Ted Collins has done enough laps around here now, so he's going to be the early pace setter. Mike Jones, he's back there in about 6th and 7th. It looked like he struggled to get the R1 fired up, but Ted Collins is the early pace setter up the hill for the first time. 2 hours ahead of them, Rod.
Yes, it's a long race, Chris.
See how this field settles in, and I think that's the important thing. For these opening laps, riders just need to settle down, feel the bike out.
Yes, especially with this type of start, because bike's sitting there with tyres getting cold, so they're going to take a couple of laps for the heat to get back into the tyres.
And the other thing that people need to be aware of is these bikes are running full fuel tanks. In a sprint race, they don't. They do handle differently with full tank, so it takes a bit of getting used to as well. Mike Jones making light work so far of Ryan Taylor and John O'Hughes, looking to go up the inside of Matty Long. Does that quite comfortably. But Ted Collins is the man at the moment. Pulled out a little gap over Brett Simmons. That's not alarming at all. Brett does need to familiarise himself with this machine, and we know Brett will do that.
It's also got to contend with the road shift, which is not what he's used to. Can't be easy to keep your head thinking about shifting the correct direction and opposite to what you're normally used to.
Mike Jones now on the back of Brett Simmons, so I'd expect a potential overtake down the straight this time as Brett still comes to terms with this bike. Got no shortage of speed, the Kawasaki, but under brakes, as you'd expect, a bit more familiar. Mike Jones up the inside of Brett, so now what can Mike Jones do about Ted Collins?
so far this weekend we've seen Mike certainly showing everybody the way. And,
Oh, a bit of rubbing there between, I think that's not Lockie Curtis, I think up against. Oh, I tell you what, that's tied early on. She's a long race, fellas.
yeah, there's plenty of only at the start of the second lap.
Yeah, well, the adrenaline's on board, but as we keep saying, you've got 2 hours ahead of you when you really do need to make sure you stay out of trouble and get through.
Settle in and enjoy the ride, so they say.
So the race order at the moment, it's showing us Jason Spencer on bike 1. I think it's his teammate, Ted Collins. Then we have Mike Jones, Brett Simmons. I think that's Mitch Hawksley in 4th, is it? No, we've got Matty Long.
That's Matthew Long in 4th.
Oh, look at these riders coming through. Got Chip Sellers,
Chip
John
Sellers.
O'Hughes.
Just Jason Wiley or in there as well.
So that's Lockie Curtis from Mitch Hawksley.
That must be Chad Wiley, I think, just going up the inside there.
I think it could be. So these guys want to be a bit careful. It's nice riding in company because the toes are long, but you don't want to be too close at this early stage.
And a good battle of the 600cc bikes there.
Now keep an eye out at the front. Oh, Brad Hughes coming into the pits early. I'm not sure what's up there, but that certainly isn't intended. Let's hope. Well, I'm assuming because he's going to pit lane and not back into the pits proper, it's only a minor adjustment.
Just back to the front, Chris. Mike Jones has made very serious inroads into the lead, and he's looked like he's challenging here into through turn 1 into turn 2.
Yes, looking pretty comfortable there, Mike. The guys want to be a little bit careful not to let Mike get into his rhythm because we know what sort of pace he's capable of.
Yes, well, definitely that's the strategy that they've got for this race, is to go as hard as they can. Mike uses fitness, but whether there's going to be, the fuel stops are going to be the issue here with the R1. Well,
there's no doubt they're going to be doing 2 stops, and I expect every 1,000 out there will be. Not really sure what's going on with the Brad Hughes machine. There's not a lot of action going on, so yeah, there is now. Changing a rear tyre by the looks of it.
Just back to the lead. Mike Jones there has gone into the lead, down the back straight.
So it's going to be very interesting to see what sort of time Mike settles into now.
Just checking the previous lap for Mike Jones, a 53.17. So
53.17. That's almost a lap record.
53.17. Yep. That was on the previous lap, actually.
There you go, an endurance race and almost an outright lap record. So are these guys messing around? No, they're not.
If that did happen, Chris, it'd be surprising, but considering there's the hardest tyre in the back of that bike, so.
Yeah, of course, he's got to consider that that tyre's got 2 hours of hard work ahead of it, so, and I'm sure Mike knows that full well. He'll be managing that bike as he needs to get through to the flag, because it does need to be in a position to be able to sprint at the end.
Yeah, a 53.32 that time for Mike Jones, and a 54.02. The bike in second.
So the question now in Ted Collins' mind is, what do I do? Do I try and chase? Or do we... It's a challenging time for a rider because you don't know how the race is going to play out until you win it.
No, and then there's all sorts of other variables as well. So potential rider incidents, red flags, yellow flags.
Now what's interesting here is Matt Long on the 600 is actually on the back wheel of Brett Simmons on the Kawasaki ZX10. Speaks to the fantastic riding that Matt's doing this weekend, and of course that Brett's still coming to terms with that loaned bike. But back at the front, Mike Jones looking across the line again. He's going to go through at a 53.58, so that looks to be the sweet spot, low to mid 53s.
That's a pretty quick pace to be going for a long time if he continues this up.
Absolutely incredible. So question is, how is that going to affect the tyre? So run through the race order. So we've got Mike Jones on bike 1, then Ted Collins, Brett Simmons, Matty Long on the bike 23. That's the first of the 600s. Then we've got Lockie Curtis doing a sensational job. That's a Suzuki GSXR 600. John O'Hughes riding solo. That's a Triumph 675. Mitchell Hawksley onto CBR 600. Chad Wiley on a Yamaha R6. Peter Bellchambers on a GSXR 600. Jesse Woods. I think that's actually his teammate, Hamish Sellers. That's a Yamaha R6. Wade Schrader on a Yamaha R1. And Matt Carey on a Kawasaki ZX6R. So there are 12 bikes on track at the moment. The gap now out to 2.7 seconds between leader Mike Jones and Ted Collins. Big shout out to our sponsors again, Motorworks Motorcycles and Michelin race tyres, or road tyres as well, of course. Thanks for their valuable support for this hosting this event. Also a big shout out to everyone who's watching on our live stream, and hoping you're enjoying the Michelin Motorworks 2022 Baskerville 2 Hour. While we're speaking to those viewing, I say a big hello also to those that have been to the racetrack before, previous visitors to Baskerville or the 2 Hour, maybe previous race winner Kyle Buckley might be tuned in, or I think even Lincoln Sutherland might be having a look. So hi guys, great to see you back here again one day.
Certainly would be.
So looks like Brett Simmons now on, spinning up a little bit, the Kawasaki ZX10, just starting to gap Matty Long as Brett's becoming a little bit more familiar with the bike. Brett saying he was uncharacteristically nervous before this race. Goes to show it doesn't matter how much experience you have, it still gets to you.
Absolutely. Brett's probably done a million laps around this circuit. Been riding here for around about 20 years, I guess. Done a lot of riding around Baskerville Raceway. Just looking at the 600 guys there, Chris, just go up the hill. Lockie Curtis and John O'Hughes having a ding-dong battle on the 600s.
There's a few battles starting to play out, Rod.
And I'll tell you what, Chris, we're not far from seeing Mike Jones encountering lap traffic.
Yeah, or running those sort of lap times, no wonder. Of course, his lap times are going to start to drop off a little bit as he needs to navigate lap traffic.
Yeah, still a 53.72 on the last lap for Mike, so still running a very good pace. But yeah, Mike Jones now just coming down into the braking marker there, Chris, at the end of the straight, so just about to encounter the back markers for the first time.
Great to see Brad Hughes back on track. Yeah, you want to be careful in there. Things could get a little bit tight. It's,
That's Matt Carey and Wade Schrader there, just being passed by Mike Jones.
Yeah, Mike's certainly wise to the hazards of navigating lap traffic. He knows that it needs to be cautious because it can end your race pretty quickly if you get it wrong.
Just looking at the gap there between Brett Simmons in third and Matthew Long. Brett's starting to get that gap out to around about 4 or 5 seconds now. So Matthew Long a few laps ago, Chris, was maybe only a dozen bike lengths from Brett Simmons, but that's now starting to stretch the other direction. Brett's slowly coming to terms with that loaned ZX10.
As I say, no surprise. Bit of a battle here. Who's that? Josh Rees and Wade Schrader coming through the chute at the moment over the start-finish line. So nice little battle between the two of those. Josh Rees teamed with Matt Carey, but Wade Schrader on bike 420, he's riding solo, so he's probably thinking about what it takes to get to the end of this race, more so than pushing too hard too soon.
Yeah, well, Wade did this last year. He did attempt the solo effort. I don't think, did he make it all the way to the end? I can't remember, Chris. I thought he did about an hour and a half and was completely exhausted.
I think that could be right, but sorry, just changing tack there for a moment, Rod. I noticed Brett Simmons had his left hand off the handlebar, either trying to adjust something on the left-hand side of the bike coming over the start-finish line or indicating that there was an issue.
Okay.
So keep a close eye on that. His lap times are still fine, but just want to make sure there's no early problem for the Simmons machine. Well, Ted Collins up the inside of Peter Bellchambers into one. So the gap now out to 7.6 seconds. So what they'll be mindful of is at the change, it'll be Jeremy Huddleston jumping on the lead bike, and then Jason Spencer jumping on bike 2. And Jason's going to have to try and reduce that margin, because at the end of the race, if it's Mike Jones back on the lead bike, the way it's looking is no one's going to match his pace unless there is a significant change in tyre wear or something unforeseen.
Yes, well, that's what we've seen in the past, Chris, at previous events. It's also crucial on that on those rear tyres, very punishing for 2 hours around here. So managing the tyre, managing the fuel, you know, what strategy do you work to? Is it flat out, or do you conserve? Go for the extra stop, or just try to get through on one? So some thousands will make it through on a single fuel stop, but majority of the more higher horsepower ones will need to do a splash and a dash there somewhere towards the end.
That's right. So getting to the stage of the race now where some riders will be starting to feel that fatigue. As we were saying earlier, you have to transition between a sprint race style and an endurance race style. Not that you know it from the way Mike Jones is riding, but I think it just speaks to his level of experience and the amount of riding he does, that he doesn't really have one style or the other. But for a lot of the locals, they'll start to, as you say, just tire from the physical input, and they're going to have to start to relax a little.
Yeah, well, also too, Chris, if you reflect on ASBK level racing, you know, the races there are typically a lot longer. So, you know, this early on into the race for Mike, it's more exactly like an ASBK race. So, where, you know, the local club races here are used to shorter races, so they will be feeling it, no doubt. And at some point, you know, they've just got to get in that conservation mode and just bring it home. Just trying to see how many laps in we've been. So we've gone 14, just nearly getting close to 15 minutes in. So still 1 hour and 46 to go. A long way to the finish line.
And that's the thing about this race. Even up to the last lap, things tend to happen. So if you think it's looking like a foregone conclusion, let me show you it is definitely not. There's a lot to happen yet.
Yeah, let's look at Mike Jones there coming through some traffic into turn 1. Just on our monitor as well. An exciting part of the circuit. He's catching some more lap traffic as you drop down the hill, down through the S's.
As we said, he needs to be very careful navigating his way around.
You see the big difference here between the R1 and acceleration up the hill here compared to the 600s that are next to him. So he's just threading it through there, taking it easy. That's Lockie Curtis and Jonathan Hughes there that he's got to get past. But, once we get onto the back straight here, it's around about a half a kilometre long straight, and the R1 there, lots of straight line speed as it comes down the straight.
So the lead 600 still Matty Long just going up at the top of the S's at the moment. Doing a grand job actually right there, still behind Brett Simmons. So let's have a look at Brett's lap times.
Yeah, those gaps stayed about the same between those two, Chris, for the last 4 or 5 laps.
Well look, Brett's fastest lap, 55.3. Last lap through was a 56.88. So I'd be thinking that there's something amiss with that bike. I don't want to sound the alarm too soon, but unless he had some lap traffic in there, that might be the case. I just thought, given that he had his hand off the handlebar a couple of laps back, let's keep an eye on this lap and see what it is.
He's just coming through there now, through the chute on the ZX10.
So Brett Simmons goes through 56.89. It's not the pace that's going to win this race. Well, I can't say won't. It's unlikely.
Yes, well, Mike Jones is now coming through, dropping into turn 2 now, so he's not too far from catching Brett Simmons there.
And what will be critical here is if Mike does put a lap up, then that reduces this effect of any red flag, because in a red flag, the race will be stopped and all the margins compress again. Okay, so just had an update. Apparently something fell off the bike at the bottom of the hill. So what that is potentially on the racetrack.
You're talking about the ZX10 of Simmons entry? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
So I can see something sitting on the track. What it is, I don't know, but if that came off their bike, then that's put a big dent in their hopes. Because clearly it is affecting Brett at the moment.
Yes, and as we can see, the Matthew Long entry there is actually starting to catch them ahead, so that gap's been reduced from around 5 seconds down to about a second and a half.
What'll be interesting, right, is to see if that's something they can rectify at the first pit stop. I'm sure the team are thinking very hard about that.
We've got looks like an oil flag out there.
Well, it's a lack of adhesion flag.
Lack of adhesion
because
flag.
there's a part
Okay.
lying on the track.
Right. So I wonder what that could be. If you can see it from here, it has to be a sizable part of a motorcycle, maybe a fairing panel or something.
Well, as I said, Brett had his left hand off the handlebar, either looking for something or indicating something over the start-finish line a few laps back. So I don't know. We can't tell, but all we know is that it seems to be having an impact on them. So Rod, when do you think we might see some of the early pit stops?
Well, I think they'll. I don't know if we'll have early pit stops. I think we'll see people trying to maximise as much as they can out of that first tank of fuel. I would imagine we'll start seeing bikes coming in around that between 50 and 55 minutes, typically on the thousands, where the 600 riders will probably around that 60-minute mark. I guess it'll come down to their chosen fuel strategy on the bigger bikes. But I think if it was me, I'd be looking to get as much out of that first stint as possible.
So you're right, Matthew Long has started to pull Brett Simmons back in. So there's no doubt at all that Brett is struggling. I just can't imagine what it could be. It's causing that problem. I wonder if... it's impossible to tell.
It's very impossible to tell from here. So, as we can see, Mike Jones there is... he's now only about 20 or 30 bike lengths behind those two, so it won't be long and he'll be putting a lap on the Simmons entry.
Yeah, so as I was saying before, in the case of a red flag where the race is paused, all the gaps between riders are compressed again. But if you're a lap up, then you stay. Well, if you're a lap down, you stay a lap down, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, it makes it very difficult to unlap yourself.
So Matty Long is through on Brett Simmons, so that's important. And Mike Jones right behind. So Brett's not even challenging Matt. He knows that he's riding with a problem. And there you go. Mike Jones puts a lap up on one of his main rivals. And so too Matthew Long in front. That 600, remember, is only going to pit once. The 1000 of the Yamaha R1 of Mike Jones has to pit twice. So that's critical as well, that he's about to put a lap on Matthew Long.
Getting some more information here, Chris, about what potentially came off the bike. It sounds like it's the gear lever. So that's going to make things, that'll explain, well, that will explain exactly why the pace will drop, because he'll be stuck in one gear for the whole lap, and that's not an ideal way of getting around the circuit.
No, not at all.
Just have to have a look at his foot here as he's coming into the end of the straight, just see if we can see any gear changes. It appears that he's not changing gears.
Question is, what gear is he in? Well, I heard him change down there, I thought.
No.
It's turn one, no?
No change. So I'd say he's probably either stuck in third or fourth gear, which will explain the lack of drive up the hill. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, that's tragic for so early on. It will overcome one problem, having to remember which way the shift pattern is.
Yes.
You won't have to deal with that at all.
Well, we've seen this happen before, actually, on my bike, going back to 2015 with Mike Jones and Robbie Bugden sharing the bike. They actually ground the gear lever off and it fell off. So they still managed to win the race that year. The lean angles that Mike was generating, I think, destroyed the gear lever after about 50 laps, and during the pit stop, Robbie Bugden manually selected third gear, and that's how he rode the race. So a bit slow down the straight, but they managed to bring it home. So if he's stuck in fourth gear, it's probably going to be a real struggle to get that drive off the slower corners. But you know, maybe in the pit stop, if they can manually get it into third, they may have, you know, some sort of way of salvaging it from here.
Yeah, how did they do that? Look, there's another Kawasaki ZX-10 up there. Maybe they could replace it. And is it worth it? That's something the team are going to have to work out. And if they have one, is it better to call him in now while there's most of the race remaining?
Yeah, that's one of the strategies I guess you've got to work out. You know, the team, if that's the case, the team in here, they're probably not aware what the problem is. But Brett's pushing on. Certainly don't appear to be seeing any gear changes, so I'd say that information that's come through is correct. I think, Chris, how we changed the gear back in 2015 on my Honda was a set of multi-grips.
Those
quickly put it into the right gear. And
I don't think we left them on there for the race, though.
No, just change it from fourth to third with the multi-grips, and away they went.
So I guess just to recap on the race order at the moment, Mike Jones now has a 15-second lead over Ted Collins. Then we're back to Matthew Long, the first of the 600s, and obviously P3 outright. Brett Simmons still holding down P4. Then it is Hamish Sellers on the number 57 Yamaha R6. Then Jonathan Hughes riding solo on the number 7 Triumph Daytona 675. Into bike 52, Mitchell Hawksley, Honda CBR 600. And bike 82, Lockie Curtis, GSX-R 600. Bike 126 is Chad Wiley riding with his dad, Jason Wiley, but it's Chad in the seat at the moment, so that's a Yamaha R6. Josh Rees it is next on bike 61. That's a Kawasaki ZX-6R. Then we've got bike 88, Peter Bellchambers on a GSX-R 600. Bike 420, Wade Schrader on a Yamaha R1. And bike 111, Brad Hughes on a Honda CBR 1000. But we saw Brad pitted early. He was looking at the rear wheel. I didn't actually see if he managed to change a tyre or there was just some issue that could easily resolve. But he's back on track.
He is, and Chris, just looking at the Wiley entry, I think it actually is Jason on the bike.
It is Jason, is it? I thought it was Chad, but...
It does look, just coming down the back straight now, and looking at the riding style, it does look like it's Dad on the bike, not son.
Interesting.
But,
sorry, you go, Rod.
Yeah, if you have a look here, Chris, coming around the sweeper now, just coming through the chute, it does look like the style of Jason Wiley.
Well, that's John O'Hughes crossing the line at the moment from Mitch Hawksley.
John O'Hughes. White bike, white leathers, but when he appears...
We've got Brad Hughes, and then that's Lockie Curtis on bike 82 crossing the line. No, I think that is Chad Wiley. It looks like Chad, and that's certainly the early gossip I got from the team. That,
no, you're right, sorry. I think I was looking at the incorrect motorcycle. Very easy to do from up here, especially with my eyes.
At that time, Jason Wiley looked pretty relaxed, sitting back in a reclining seat, thinking Chad can go first.
Well, Chad should probably do as many laps as possible and just take it easy for his dad.
Just draw your attention to Ted Collins, rounding up Brett Simmons. Wow, that's got a little bit tight through the S's. But Ted now putting a lap up on that bike, and again, that was obviously one of the main contenders for this weekend. So again, it would be interesting to know what it was and whether or not it could be resolved. And is it worth coming in now to try and fix it, or leave Brett out there for the full 50 minutes?
Just going to check the Mike Jones just been across the line again, a 53.99 on that last lap, Chris. That's the 30th lap of the race.
That appears to be the sweet spot for him. Started off in the low 53s, but now settled into that high 53 bracket.
Yes, 53.17 on lap 5, but still circulating in the high 53s. Is a very, very competitive time here.
Oh, it's a sensational time. It's only within a second of the outright lap record, so to be doing that in a 2-hour endurance race, tyres getting hot, suspension getting hot. Mitch Hawksley just crossing the line on bike 52. He's reigning 600cc state champion. 57.91. It's a bit off the pace for Mitch. I think Mitch has run high 54s before. Right?
Yes, definitely.
So not quite sure what's going on there, whether or not they're running to a different strategy or there's something with the bike he's not comfortable with.
Oh, it's more than likely hot and just conserving energy, so should be hot work out there. It's not as warm as yesterday, where we got up to high 20s, but it's probably early 20s today, and a nice bit of patchy clouds, so it shouldn't be too bad under the leathers.
So Brett Simmons just coming down through the S's at the moment, caught up with a couple of 600s there. Looks like Hamish Sellers looking to try and get past Brett, so there's no doubt that he's struggling with that.
Yeah, just looking at them going up through suckers there. Hamish is all over the back of Brett there, but Brett's getting, he was getting a good drive up the hill, so I really can't work out what's going on with the bike, whether it is the gear change, but it doesn't appear we're seeing anything moving with his foot.
We've certainly got some speed down the straight. Look at, I tell you what, Hamish Sellers up the inside of, who was that? Who's the other rider in the group?
It's Bell Chambers?
Or is it, it's James Ryan on the Peter Bell Chambers bike, isn't it? Or is it is Peter, sorry. It is Peter Bell Chambers. So let's keep an eye on Brett and see if he does actually manage to change gear. A bit hard from this angle because the gear change is on the left-hand side of the machine, obviously. But he's certainly holding up Hamish Sellers through the S's.
Yeah, look at that Hamish on the 600 there, and wasn't disgraced up the hill where normally the ZX10 would show it a clean heel.
And there he goes. He's up the inside of Brett Simmons into Calvin. So I expect the ZX10 to go back past down the straight, that being 1000cc. And sure enough, it does. Now, whether or not Hamish is going to have another go at him.
Doesn't appear to be.
It also doesn't appear that Brett's downshifting, so it probably confirms what you said, Rod, that there is no gear lever on that bike. It's so hard to see going over the start-finish line.
Yeah, based on that, you'd imagine he's stuck in fourth gear, if that's the case, because it's definitely got some speed down the back straight when it gets up towards the end of the straight anyway.
Yeah, and the reason he's probably slow through here is that being in a tall gear, it's a slow corner and hard to actually manage the...
Yeah, you have a lot of torque there, which is going to spin the tyre up and lower the RPM.
So it's probably not too far before we're going to start to see some early pit stops. How many laps down are we there, Rod?
We have Mike Jones, the leader, completed 34 laps. Just clicked over 30 minutes into the race, so still an hour and 30 to go. So plenty of time for riders to still settle in, and plenty of time for things to change. But I think Mike Jones will probably run that through as close as he can to the hour.
Well, interestingly, a bit of feedback from the pits is it's only a knee slider.
Right. Okay.
Surely not. He's certainly struggling with something else on the bike then if it's only a knee slider.
I guess it'll upset your riding if the way Brett rides.
But if that's the case, again, wouldn't it be better to pull him in and put Jed on the bike? Got a bike running off at the end of the back straight there. Kept it upright. I'm not sure what happened. But I expect there'll be some yellow flags out there in a moment. Hopefully they can get back on track. Two bikes coming through, so they need to be very careful of that. And back on track, so that's great.
Trying to work out who that is, actually.
I think that could be Lockie Curtis, is it?
Yes, it is, Lockie Curtis.
And still have Hamish Sellers and Brett Simmons behind. So hard to say what happened there. It could be a bit of fatigue. It could just be...
Yes, could have outbraked himself.
Yeah, that's right. That's all possible.
Down the back straight.
So Hamish is going to be pretty keen to get past here because he's trying to get away from Brett.
So Lockie Curtis is probably the longest he's ridden a motorcycle in a race. in his short career. So, you know, it's not easy to do. He's done 30 odd minutes in, and he's probably feeling the heat of it. So used to, as we know, Chris, a lot of the riders are used to short races.
Well, it's also not just physically tiring, it's psychologically tiring. Your mind starts to wander.
Can do, for sure.
And you've got to force yourself to focus. And those sort of things can cause, as you said, an error where you can outbreak yourself. So we're not sure what happened to Lockie. But it looks like Homie Sellers there, just going up into turn 2 at the moment, is starting to maybe gap at Brett Simmons a tiny bit.
I just had a look at Brett's left leg as he came through, and there appears to be no knee slider on his left leg. So that will certainly slow him down.
Mike Jones just coming up there behind. Oh, be careful there, Mike. I think it's John O'Hughes, is it? Looks like the Triumph.
Yeah, I think there's Jonathan Hughes on the 675.
Yep, the R1 making light work of it up the hill, as you'd expect. Ted Collins is crossing the line, overtaking Chad Wiley. So the gap back is 26 seconds now between Mike Jones and Jason Spencer.
Ted Collins.
Sorry, yeah, showing us Jason Spencer on the timing screen, but it's actually Ted Collins, his teammate.
Mike Jones just coming around to complete another lap.
Flat 55, so...
So he did have a bit of traffic in that lap. 38 laps now down. Yes, Chris, I'd imagine we'll still be seeing riders out for another at least 10 or 15 minutes before we start seeing some changes. Once again, it will depend on that fuel strategy on the bigger bikes.
That's right. I was talking before about rider fatigue. That'll be starting to creep in, but so too the bikes are starting to heat up and change. Usually only during an 8-lap sprint race you don't get the suspension as hot as it can get in an endurance race like this. And the tyres as well were probably starting to get past their best.
Now Mike just signalled there to the pit, so and looks like the crew are coming across to get ready.
So how many laps down are we there?
That'll be 39 laps completed.
So we wouldn't want to make it much less.
So 39 laps, yes. Considering at that pace they're going to do around 130 laps for this race.
Well, that could be critical because it would have thought that they'd want to make 40 minutes.
Absolutely.
Because 3 lots of 40 is 120 minutes in 2 hours. So anything less than that could mean another stop. It could be the pace that Mike's been running has actually had an impact on the fuel economy. That's the thing about this race. You know, it just throws up so many variables. Mike coming through traffic at the moment, looking to get past Lockie Curtis, who threads the needle up the inside. So 35 minutes in. You'd be hoping
that you'd want to go through at least to 45 or more. It could be a consumption issue, Chris. The R1, Mike's been running pretty much a lot of laps in the 53s, so you know, we know the R1s can be pretty heavy on fuel around here.
Well, that's the thing. You never know how this race may play out. We're still in the very, very early stages.
It looks like just looking for Jeremy Huddleston, who has got the helmet on, so he's Mike Jones's teammate, and he's just coming through the into the pit area, ready for a rider change. Mike's just having a look there as he went past to see if he was in the position.
If Mike was indicating, I'm thinking that means there's a fuel light on. He must know something that he's indicating to the team they need to be aware of.
Yeah, fuel light to usually with these bikes, so you've got quite a bit of leeway.
Well, no doubt they would know how.
I'm not 100% familiar with how the Yamaha fueling works, but certainly on my Honda, when the light comes on, you've got quite a lot of laps left in the tank.
Yeah, well, I know the team will have worked that out, so they can't afford to take any risks. They'll need to get him in at the right time. Race leader Mike Jones is at the end of the back straight at the moment.
Yeah, looks like Mike's still... looks like he's coming in the pits now. So
37 minutes and 10 seconds. So that could be a factor.
Absolutely. This is, you would have thought, reasonably early to be pitting.
I think that is early.
Okay, so they'll be getting as much fuel into this bike as they can.
Yep, so the stand goes under the bike, tail over the tank, for refuelling.
There's a strict procedure to follow for safety reasons.
Yes, and Marshall's standing there making sure that everything's done according to the rules, so that's good to see.
Only 3 riders, three people allowed to be participating in the refuelling. And you see the rider there, Jeremy Huddleston, has to stay behind the small fence there until the bike's prepared and ready to go.
Mike Jones passing on a bit of advice. It will generally be about how the bike's faring and the tyres are feeling. Jez are now on the bike. The stand's removed, fires up and away. So that's a nice pit stop. But again, 38 minutes. Now Jez is not going to run the pace that Mike was, so that may make up for a little bit of that. He's going to need to make more like 45 minutes on this tank.
Yeah, absolutely. We know based on last year's event, that was very achievable at the pace they're running. So typically, I know Jeremy's been doing some training and rehearsing for the race, and Jezza can run. He's done low 55s on the bike, but I think he can run quite a few laps in the high 55s and into the low 6s. So he should be able to do that for a good 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's all looking like a potential splash and dash at the end. Even if Jezza can eke it out at 45 minutes, it's going to be nervous for them, because we can see now that the fuel consumption with Mike riding that or running that pace is probably not what they were expecting. So it could come down to the wire.
Absolutely. So often in the past, this race has definitely come down to the wire. We've seen, Mike Jones in 2016. He was leading the race, but ran out of fuel with 2 laps to go. So, that's how critical getting that fuel strategy correct can be.
Now, with that, of course, there's been a change in the lead. So that now puts Ted Collins on bike 72 into the lead, who's now got 45 seconds up on Jeremy Huddleston. Well, be interesting to see what sort of pace Jeremy settles into. And it should only be, I'm thinking, another 10 minutes or less before we see Ted Collins on bike 72 pit. Ted's just coming through the sweeper at the moment. About to cross the start-finish line. Goes through at 55.17, so running about a second slower than what Mike Jones was.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what Jeremy Huddleston can run once he gets himself up to speed. So a 57.1 on that first flying lap for Jeremy. Certainly well off where he normally would be running. So he's just got to get his head into the race and ease in and try to get those times down into the high 55s.
That's right, and feel out the tyres. They've already done a fair bit of work. Home Sellers there up the inside of, not sure who that was.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either, actually, who that rider is. Is that the Wiley entry?
I think it may be, yes. Used to seeing them in the fluoro orange.
Just noticed there, Chris, Ted Collins signalled to the pits as he came through that time.
Okay, well that's in line with what I was saying. Sometime within the next 10 minutes, I would have thought that bike was coming in.
So that's also quite early on, 41.5 minutes into the race.
Well, most thousands typically pit at about 50 minutes, so they struggle to get past that. But what could be interesting here is the slower pace that Brett Simmons has been running may actually get this bike through the hour. Now, if it happened to be that he's only an E-slider, and he gets over the hour, who knows, with Jed Metcher on board, if they can start to run a quick pace, he's obviously been looking after the tyres, it's still possible.
Yeah, and look, they might have a strategy that is conservation mode, so definitely last year we saw that with the race from Brett. He's just gone back past Matthew Long there, so he's just moved himself back into third position outright.
It is a lot of work though for them to do, because a pit stop won't pull them back a full lap, and they've still got to chase down Mike Jones at the end, so it's a lot of hard work to place on Jed Metcher, but thing is, it's all uncertain at the moment.
Yeah, just looking down the pit there, Mike Jones is having a bit of a drinks break, and yeah, g'day Mike, he's waving up to us, but he's got the leathers off and cooling down, and more than likely got an ice pack or two, and get some refreshments in, get ready for next stint.
So 57.23 last time for Brett Simmons, holding down position 3 on track at the moment.
Yes, he did lose a bit of time to Matthew Long a few laps ago, but Brett's picked the pace up again, and he's moved back through to third.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to know what the issue was, or is.
I'd say if you have a close look at his left leg as he comes past next time round, you will see that he is missing a knee slider. That does have a reasonable impact on the way you corner a motorcycle, because you do rely on your knees quite a bit. Here he comes now.
Pulling out on Matthew Long a little.
So you'll see there, looks like he's just Velcro where it used to be.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with that myself. It's not a very nice feeling once your knee slider goes, because your skin's not very far behind it.
No, and it's you know, you rely on your knees as part of the way you corner the motorcycle. So you use it as a gauge and all sorts of other reasons.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's not necessarily to lean on, although you can if you start to lose the front. But it's more just like a feel for where the track is. It gives you just one other reference point.
Yeah, it's a point of reference, and you know, when you're racing, you use all different points to whether it's braking markers or markers around the circuit or something like that. But you're always looking for reference points to keep your laps consistent.
So 44 minutes elapsed. It's certainly going to be time when some of these thousands are going to be looking to come in for fuel. As I said, that pace that Brett Simmons has been running could quite possibly get them through the hour. So one pit stop is going to reduce that margin back to the leader a lot. And of course, as we keep saying, there's a possibility that the lead bike might have to pit twice.
Yes, there is that possibility, and you know, we could have got it all wrong, wondering that there was an issue with the Simmons bike, but he may have just been right into their strategy, which was conservation early on, and now he's picking the pace up. So,
look, it could well be.
You know, we're not privy to what's going on there. So a 56.54 for Brett on that last lap. He did do a 55.3 on lap 10. So it's certainly those lap times we know from last year were very easy on fuel for the 1000cc bikes.
As I say, typically running that sort of 56, 57 second pace, 1,000 will get to about 50 minutes on a tank. Interesting to look at Jeremy Huddleston coming over the line now. So he's settled into a pace of 55.83. Yep. Really pretty handy, given that Ted Collins is running flat 55, so only about 0.8 of a second off. So
nearly a lap down, as we can see. Jeremy Huddleston there, he's just about to head up the hill, and Ted Collins there is just coming through the bottom of the S's, so only maybe a couple hundred metres on track apart. So there's a little bit of work to do there for the Huddleston entry.
And for those that haven't heard us comment already, you know, this race is never over until the checkered flag. We saw Mike Jones a few years back run out on the very last lap.
Second last lap, wasn't it?
He told me last night it was the last lap.
Oh, last lap.
It was the last lap. He was running out of fuel. He was trying to nurse it around, and right at the bottom of the hill there is where it gave up the ghost. And that was it. So it's never over. Look out, here comes bike 72 into the pits. So
Okay.
Ted Collins, this will be interesting.
So this is the current race leader. Stop for the man to put the foot down. And let's just have a look here, Chris, to see if they are going to change tyre or they're just doing a smash and dash.
So 47 minutes.
Definitely a rider change. See Jason Spencer there with the green helmet. So yes, just fuel going in. And yeah, interestingly, they're happy with that tyre, so no tyre change at this point in the race. That's going to put the Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston bike back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, just gone past and reclaimed the lead now. So I would have thought the timing would have updated. Still showing Ted Collins in the lead.
And Jason Spencer, teammate to Ted Collins, now on the machine and exiting, I should say, pit lane. Just looking to see where Jeremy Huddleston is on track. He is, must be just coming down into Calvin's. So about half a lap difference in position on track.
Yeah, not sure why the timing hasn't updated there, because it's still showing Ted Collins in the lead. And if I have it correct, it should have reversed order now after that pit stop, because Mike Jones certainly had a handy advantage over... There it goes. So it's just updated. So Jeremy Huddleston is now back in the lead. So it's going to be a matter of how far behind Jason Spencer is on bike 72.
Yeah, so now we've got first and second on the track, Chris. We've got two local riders, Jeremy Huddleston and Jason Spencer. So
Jason Spencer about to cross.
it's going to be a battle of honours between the two local guys.
23 seconds. That's the job for Jason Spencer.
Look, and we know in the past, Jeremy Huddleston still coming to terms with this one, and Jason Spencer has typically been the faster rider. Has been riding...
spinning up a bit
he's
there at the bottom of the hill for Jason.
Yeah, I guess you get a bit of cooling down on the tyre in the pit stop.
Well, I guess it's also because you're not tuned into how the tyres are feeling. First couple of laps, he's jumping onto a bike with a bit of wear on it, or tyres with a bit of wear on them.
Yes, they're hot, and they've done over 40 laps, so you've just got to get your head around how the bike's feeling.
So what's going to be really interesting is to see when Brett Simmons pits. If they get over the hour and the issue was only a knee slider, then they're back in it.
Absolutely. So we've just clicked the 50 minutes down. 1 hour 10 to go, so if they can get as close to 1 hour as they can on that tank of fuel, they're going to be in a great position.
And what's also interesting here is that Matthew Long is only 50 seconds in arrears. They'll only need to pit once on the 600, and showing is Hamish Sellers.
Yeah, and Hamish Sellers has teamed up with Jesse Woods, so two very capable riders. So they're certainly going to be eyeing honours for the 600 podium for sure, and also cross-ended in the Open.
I'm just trying to work this out, because I don't think either machine has been into the pits, and this is showing that Matthew Long is 51 seconds behind the leader, and Hamish Sellers is 54 seconds behind the leader. So that means Hamish has done a great job of reeling Matthew Long in. Okay. I thought Matthew had a bit of a margin over the next 600, so that really livens up the 600 field.
Okay, well, we'll just have to try and find him on track. Here we go. Here's Matthew Long now. It's on the yellow-fared Yamaha 6. He's just coming down to the straight. And look, Chip Sellers, there he is, Chris.
So lap times, Matthew Long last time through 57.94, Hamish Sellers 57.63.
Matthew Long is actually going very slowly. He's got some, I dare say he's probably got some grip issues there. He's very ginger through the sweeper.
Matthew Long 57.71. It's only half a second a lap between them.
Okay.
Jeremy Huddleston looking to go around the outside there of Chip Sellers. I would have thought that'd be hard work there for getting the R1 around the outside of Chip Sellers on the 600, but he seems to do that pretty easily.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see the battle of the 600s.
Well, that's shaping up to be an absolute cracker between those two teams.
Yeah, fantastic.
Don't forget also that they're running in Superbike, so they're running P4 and P5 outright. So once again, the complexities of this race. Oh, look out! We've got a retirement. Wade Schrader is cruising around the outside of the chute, so I'm not sure what's up there. We're going to pull to the inside to get out of the way. The bike's sounding a bit flat, maybe.
Yeah,
there,
he's got his leg out. I think I reckon he's probably run out of fuel. Not a good place to stop there, but
well, he's on the pit lane, so it's good to be out of the way.
Put a yellow flag out there. It sounded like he's running out of fuel.
Well, possibly. Now he's in the worst place. He has a whole lap to go. There's not much you can do about it. You can't go backwards. He does need to move because he's got a yellow flag out for that reason. He's rolling again, so hopefully it means he can, he's either sorted it out or he can get round and come back into the pits. But importantly, two bikes coming into the pits, and one of them is Brett Simmons.
Okay, so how many minutes have we gone? We've just 53 and a half minutes.
You're absolutely right. There is no knee slider on that bike. Now let's have a look and see what happens.
Well, no doubt the fuel will be going in very shortly. Looks like we've got Lockie Curtis also coming in to change rider, and they're the first 600 in the pits.
I think what's really critical and interesting here, Rod, is that we're 54 minutes into the 54 minutes into the race, and Brett Simmons riding that pace has not been enough to get over the hour. That means they must stop again.
Yeah, certainly with, you'd imagine, with Jed Metzer back on the bike. Jed's been certainly into the 53s yesterday in sprint races and qualifying. Whether he's going to try that pace and try to run the leaders down, but it's a long way back from there. But certainly we have seen Jed running some pretty competitive times yesterday.
We're about to find out if Jed Metzer, well, if there's a problem with the bike, because Jed's lap times will tell us. So Jed just exiting the pits now.
Just checking the gap between Jeremy Huddleston and Jason Spencer. So Jason Spencer 55.28 on the previous lap. Jeremy Huddleston is a 56.2, so a full second, and that gap's come down to 18.5 seconds.
It's going to be fascinating to see what Jed Metzer can do here. If his pace is still off, then that tells us there's a machine problem. I think it answers the question about strategy. I don't think there was any attempt to try and get through on the hour, because clearly they didn't make it. Look at this, Matthew Long, Chip Sellers, the contest for the 600 class, going through turn one at the moment.
This is outright 600 on us here. So Chip Sellers has come from a fair way back to close right down on Matthew Long.
Gap at the front from 23 seconds back to 17 seconds. So Jason Spencer is slowly eating into the lead of Jeremy Huddleston. Of course, Jeremy will know his job here is to manage that lead as best he can, but make sure he hands Mike Jones a bike that Mike can sprint on at the end.
Yeah, it's going to come down to that, definitely that last 10 or 15 minutes. We've seen it many times in this race before.
It just never ceases to amaze me, Rod, how this race plays out. It's never as you expect.
And Chip Sellers is actually now looking on our monitor there. He's gone ahead of Matthew Long and now leading the outright 600 on us.
Well, Matthew Long back to a flat 58, and given he was running 55s earlier in the weekend, I think there's some sort of problem for him. Might have his tyres going away.
That's the first thing you'd imagine would be a grip issue this far into the race, but you never know.
No, you don't. But certainly Chip Sellers looks to be starting to eke out a tiny advantage now. Now, next bike in is Mitchell Hawksley. 57 minutes. That's not much for a 600. I would have thought they were getting over the hour.
It's another early stop. I thought, I think you'd try to get that full hour or a bit. Hour and 2, hour and 5 would be ideal. So very interesting. That puts that pressure on the second rider. That little bit extra time in the seat as well, with a bike with worn tyres and potentially getting very low on fuel.
Yeah, no, they were tossing up tyre compounds as well, and it's so hard to know. Yeah, with a light bit of cloud cover, if the sun was to come out, it may impact the tyre decision or tyre compound decision.
Yes, that's definitely something to take into consideration on a 2-hour race. And some riders will choose to change the tyre on the fuel stop. So, it's like just looking at back on track, Chris, at the end of the straight, we've got Chip Sellers and Matthew Long having a ding-dong battle here. That Chip Sellers passing Matthew Long's woken Matthew up, and they're back into it.
Now what's going to be interesting here is clock a flying lap from Jed Metcher, who's about to come through the chute over the start-finish line. Jed goes through 54.36, so question answered. Nothing wrong with the bike. It was all the knee slider. And it begs the question as to why the team didn't pit earlier, because they've potentially lost a lot of valuable time.
Yeah, look, that's something we'll find out no doubt later on, but it's up to Jed Metzer now to see how far he can get through on this next tank of fuel.
Well, that's right, and of course if they had pitted too soon, it would have potentially meant 3 stops, so it would have been really challenging for the team to work that out, but they're still in the running, and that's what's important. Jeremy Huddleston just crossing the line, our race leader. Yeah,
and a 55.71 there for Jeremy on the last lap. We'll see what Jason Spencer, he did a previous lap before, 55.81, so...
With a 16-second gap, what is it now?
A 55.63, so pretty much matching each other for lap times.
Yep, nothing different, it's still 16.3 seconds.
16.3, so that stays the same. That's looking really great for the Jeremy Huddleston, Mike Jones entry at this stage.
Well, as I said, Jeremy's role here is to manage that lead as best he can and hand Mike a bike that he can sprint on at the end if he needs to. So at the moment, that's playing into their hands very nicely.
Just going to see the 600 category, Chris. We'll just check the fastest lap so far for all the 600 guys. It looks to be...
Another bike coming into the pits at the moment here, Rod.
Okay.
I think that's the Lockie Curtis machine, is it?
No, I think it's the... Is it the Peter Bell Chambers?
It is
entry?
the Peter Bell Chambers machine. So that's the first one to make the hour. 1 hour's just up.
1 hour exactly. So.
Oh yeah, make sure you put your foot down, Pete.
Yep, Pete's got his foot down, so he'll be heading over to James Ryan to take the final hour. Oops, nearly stopped at the wrong pit area. Easy to do, I guess.
Josh Ree's doing a great job out there on bike number 61. He has Ryan Taylor now behind him. It's interesting to see how Ryan's going. Hopefully they've sorted that fork issue out that they had yesterday. Ryan just coming down through the S's, as you can see at the moment. Jeremy Huddleston up the inside of that'll be Chad Wiley. So Chad's still to pit.
Yeah, just looking down to see if Jason Wiley's there, ready to go.
Now we have 2 bikes coming into the pits, one being Wade Schroeder.
Wade Schroeder. Now Wade's going solo, so there'll be no rider jumping on Wade's bike.
Oh, Chip Sellers getting a bit frustrated trying to get past Wade. Wade looks like he's almost out of fuel, is he? He's really struggling with that.
Yeah, well, the R1, he's made an hour, so that's a great effort. It is an earlier model R1, so probably not as heavy on fuel as the later ones, but it's still a 1000cc bike, and they typically use quite a bit more fuel around here than the 600. So he's made the hour. It's a great effort.
Oh, poor old Chip. He jumps the fence and falls straight over. He's certainly put in.
He seems pretty pumped.
Well, he should be, because lead 600.
And he's, as you can see there, he's given Jesse Jesse Woods, the co-rider, about to jump on the bike, giving him all the information that he can relay, and seems pretty animated. Just get all that fuel in, and those guys should be good to go for the whole hour that's remaining. Also got, here we go, Chris. We've got Chad Wiley coming in.
So clearly all these bikes now have made the hour, and that's one fuel stop.
You can see Jason Wiley down there in the fluoro green and white leathers. So he's that's Dad about to get on, son getting off. He looks talking about riders walking funny. Chad's only a young guy, but there you go. How hard is that, Chris?
It's very hard.
He's got off the bike and he's having to sit down, and he was wobbly. Very, very hot work racing a motorcycle for an hour around here.
So there's very few riders left to pit. I think Josh Rees is maybe one of the remaining riders out there. It's bike 61. Just looking through the field. Brad Hughes has been in. Brad Hughes pitted early with that issue.
Brad Hughes had an issue earlier, yes. So, no, he's still out there.
But just looking at the gap from the lead bike back to second, now down to 13 seconds. So we may see a challenge coming sometime during this stint.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. It must have been, it was 16 seconds only a couple of laps ago, so that's interesting.
So now entering the second half of this race. This is where things really start to get interesting.
I think the Matthew Long 600 still hasn't pitted either. So that puts them moved up on the timing to third at this stage.
Jeremy Huddleston up the inside of Peter McEldowney now. Has taken over from Lockie Curtis. Going through turn one. Coming up behind James Ryan, who's taken over from Peter Bellchambers, just there at the bottom of the hill. Blue flags waving. Now, here's Matthew Long. He's one of the last few to pit. It'd be interesting to have a look at the rear tyre and see how it's looking. A bit hard to tell from here, but they certainly...
just a little issue getting the fuel into the tank there.
They certainly do appear to be off the pace that they were running earlier. Jed Metcher. Let's get a lap time on Jed. He goes through a 54.31. So he's decided it's time to sprint.
Yeah, and Jeremy Huddleston a 55.89, Jason Spencer a 55.88. So that gap stays at around 12.6 seconds. Looking at Brad Hughes there just going past, it looks like he's got some sort of hydration pack on his back there with the cords flapping around widely. So he's probably struggling to get a drink out of that.
Just looking at the gap from the lead bike back to bike 20 with Jed Metcher on board. It's now 2.1 laps down. So it's a lot of work for Jed Metcher to do.
Yeah, hell of a lot of work there. But, you know, it's still a long race, Chris. It's still a long race, so there's around 55 minutes to go. And anything can happen when it comes to insurance racing.
Well, Jed's actually not far off the back of Jeremy Huddleston now. As Jeremy comes down through the S's, you can see Jed Metcher chasing. So you'd think he's probably going to put reverse one of those laps at least, so it'll only be one lap down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now Marcus Delaney heading out on bike 23. He's taken over from Matthew Long. So it's Marcus's turn.
Yeah, very hard to come out of those pits too and go straight into full race pace.
It is hard, and John O'Hughes, he's another one to pit. He's coming in now, so that's 1 minute 6. That's great fuel economy out of the Triumph.
And Jono, another rider who is doing it solo, so he'll have to have a little breather and a stretch and a drink.
Yeah,
so no doubt he'll be feeling it.
He mentioned that was a personal challenge for him to try and do 2 hours solo.
Yeah, he's certainly got the staggers up again, all the wobbles. So being in that race crash for that long, it's very, very hard on the knees and the thighs.
Just keep an eye on the lead bike here. Rod, just heading up the hill. Jed Metcher now not very far behind, so Jed about to take one lap back.
Okay, and we've got probably the last bike to pit now, which is the Brad Hughes CBR 1000. Brad did have an issue earlier and did pit, so we're not sure what happened, but he's now in for his fuel stop. And another rider that's doing it solo. As you can see there, you've got that almost impossible to Chris while you're riding a race bike to get that drink nozzle into your mouth. It's hanging down the side there.
Yeah, that's right. I've experienced that myself. I thought I was well set up for an endurance race, and 2 laps in, the nozzle blew out.
Yep.
So I was carrying a couple of litres of fluid I couldn't drink.
Yeah, which isn't ideal.
Yeah,
And just back to the leader there, just coming down through the bottom of the hill there. So Jed Metz is right on the back of Jeremy Huddleston now.
Yeah, probably at the end of the back straight perhaps. There's a bit of slow traffic there. They both need to navigate. Now, of course, Jeremy doesn't need to do anything special here. Jed Metcher up the inside of Jeremy into Calvin's.
Yeah, and that last lap was Jed Metz's fastest lap, 54.28 on lap 71.
So that will not unlap himself, but take 1 lap back. So just looking for the timing to come up. So that puts Jed Metcher 1.9 laps down and into 3rd place.
Jason Spencer there, he's got the gap down to 11.5 seconds. Jeremy Huddleston, who's still the race leader, at 56.36 on that last lap, and Jason Spencer at 56.01. So still very close on the times. Jesse Woods has now taken the reins of the AKR R6 Yamaha, so they are still the leading 600 rider or team, and also 4th outright. So great effort so far from the Hamish Sellers Jesse Woods entry.
Yeah, that's a fantastic effort.
With all the shuffling around, have we seen Matt Carey, Josh Rees come into the pit yet, Chris?
Well, I don't think, yes, right now.
Right now, okay.
So last bike to pit, I believe.
I would think so. So they've gone nearly an hour and 10 into the race, so that's a great effort.
Yeah, particularly on the body as well. So Josh has done a great job there.
See Matt Carey there, his helmet up, ready to get on the bike, so they'll get the fuel in and a bit of a rider debrief as they change over. Good effort from Josh.
Absolutely. Fantastic effort from Josh. Swapping notes quickly.
So that should be all the bikes have now pitted, changed riders, or where they're solo rider, they've refueled and had a drink and they're back out there.
Just looking at the gap from 1st to 2nd is down to 11.7 seconds. So just trying to pick up the leader. There's Jeremy Huddleston just going to turn 1. And here comes P2 over the start finish line now. Jason Spencer on bike 72.
Okay, interestingly, Jason Spencer on the last lap, the 55.58, Jeremy Huddleston the 55.78. So still staying around the 11.5 second mark.
Yeah, Jez are making life hard for Jason Spencer. Jason trying to whittle down that lead because he's going to have to. They know Mike Jones is going to do the last stint.
Yes, I'm sure they've worked out exactly when to bring Jeremy Huddleston in and get Mike Jones back on the bike, but that'll mean a fuel top up as well, and that'll be crucial for the outcome of this race for those guys.
Jed Metcher last time through, 54.87. So running the sort of pace that Mike Jones was. Would have been interesting if they'd gone out together to start the race. So the lead 600 there now, Rod. Now everyone's pitted.
Yeah, it is the AKR entry. Hamish Sellers and Jesse Woods, they're 4th outright overall and the leading 600. Looks like we've got Jonathan Hughes, who's actually solo. He's moved into 2nd in the 600, and that's the Matthew Long and Marcus Delaney entry in third in 600.
Yeah, it'll be worth keeping an eye on Marcus's times, because if Matthew was starting to drop off, it'd be interesting to see if it's a different. Same thing with Marcus Delaney.
Yeah, well, I know, Marcus Delaney be settling into the bike. Last lap around, 58.15. John O'Hughes just crossing the line there. He was a flat 57. So Jason Spencer there, a 55.5. So it's just it's just chips, swings and roundabouts for the leaders.
Here comes Matt Carey taking over from the Josh Rees. The Josh Rees machine, bike number 61. Just settling in. Here we go, Marcus Delaney. So he just crosses the line. It's going to be intriguing to see how that 600 battle plays out. Jed Metcher still running around in the high 54s. And we've got Jason Wiley on board as well now on the 600 that son Chad was riding earlier.
Yeah, Jason on the last lap there was a 57.28, so certainly competitive times if they can keep that going. So I might just run through the order, Chris. Just update everybody. I'll just do it in outright positions, but it's Jeremy Huddleston, Mike Jones entry, still leading the race. Jason Spencer, Ted Collins in the second. Jed Metzer, Brett Simmons, ZX10 in third. Then you got the first 600s, the AKR entry, Jesse Woods and Hamish Sellers. They're in fourth outright and first 600, of course. Jonathan Hughes going solo, doing a great job in fifth. Matthew Long, Marcus Delaney sixth. Ryan Taylor, Mitchell Hawksley in seventh. Matt Carey, Josh Rees entry eighth. Jason, or the Wiley father and son, Jason and Chad, they're coming through in ninth at this stage. James Ryan and Peter Belcham's rounding out the top 10.
Thanks, Rod. Just saw Jeremy Huddleston sit Jesse Woods up there into the top of two.
Okay.
As Jeremy finds his way through the field.
So interesting to see how Jesse goes. As we said, when they do the rider change and the fresh rider jumps on, it's going to take a couple of laps just to get up to speed for the bike.
That's a big move from Jed Metcher down the end of the straight. Got a bit tight, overtaking, who's that, Peter McEldowney? I was going to mention Jeremy Huddleston and Jesse Woods, ex-sparring partners in the Lights GP class.
Yes.
They know each other pretty well.
For many years. A bit of lap traffic there, so 57.21 for Jeremy Huddleston. So that gap is slowly getting down between the first two bikes on track.
Down to 9.5 seconds, but you've got to question if it's enough. Of course, as we keep saying, there's still plenty of time to run and anything can happen. These bikes are continuing to wear, the tyres are wearing out. And we know that in the case of the lead bike, it's at a pretty hot pace early on, so we don't know how the tyre's looking.
I'd say hot.
I reckon hot, and of course, Jeremy, while he's not running the pace of Mike Jones, is still running a good pace. 5.55s, the tyre's still working hard.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting is to see how there's a bit of traffic that Jeremy Huddleston was caught up in before, so he did drop back to the 57s. So Jason Spencer there, he's got that. That's forced that gap down now to just under 9 seconds. So 55.6 for Jason Spencer, 56.3 for Jeremy Huddleston on the last lap. So it's getting tight at the front.
Certainly is. And then we've got potential extra fuel stops for the thousands. And who knows if they need to do a splash and dash at the end. Jed Metcher up the inside of Marcus Delaney into one.
Some of Jed Metzer's style around here, Chris, unmistakable.
It certainly is.
He's one of the only riders.
Oh, there's Jesse Woods running on at 1. He's got a bit loose under brakes, but it looks
Okay.
like he's going to hold it up, is he?
That's a shame.
It is, because they were running very strongly, but
They were leading the 600 category, so
from what I can see, and it's, yep, coming back on track. Excellent work. So that's that would have been devastating for that team.
yeah, he's kept it upright, which is the main thing when you run across there. It's not a very nice journey, I can tell you. I don't know whether you've done that one before, Chris, but going on at turn 1, you're going up over and then down a grassy sort of bank the other side, and it can be a bit dodgy, to say the least.
But once again, that's what happens in this race. Brakes are getting hot, tyres are getting hot, riders are getting tired, and you'd never see mistakes from Jesse Woods, but there you go, there's one.
Well, Jesse is only pretty fresh on the bike though, so who knows? Could have just been a mental error. Could have been something with the bike, you just don't know.
That's the thing, but the race does produce those sort of errors. We see it year in, year out. And that's why we say you have to stay till the end, because anything can happen.
Still a long way to go. Still got 42 minutes.
So Jed Metcher is 1.8 laps down. So still a lot of work for him to do. Lead bike, of course, number 40, Jeremy Huddleston, with a lead of 7.7 seconds over bike 72, Jason Spencer.
Just going to have a look down the pits to see if we can see Mike Jones, if he's suited up.
Well, it's a really good question, because they pitted at about the 38-minute mark.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Chris, if we see Mike on the bike in the next 10 minutes. There'll be no doubt a strategy they're riding to, and with Mike being the faster rider, he's definitely going to be the one to bring it home. There's no doubt about they'll have to do another stop for fuel, so it's going to be a fill her up and go for it, I think. Won't be a splash and dash, will be probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and fill that tank right to the top and then go for it.
Well, 120 minutes is what they need, and we're at 119.2 right now.
Yes, I'm just trying to see if Mike Jones is down in the pits, ready to go. Can't quite see up there. Just looking for Mike's leathers, but that's definitely going to be their strategy, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think I can see somebody down there doing some stretching. So it's well worth keeping an eye on bike 40. Where is it on track?
It must be over the back side of the circuit, I dare say.
Jesse Woods just coming through the chute on the lead 600. I believe they're still in the lead, are they? Yes, they are. Oh no, John Hughes.
Jonathan Hughes, who's riding solo on the Daytona 675.
How about that?
He's moved into the lead for outright 600. That's just phenomenal for Jono.
It is phenomenal.
Got to remember, Jono, I think Jono's now 54 years of age, so he's been racing bikes a long time, but, you know, your body doesn't lie. If you get out there and do it, it's very, very hard on it.
So here's Jeremy Huddleston at the end of the back straight. Not looking to come in this lap, so 1 minute 20 now. So every lap after this is gold in terms of not having to do a splash and dash at the end.
How long to go there, Chris? Was it 40, under the 40 minutes? Just about to click under to 39.
Well,
so.
of course, yes, it's 2 hours and 1 lap, so I was counting to 120 minutes, not 121 minutes.
So we certainly don't want to see get your strategy wrong with the 2 hours and run out on that last lap like we've seen before.
We have seen it before. Mike's still living that one down.
Jed Metzer wasting no time threading through slower traffic there into turn 1.
Yeah, Wade Schrader is...
Another one doing it solo.
Yeah. Yep.
See Marcus Delaney there on the Matthew Long entry coming through at 57.57.
So Jeremy Huddleston another lap without pitting, so this is really looking good for their team. 7 seconds is the gap.
7.4. Jeremy Huddleston was 1.3 quicker than Jason Spencer on that last lap. So that's a trend that hasn't been happening in the previous sort of 10 or 15 laps. So it's all going to come down to this this final rider change and fuel stop. Of course, you've got to bring it home, and you're going to be changing riders now, Chris. You're going to jump on a motorcycle with a extremely worn rear tyre, to say the least.
Well, that's the thing. It's probably the part of the race where tyre wear really plays the biggest part. Most tyres are good for the first 50 minutes, but getting the second hour, it's going to be a battle of the tyres. Jeremy Huddleston completes another lap, so...
almost like emotion there, I'm not sure, but it looked like a bit of arm movement from Jeremy Huddleston as he went past the pit there.
Yeah, it's
like,
careful.
He's got company with Jason Wiley there all over the back of him.
Yeah, and maybe that's Matt Carey in front of him. I can't quite pick it, but yep, just a critical time to be careful. They've done all the hard work. They just need to make sure they can finish it off. Jed Metcher still not messing around, 54.96.
Comes James Ryan on the Peter Bell Chambers G6R600 over the line. Just trying to check the lap time for James. Normally used to running an older bike, as you know, Chris, a FZR 1000.
Jeremy Huddleston indicating he's going to pit this lap.
Okay. Well, that'll leave, let's have a look at the time. So when he comes in, currently just over 37 seconds left in the race. So by the time he gets in and Mike Jones jumps on with it refueled, there's going to be around 35 minutes to go.
So clean pit stop is what they'll be looking for. Get Mike out on the bike and settle again, and you'd say from there it's his to lose.
You'd imagine so. But you know, the bike in second place, Jason Spencer entry, they'll have to stop and do a rider change or a fuel top up at least as well. So here we go. There's the leading bike coming into the pits. Do the stop and foot dab within the cones. So that's a clean, legal pit stop at this stage.
Bit of a misfire there from the R1. I think it's probably on the dregs of the fuel tank. Hopefully it starts okay.
Right, follow the procedure as the boys are doing it.
Oh, don't do that though, Mustard. You've got to turn the fuel valve off before you pick it up.
Yeah, you don't want to be wasting fuel, that's for sure. So crucial pit stop here for the lead bike. That moves the Jason Spencer entry into the lead of the race. And that the Jed Metzer entries, that's now moved up to third position outright, Chris. So they're making time every lap on track, getting closer to the front. Jonathan Hughes still holding out P1 for 600 in fourth position.
Okay, the R1 struggling to fire, and I think I was right. It must have been right on empty.
Okay, well, here we go. Reigning Australian Superbike champion Mike Jones is back on bike number 40. Let's see what Mike can do to try to bring it home.
I don't think they could have got much more out of that ride. It was backfiring, and I think Jeremy Huddleston had a problem even getting into the pits with that.
Yes, certainly milked it for everything they could get out of it by the look of it.
So with how much remaining?
The question is, have they got enough fuel in it to get them through to the end?
34 minutes. I think pretty safe from here, because first stint, 38 minutes they got out of the tank. So providing it's full.
Provided you got the strategy right with the right amount of litres going in and it was chock-a-block to the top, they should be okay, but you never know.
And look, assuming they get to the end, I'd be thinking this is most likely going to be a race record for a number of laps, because both Mike and Jezra have been running a very strong pace. But that's a big assuming, because we do see a lot of drama late in this race.
Yeah, we certainly do.
So Mike Jones currently 1.1 laps down on Jason Spencer, but of course Jason will have to pit again, and it's unlikely that Mike Jones will have to pit again.
Yes, you'd imagine it's unlikely.
So what we don't really know until everyone's done their last pit stop how the
And of course the majority of the 600 field, they won't be pit stopping again, so they've done their right of change and fuel stop. That's the advantage that you do have for the 600cc bike here, is it generally can do the hour quite easily on a tank of fuel.
So it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap time Mike runs now. The bike having done another stint on those tyres, so I'm curious to know what sort of shape they're in.
Yeah, well, he no doubt have to just feel it out, but a 55.8 for the first flying lap there. 93 laps down for Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston, 94 for the Jason Spencer, Ted Collins entry. And it's going to be watching this lap time, crucial to see how it develops.
I'll tell you what, the standout for me is bike in P4, Jonathan Hughes riding solo on the Daytona 675. Also happens to be an employee of event sponsor, Motorworks Motorcycles, so I'm sure that will be big news within the shop with Motorworks. That'd be fantastic to see Jesse get up and take one of the trophies.
Yeah, fantastic. Still a long way to go, but and you know he's got to fight that fatigue. But doing it solo, dare say it can't be easy.
Oh, it'd be horrible. I can't imagine how he's feeling at the moment. Speaking of Jono, he's just crossing the line at the moment. Don't know how the legs are feeling. He's still managing to move, so that's something.
Yeah, he's getting off the bike, so he's got some movement there in the thighs. Be interesting to go into Motorworks tomorrow and see how, if he's at work tomorrow, but to see how he's moving, no doubt slowly.
Yeah. Marcus Delaney about to cross the line on bike 23 with Wade Schrader, bike 420 right behind him. So quick run through the field. Bike 72 with Jason Spencer on board is currently leading. 1.1 laps up on Mike Jones. Of course, bike 72 still has to pit. Then we're back to bike 20, Jed Metcher. 1.3 laps down. First of the 600s in P4, Jonathan Hughes. Then the Jesse Woods, Hamish Sellers teaming at P5. Then Matthew Long, Marcus Delaney, Ryan Taylor and Mitchell Hawksley in P7. Jason Wiley and Chad Wiley in P8. Matt Carey and Josh Rees in P9. James Ryan and Peter Bellchambers in P10. Lockie Curtis and Peter McEldowney in P11. Brad Hughes P12 and Wade Schrader on bike 420 in P13.
Talking about Wade Schrader, he's just having a bit of a look at Marcus Delaney here. Has caught up to him with the superior straight line speed of the R1, but getting past is never easy on the windier part of the circuit here, through 1 through to 5.
Mike Jones just threading his way through some lap traffic there into turn 1.
To see what sort of times Mike's the 55.13 there, so I'd say he's still finding his way, but yeah, it's definitely quite a bit of tyre wear now on the rear tyre. He won't be running those 53s that we saw in the first hour, the first 40 minutes.
You're absolutely right, Rod. But I also think that Mike will know exactly how the race is playing out and what he needs to do. The smart thing for him to do now would be conserve fuel, conserve the tyre, and to see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. He'd know that he's just got to bring it home from here, because knowing that the bike currently leading the race will have to stop and refuel at some stage.
To take any risks now would, it's not worth doing. He just has to...
As you can see, Mike Jones here is catching Jason Spencer's right in front of him, so he's 1 lap down, so I'm sure he'd like to unlap himself. Always handy just in case there's an incident.
That's likely to happen pretty soon.
It's likely to happen very soon, yes. Jason Spencer, the previous lap, a 56.81, Mike Jones a 55.87, so about a second a lap difference at this stage.
Now, what's interesting here is Jonathan Hughes is starting to come under pressure from Jesse Woods.
Yeah,
so
Jesse
the battle
Woods.
of the 600s coming down through the S's at the moment.
And that, no doubt, would be superior fitness from Jesse, having being in a team of two. Jono's been out there since the start. So there's Mike Jones unlapping himself there up the inside of Jason Spencer. And just ahead of him now is Jason Wiley, and must be, is that Wade Schrader?
I think it is Wade Schrader, yes. It is.
Is it Wade?
Oh, Mike must be pretty careful here in the lap traffic.
Yeah, there's plenty of time still. No need to do anything rash at this point.
Jono Hughes still holding off Jesse Woods, but feel like it's a matter of time. As you said, Jesse's going to be a lot fresher than Jono Hughes.
Yeah, Mike Jones now comfortably moved ahead of that group, and also Jason Spencer following along with Mike Jones, who moved past those two bikes in the front as well. Yes, it is Wade Schrader.
Let's look at the Matthew Long Marcus Delaney bike, bike 23. Slipped into third place in the 600 class, so it does make you wonder if they're struggling with a little issue on their bike. They've shown great pace all weekend. It'd be interesting to know what it is, but they're not in the hunt for the lead at the moment. The lead riders in the 600 class are going through turn one at the moment. Jono Hughes and Jesse Woods.
Mike Jones cleaning through the lap traffic. Jason Spencer there's getting held up a little bit. It's not ideal for where he wants to be. But Peter McEldowney there. And look, Jason Wiley coming through there. Look out.
Now, what you may have missed there, Rod, is Jason Spencer. Up the inside of Jason Wiley.
It's a bit of Jason Spencer. The two Jasons. This we've seen in the sprint races.
Commentator's nightmare.
Oh, Jason Wiley, of course. In the past, normally runs a Ducati superbike, so here he is on a 600, but that was a pretty brave move from Jason. We know that he's not scared on the brakes, and once again proved it there.
What you might have missed there, Rod, is Jason Spencer indicating it's time to pit.
Okay.
So this is going to be interesting. Take note of whether or not they're looking to change a tyre. They do have wheels down there, so I'd be thinking the sort of pace that Jace is running, they're not looking to change the tyre, but actually, he's not going to pit this lap, but it's got to be coming up. Yep, indicates again.
And here we go again, the two Jasons. Jason Wiley here into turn two, Chris. Have a look at this.
Yeah, not a lot of...
He's not scared.
He's not a lot of reason to overtake either, because he's not
it's going to be extremely hard for Jason Wiley to get away from Jason Spencer, but he's trying to get up the inside there. I don't know why.
Poor old Jason Spencer's probably thinking, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, stop this. Go on, go away. It's clearly a big difference in speed in a straight line between the 1000cc Honda and the 600 Suzuki. But anyway, you'll never, as we know with Mr. Wiley, he will never stop trying.
Lead change in the 600 class. Jesse Woods just got through on Jono Hughes.
Okay.
That's probably going to help Jono, because if his fatigue is setting in, now he's got a bike in front of him to follow. And
yes, that'll certainly help. It'll take his mind off the pain he's probably feeling right now. Maybe.
Well, it's going to help him. It's always nice to have another bike as a reference. Now, bike coming into pit, that's Peter McEldowney on bike 82. He'll be
handing back over to
Lockie Curtis.
Young Lockie.
.24 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Jono Hughes hanging on nicely to the back of Jesse Woods.
He's having a look up the inside there.
He doesn't need to do anything yet.
No, there's still 24 minutes to go.
Not the last lap. Maybe he's delirious.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure you're feeling quite hot under the visor at the moment.
Jason Wiley up the inside of Marcus Delaney, like Marcus was on a slowdown lap. They certainly seem to be having some problems with that 23 machine.
And, is that Jed Metzer there just going around the inside of Jason Spencer? Looks like it.
Yes.
What sort of times is Jed Metzer still doing on that bike? He's a 55.19 on the last lap. Mike Jones at 54.99. Jason Spencer at 56.53. But yeah, John O'Hughes there. He's definitely woken up.
Mike Jones goes through.
Looks like the pit board here for Jason Spencer saying in, I think.
Yep.
I can see.
54.81 for Mike Jones, so it would appear that he's still getting good performance out of those tyres.
No, I don't think it did say in. I think it was just unless they're coming over to prepare for a rider change. I think there's Ted Collins. Yes, I can see Ted Collins down there. Chris, helmet up. Helmet on, I should say. No doubt we'll see them come in on the next lap round.
So the quickest bikes on track, Mike Jones and Jed Metcher, still lapping flat 55. So that would tell you that they're still getting some pretty good tyre performance very late in the race. That's promising for the chances of making through to the flag without issues.
Bit of lap traffic for Mike Jones here as he comes through turn 1. Jed Metzer still heading around very nicely in the 54s. 54.81 for Jed and a 54.85 for Mike.
And here we are. Jason Spencer's just pitting, about to hand over to Ted Collins. So let's have a look at this pit stop.
Rider off.
Okay, steps off. A little bit proppy, but looks okay.
Yep, get the fuel in. Let's get it ready to go.
As the lead bike goes past.
Okay, that puts the Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston entry back into the race lead. What will be interesting to see is how much of a gap they can put on P2. And also, what's going to be interesting, Chris, is the Jed Metzer, Brett Simmons entry. How far will they get on their allocated fuel they've got so far? We'll have to see them do a splash at the end, I'm sure. The question is, do they put Brett back on the bike, or that Jed's been a little bit quicker today, so do they leave Jed on there and just get some fuel in?
Well, I'd be thinking now that Brett's familiar with it, with another knee slider, he might be fine. But I just wonder if there's something else amiss, because I wouldn't have thought losing a knee slider would cost you 3 seconds a lap or whatever it was. We'll have to find out later, because I don't know the answer to that.
Once again, the battle for the 600s there, just heading into turn 1.
It's looking like running down to the wire.
It's been the same for the past 5 laps. So,
okay, Jed Metcher entering the pits. So we're about to have our question answered. Didn't come to a complete stop. I don't know if the official saw that. Let's hope for his sake they didn't.
okay, so are we going to see Brett Simmons jumping back on, or are we going to see Jed Metzer staying on the bike?
I'm thinking it may be Jed. He's still there standing at the bike.
I can't see Brett Simmons down there ready to go, so maybe it's...
As Mike Jones
comes
goes
across
around
the start
again.
finish line again, so...
And the 600 battle rages on. John O'Hughes is not giving this up by any shot.
No, this is great for Jono, like doing it solo, having Jesse Woods pass him. And now he's just getting a tow he's been getting towed now for the past 6 laps. And it's a great way to pass the time, because you know, he'd be feeling it no doubt doing it solo.
Got to say, if Jono was to win this 600 class, what a massive achievement that would be.
Amazing. But, you know, you'd have to take your hat off to him. 54 years of age.
I mean, don't forget that he's he's riding solo. He's got the likes of Ryan Taylor and
He's
Mitch
actually
Hawksley.
Challenging here for the lead. He's for the 600 lead, that is.
He's got the likes of Ryan Taylor, multiple Victorian Supersport champion, ex-ASBK rider, current state 600 champion Mitch Hawksley, Jesse Woods.
Very accomplished, certainly lights rider.
Absolutely.
So, and has ridden ASBK in lights, so, or the 300s.
He's already done more than enough to be super impressive, but if he were to win it, it'd just be a massive achievement.
Yeah, it'd be amazing for Jono if he does. He's definitely, look at the speed that bike's got. That Triumph's no slouch in a straight line. And if you look now, they're just heading out of Suckers down onto Calvin, so about to enter the back straight. Have a look here, Chris, how much speed that Triumph's got down the back straight. It's definitely not slow. You'll be looking up the inside of Jesse here. Look at this.
You're absolutely right.
Look at that. It's got plenty of straight line legs on the R6.
But not compared to the ZX10 ranging up behind them. So hopefully Jed's not going to upset them too much. Oh, down the inside, both bikes. Wow. Jed's on a mission.
Wow, Jed
not messing around at all.
No.
You can see the back end of the ZX10 protesting under power, coming out of turn one.
Once we get a couple of laps in, it'll be interesting to see exactly where the front 3 or 4 have shuffled into. So it's still showing the Ted Collins now back on the bike. He's in second place. Interesting. Let's have a look at the gap from Mike Jones on the last lap of 55.10. Ted Collins at 56.4 and Jed Metzer at 54.6.
So 35 seconds the gap between P1 and P2.
And Jed Metzer's 1.2 laps down at this point.
In fact, the 600 of Jesse Woods and Jono Hughes holding down P4 and P5 outright.
And Jono Hughes there on the 675 Daytona, once again looking up the inside of Jesse Woods. Nothing between them for the last 7 or 8 laps now. Just heading up the hill. Once again, that Triumph 675, either it's gearing or tuning of the bike, but it's got a lot more punch off the bottom of the hill than the R6 ahead of it.
It makes you wonder if Jesse's pulled the right rein by overtaking Jono, because he's doing the donkey work now and leading the pair around.
Jono's all over him here. Look at this. And Jono Hughes for 600 gong honours has just gone back into the lead of 600s.
Well, he must be feeling pretty strong, because what do we got left? We've got 15 minutes left, and he's got to feel like he can hold.
This is Herculean.
It is. It's a massive job. Jono Hughes running P4 outright, solo on a Triumph 675.
Doing a great job. Amazing.
Now it's going to be up to what Jesse Woods can do.
Well, clearly after Jesse caught and passed Jono, he must have thought, okay, he's had a good look at him for the last 8 laps, and he must feel he's got the pace to get away, and at this point he is.
I'm just so impressed, not just with his ride, but with his stamina, that he's still putting in so hard at this stage of the race.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we have seen Jono, you know, he's like fine wine, isn't he? He's got better with age. He's done, over the last couple of years, he's got faster and he's beaten his PB over the last couple of years. Each year, basically, he's gone quicker than he's ever been. So, but there's nothing in it. Here they come again, and the start-finish stripe again. Basically, about 10 bike lengths between the two.
I think Jono's maybe gapped Jesse a little bit. What was the last lap time?
Just looking at coming around the start-finish. Here's Marcus Delaney there on the 600.
Ryan Taylor behind him.
Ryan Taylor's caught up to Marcus Delaney, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. That's a battle for third position on the podium for 600 here.
It is, so there's plenty going on there.
Once again, Mike Jones crosses the start-finish line, a 54.95 for Mike. That gap to the second place now at the 38.2 seconds, so comfortable margin there, Chris, to maintain over the next 15 or so minutes.
So at this stage, it won't look like any of the 600s will place in the superbike class, because the leading three bikes, being Mike Jones, Ted Collins, and Brett Simmons of Jed Metcher.
Yep.
They're the top three, and with 13 minutes remaining, unless anyone needs to pit, and that can happen, there can certainly be a splash and dash at the end.
It certainly can. We have seen it before. We've seen bikes come in with literally in the last 5 minutes for 2 or 3 litres to go in and out again. So
Mike Jones, he goes through at a 55.26.
Just looking at on screen, we've got riders heading up the hill into Suckers, as we call it. It's on the, if you're watching on the monitor there on the Duff TV, it doesn't really do that corner justice. It's completely blind entry. You're coming up there at well over 160 kilometres an hour on a big bike, and very hard braking and completely blind turning. It's a great corner, and on the exit the camber does roll away, so it can catch you out a little bit if you're new to the track.
You just missed something there, Rod.
Yep.
Jesse Wood's back in front of John O'Hughes.
Okay.
So the battle is on in the 600 class. Coming down through turn 2 at the moment. So can John O'Hughes respond? That's what I say. This race runs to the wire. It's always throws in a few curveballs at the end.
Just looking to see where the Matthew Long entry in third. They're not too far behind. They're on the same lap as the two ahead. In the 600, they're 12.6 seconds back. Looks like Ryan Taylor there is challenging all over the back of Marcus Delaney. Have we had a change here? What's going on? Let's just see who's this coming around.
No, Jesse Wood's still holding off John O'Hughes. So they come through the chute over the finish line. So I actually thought John had a bit of extra pace, but I think your comment before that Jesse Woods woke up a little bit as Jono came past.
Yeah, I think each rider's using the other one as a carrot and a bit of a rest. I'll follow you, you follow me, but I think push comes to shove here at the end of the race. I think, I reckon the speed of the 675 down that back straight's potentially going to win in the race. It was right there. Once again, we'll see a dress rehearsal here. Chris, it's coming onto Calvin's now. Coming through Calvin's onto the main straight for these two. Once again, let's see if the 675's got that straight line speed. It looks absolutely a line ball between the two bikes.
Both pretty good under brakes. No, Jono doesn't give an inch. It might come down to just who's the bravest.
It's going to be a battle of the brakes, isn't it?
So down to 11 minutes.
Jason Miley there is doing well. He's all over the back of the Ted Collins entry again.
Mike Jones, 55.42, and Ted Collins last time through, 56.5. So about a second a lap difference between them. So the lead extending, and at that sort of pace, 55.4, you'd be thinking that Mike's managing it rather than pushing.
It's a smart thing to do with around 10-11 minutes to go. Just about to click into the just under 10 minutes left. Here we go, 9 minutes 55.
John O'Hughes still all over the back of Jesse Woods. This is where the contest is in the 600 class.
And so far, the leading bike, the Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston entry, and also the Ted Collins, Jason Spence entry have done 118 laps, so possibly going to be knocking on 130 laps, or maybe just under, maybe 128. Certainly a big effort.
So bike 3, Brett Simmons and Jed Metcher, still 1.1 laps down, despite Jed still lapping in the 54s. Fastest bike on track, 54.3 last lap.
For Jed Metzer?
Yep,
Wow.
0.3 of a second off a lap record with 9 minutes to run. So really, put your hands together for Jed Metzer. What an effort. The bike he doesn't know.
53 flats a lap record, Chris. 54.3, he's a 1.3
1.3, beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Well, I'd still put my hands together for him. I think that's
still
a massive...
considering the amount of laps on the tyre, it's a very, very great effort.
Just coming through right now. He goes through at a 54.86. Interesting that Lockie Curtis, Peter McEldowney have dropped down to P13. I haven't really noticed what's gone wrong there. They're looking pretty strong early on. James Ryan up the inside of... Oh, got a little bit tight to turn one. He's flying through the traffic, actually.
Yeah, James has always been strong into two. It's a part of the circuit he likes. It's, when he races the historic bike, the FZ 1000, he's very good through that part of the track.
Well, looks like Jesse Wood starting to eke out a bit of a margin over Jono Hughes, coming down through turn 2 at the moment.
Yes, this could be telltale for Jono. Whether he's waving the flag, he's had enough.
Yeah, 7 minutes to run.
Whether he's got anything left in the tank, as far as not the fuel tank, but his tank. Doing a solo effort, Herculean effort, I would say. It's just amazing to see riders doing this all on their own.
Yes, it could just be that at this stage the fatigue has started to play out.
He's probably not even feeling his legs at the moment.
58.32 last time round, so we know how much faster Jono is than that when he's fresh. So you'd expect it's just pure fatigue setting in. Ted Collins about to join them. Like 72.
Still a fair battle at the top of the just riders going through suckers there. James Ryan still leading that group of 3.
What's interesting here is that Mike Jones is not far behind putting a lap on the field.
Okay.
He's got almost a 50-second gap on Ted Collins, so Ted's in sight.
Right.
Now with 6 minutes remaining, that would underline a victory, having a whole lap on the field.
So it looks like Wade Schrader has found his way back past James Ryan. Let's see if into turn 2 James Ryan does what he did on the previous lap here. Here we go.
He does indeed.
He does exactly that. He's got that, and he's running a little bit wide. Looks like Wade Schrader there's. Looks like they were almost had to clash handlebars from our angle, but I'm sure there's plenty of room there. So just looking for what you were saying, Chris. Ted Collins is just going down through turn 2, dropping down through the S's, and Mike Jones also now just dropping down through the S's, so not far behind on track.
Well, second per lap difference in lap time. We've got 5 laps remaining. It's 5 seconds, and the gap is about 10 seconds. Should be challenging, but it depends on lap traffic as well. Mike Jones being balked there, coming on to the back straight.
He's got Jason Wiley to contend with, who no doubt will try and go back past Mike on the brakes here.
Meanwhile, Ted Collins gets past Jesse Woods, but visually you can see the gap closing. Look, I think it's doable.
I'd say it probably is. Well, the lap times will sort of start telling us. Let's have a look at Mike Jones. It was 1.6 seconds quicker on the last lap than Ted. Both had to contend with lap traffic. Once again, Jed Metzer, 54.8, so he's still the fastest rider on track at this late stage in the race. We've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go, which is approximately 5 laps. It's 2 hours plus 1 lap, so
I think
it's getting very close, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen. They're both on the back straight as we speak.
1.6 seconds on the last lap.
So that would be absolutely huge.
Here comes Mike Jones there. Just got to get Is he going to try and get past the AKR entry there at Jesse Woods?
Over the start finish line, I expect. Use the extra CCs of the R1. Oh, it's tight though.
It is very tight. That's a bit of a character dangle there, isn't it?
Oh, poor old John O'Hughes is getting a bit roughed up now.
Yeah, he's no doubt feeling it. Jesse Woods is using... you can see Jono there a little bit wide, so he's probably seeing double by now. I'd say potentially quite dehydrated. And also they're wide at the bottom of the hill, so definitely feeling the effects of doing such a long race.
So looking for our leader. Should be coming onto the back straight, I think. Yep, challenge on for Mike to unlap himself, and there it is. So not unlap himself, put another lap on the field, yeah. Wow, that's a convincing performance so far.
That's amazing.
So with 3 minutes remaining, and a 54.86 from Mike Jones.
And a 57.3 out for 10. So just a battle of tyres there at the end, Chris. What tyre you've got left in the bike to try to get a lap time?
Well, it could well be. Of course, everyone knows the talent and ability of Mike Jones, and he's demonstrated it here today.
So just looking for Jesse Woods to see where the leading 600 rider is.
Coming down straight. Yeah, nice gap now over John O'Hughes.
He's definitely broken John O'Hughes now. He's got that lead in the 600s now out to about maybe 6 or 7 seconds, I'd say.
So our time certainly whittling down now, Rod.
Yes.
1 minute 54 remaining.
This is interesting. The timing is now showing Jet Metzer has caught and passed for second place, Ted Collins. So Jet's been running 54s, 54.29 on that last lap. Ted Collins a mid 57. So Jed's been running very competitive times. Yes.
Well, that'd be...
Jed Metzer just Mike Jones and Jed Metzer there, just passing...
I'll tell you what, Jed is not backing off. He can see Mike Jones up in front of him.
He can.
And he decided he wants a bit of it.
He wants to get on the same lap. He's still a lap down on Mike Jones.
Well, what an amazing effort that'd be from Jed Metzer. And Mike Jones, with a bit of traffic, probably doesn't realise he's about to get the company of
Jed Metzer.
Metzer.
Jed's still leg dangling out there, turning into suckers, so typical Jed style.
Last lap board being ready by the looks of it.
Wow,
so
here we go.
What's Jed going to do? He wants to be careful not mixing it up with the leader on the last lap and cause any issues. I'm sure he has more than enough experience for that.
Yeah, it's getting very busy at the end of the straight there. We've got 5 bikes there, all at different parts of the race,
Jed
of course.
pushing his way through, so he certainly wants a bit of the action. Last lap board now for race leader Mike Jones.
Yes, and I'd say Jed Metz is definitely wanting to just put that pass on for bragging rights.
He is, and he will brag about it too. He'll certainly let Mike know.
So we're on the last lap, and Mike would possibly panic, maybe think, oh, I've been lapped. But I'm sure he knows exactly where he is, and he's got a comfortable gap over Jed.
He's actually gapped him a little bit there. He's got a nice drive up the hill. But last lap for race leader, Mike Jones.
Yeah, Jed Metzer's going to have a go here, Chris. Have a look at this.
No, not close enough, but...
He's got the leg out dangling there, but... well, here we go. Here's the Baskerville 2 hour coming to Jed Metzer.
Gee, what, just for fun. But race winner, Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston.
Hey, well done, boys. Great effort from Jed Metzer, Brett Simmons to come through for second. That's a fantastic comeback through the field for Jed Metzer.
I just wonder if Jed needs to complete that lap. His race is still live, I think. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but he must be careful because
I'm not sure how they call it.
the checkered flag went for Mike, not for Jed. No, don't know. That's one for race control.
Well, when Jed Metz actually was crossing the line, he saw the checker flag was waving, so I don't know how they worked that out. So obviously waving for Mike, but he would have seen that as well. So it's a hard one to call. But he, clearly was in second place.
Well, he certainly knew he wasn't in the lead bike and knew who the checkered flag was for. So
okay, well,
I don't know.
There it is.
A bit more controversy for the 2 hour.
Well, maybe, but I don't think so. But there we go, Chris. Another 2 hour event run and done.
As I said, I think there's every chance that will be a record number of laps because the pace that lead team run was pretty amazing.
130 laps for Mike Jones, Jeremy Huddleston.
Then we have Jed Metcher, Brett Simmons as bike 2. Ted Collins, Jason Spencer, bike 3. And that'll be the superbike placings. Then first of the 600s, Jesse Woods.
Chip Sellers.
Chip Sellers.
Jonathan Hughes. No, they've interestingly they've slotted. They've changed that round there, Chris.
Well, maybe I was right. I don't know. We're only commentators, but I'll just be thinking that Jed needed to be careful there. That'll be up for, as I say, the Clark, of course, and Stewart to consider. Well, certainly that's the way the results are showing.
Yeah, Mike Jones taking the win. Ted Collins, Jason Spencer coming in second. So I guess that's something for them to discuss.
Yes, but to finish off there, P4, Jesse Woods, first of the 600s, then John O'Hughes riding solo, and then Matthew Long and Marcus Delaney will round out the 600 field. Then at P7, Ryan Taylor and Mitchell Hawksley. P8, Jason Wiley and son Chad Wiley. P9, great effort from Matt Carey and Josh Rees. P10, James Ryan and Peter Bellchambers. P11, Brad Hughes, who had that early issue pitted very soon in the race. P12, Wade Schrader. P13, Lockie Curtis, Peter McEldowney. So, Rod, that's a wrap. Another Motorworks Michelin 2 hour run and one. Always...
run and done, run and one.
That's it. Always a lot of fun. Before we sign off, again, thanks to our sponsors, Motorworks Motorcycles, Michelin Tyres. Thanks for your support. Thanks all our crew that put today together. I hope everyone on the hill enjoyed it. We think it's a great event, and we're just trying to continue to build it and make motorcycle racing even bigger than it already is here in Tassie. So look, from us, Rod, thank you for today. It's always fun commentating with you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Done a great job. And let's go down and have a sausage and a beer and enjoy the celebrations.
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone.
Get out of there.
Ryan, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Are you going to help Sean with that?
Yeah, yeah. You got to help too, though.
So we do sprint races. Wait, okay. Have we got sprint race results?
Adding the ones you decided on and bring it back up.
So yeah,
Just adding the ones you decided on to the 2 hour and then she'll bring it back to me.
for the sprint races.
No, I've already sorted all the sprint
Okay.
races, but they're on the same sheet.
Oh, right.
Brad Hughes, non-A grade superbike. John Hughes, non-A grade superbike.
Got now.
And did you bring the hats down?
No.
Okay. I'll let you off this one. Been busy?
It's all right. So, the order. Let's do that first. Let's do the sprint races after that. Yeah. Which will include, let's do that at the same time as the sprint races. Because they're just sidecar sprint race trophies.
Yep.
Then we've got the feature races as well, haven't we?
Yeah. So the order I planned it.
Oh.
All the sprint races and then the feature races.
Yeah, perfect.
And then non-A grade super sport superbike right back to first at the end.
Yes.
Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
So I wouldn't mind all that written down in order.
Yep, I've got that.
Have you?
All printed, ready to come.
Okay.
Page. Yep.
All right.
So it was Brad Hughes with the highest non-A grade superbike.
Yeah, grab the sheets off. Oh, you got the hat.
It's on the bottom of that sheet. That one there. John Hughes, non-A grade superbike.
Let's have another look at that to confirm again. I'll get that in a bit of a hurry. So non-A grade.
Thanks, Kylie. No, that's Ross Fair back here.
That's fine.
That's for you.
That's for me, is it?
Yes, that's everything.
So these brackets are the points that they receive.
If you want
You
them.
can see that they're both points that they've got points.
That's okay. I'm not going
Yeah.
to focus on
Yeah.
that. I'm going to focus on
And
that.
That there, you're going to do them first.
But yeah, I just
And then
wondered.
that.
Yeah.
It's all in order.
So do them first.
In category.
Encouragement award.
Yep.
Sprint races. So what's this? This is sprint races. First, second, third. Okay. Then we've got. Yep. That's over the page.
Golden oldies down there.
And then,
Right.
then you cut, cut.
Great.
Features then the 2 hours. So 2 hours superbike first.
All right.
First activity on.
Okay. Continue the track.
Yep.
Boats, right. Boats. I appreciate that. I'll stand behind you like this.
Do you want to kick this off?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, attention in the pits. Can everyone please make their way down to the base of the tower now for the presentation, please?
Okay, thank you everyone. We've got a fair bit to get through here, so if you can make your way down now, it'd be appreciated. Firstly, look, thanks everyone for an absolutely fantastic day. I think what I appreciated the most, we didn't have one incident in the 2 hour, which was a relief. Look, as I say, a lot to get through. To start off is not a traditional award, but something that was very, very generously offered and donated by Tony Oliver and his wife Marg. They wanted us to offer or select several riders for an encouragement award today, and the spirit of the award was that they show a strong community spirit. They're always there, and they love their racing, they support other people, and they need a little bit of a hand occasionally. And we have a $100 voucher and 2 toolkits. So the selection today, the $100 voucher went to David Coward. We've got a couple of toolkits. The first one to Ryan Chen. Had to leave? All right. And the third one, a very welcome visitor from Sydney this weekend, Eric Batt. Okay, moving on to the sprint race medals for today. First of all, the Tassie Juniors. In third place, Ava Connell. Second place, Gus O'Halloran. And in first place, what a sensational ride this weekend from David Coward. I should say, if any of the first place winners want to say a few words, you are most welcome. So, David. All right. All right, thanks, Dad. Moving on to Tas Superbike. In third place, Brad Hughes. Still here?
You come and get it.
Oh, and that I said a hat. Okay.
Well done.
Second place, Ted Collins. And in first place, a clean sweep, Mike Jones. Okay, Tas Supersport. Third place, John O'Hughes. Second place, Jesse Woods. And in first place, super impressive all weekend, Matty Long. Formula Baskerville certainly produced some great racing this weekend, particularly the lead through, really entertaining for us. Third place, Jaden Davey Bodell. Second place, Harley Phipps. And in first place, Sam Delaney. Golden Era up to 500. Third place, Tony Oliver. Second place, Julian Winlow. Gone. And in first place, David Dick.
No, thanks to everybody. It's been a great weekend. It's my first proper race weekend, so I'm super happy. Don't know what to say. Thank you very much. Blown away. Cheers.
Good work. Moving on to Formula 3. In third place, Jeremy Archer. Second place, James Abbey. And in first place, Dale Madden. Okay, pre-modern supersport. Third place, Martin Long. Second place, Matthew Coward. Third place, Joe Browning. On Joe. I'll get you up here one day. Pre-modern open or superbike. Third place, Karen Webb. No, you're going to say something. Second place, Don Fenton. There he is. And in first place, without a doubt, the best I've ever seen this guy ride, Stuart Bugg.
I'd like to thank all the club and officials and everyone putting on a great event this weekend, and all the mainlanders coming down. It's been really good. And thanks, Donnie. I'll try and keep up with this thing. It's going fast.
Good work, mate. Okay, moving on to sidecars, making a very welcome return to Baskerville again. Third place, Robbie Wilson, Jeremy Archer. Second place, Rob Warren, Harley Phipps. And in first place, another clean sweep for the day, Daryl Rayner, Kath Warren.
Thank you. I don't know. What have I got to say? No 7-second delay. All right then. Man, I've got to thank you guys in the committee for putting on this event, inviting us down. Wish we had more sidecars, but yeah, it's still a work in progress. Flag marshals, without you guys, none of us get the race. So I think everyone should give the committee and flaggies a round of applause. Yeah. And to Kathy, what an awesome job after chucking her out last weekend. Still got injuries. Yeah, like, can't ask for a better passenger. Bloody awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Lights GP, third place, Merrick von Batush. Second place, welcome return to form, Mark de Jong. Good work, mate.
I will say something.
Okay.
I know it's only second, but I do want to quickly say thank you to my wife Emma, who I drag out every Sunday and puts up with me trying to get these things. Also to the organising committee and everyone else that made this such an awesome event. Jezza Huddleston and Reece Tan for pushing me along this year. I've finally gotten back, so thank you all.
And in first place, Liam Waters. He said, can you thank Dad for me? Okay, lights production. Third place, Nick Cargo. Second place, Brodie Curtis. And in first place, without a doubt, very, very impressive all weekend, Dane Griggs.
Well, thanks for those kind words. Nobody's ever said that before. Look, I'd just like to thank everybody for turning up and the mainlanders for coming over, for just making this event that little bit extra special. Yeah, go the mainlanders. And just everyone involved with this event. It's just fantastic. I love it. Thank you.
Awesome work. Thank you. Okay, into the first of our feature races. The Golden Oldies Cup I thought was absolutely spectacular today. I really hope all of you enjoyed watching it, and particularly those in it enjoyed riding it. Third place, Daniel Briggs.
I'd just like to thank Boyd. I didn't have a bike after Friday, blew it up, and Boyd offered up his SV without even thinking about it. So I'd like to thank Boyd especially.
Thanks, Briggsy. Second place, Don Fenton. And I think it was almost the last to first. Missed out by a whisker.
I'd just like to thank the officials. I want to say Michael and Jeff Webb, thank you very much for your support this year.
Good one, Don, thank you. In the first place, Peter McEldanny.
Thanks a lot. Really didn't expect this. Massive thanks to Jeff and Michael Webb. They've given me a bike to ride, which is, just couldn't thank them enough. Like to thank the sponsors, Kingston Panel and Paint, Eastern Panel and Paint, Launceston Roof and Guttering, Bike Works, and massive thanks to Lockie Curtis and his family for letting me have a crack at the 2 hour today. And thanks to all the officials and flaggies for putting on such a great effort.
Thanks very much, Peter. Now the Junior Cup. Third place, Jet Pryor. Well done, Jet. In second place, unfortunately, just pipped on the line, was Ava Connell. And in first place, and this one was a last to first, Isaac Simmons.
Thanks, Granddad, for putting my bike together when I crashed yesterday, and Dad for letting me use new tyres for today.
So the Sidecar Cup, third place, Robbie Wilson, Jeremy Archer. Oh. Second place, Lindsay Seabrook, Irene Bakshi. Well done. You say something? Okay. And in first place, Daryl Rayner, Kathy Warren.
Yeah, I don't think we actually finished first. We got third.
You right about that?
Yes.
Oh, give him back.
Positively. But, yeah, I mean, one thing I did forget to say, it would be remiss of me to not thank our Sidecar family in Tasmania. Awesome bunch of people. Great spending time, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Just on that, I think you may actually be right. So let's sort that out in a moment. So apologies for that. Absolutely. You're too honest. Okay, moving on to the Lights 20 lapper. Firstly, in the GP class, in third place was Reese Tan. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Hang around, Reese, if you can. In second place, Aaron Wade. And in first place, Liam Waters.
First off, I'd like to say a massive thank you to the club. This is always a great event. I love coming down. Big thank you to Jezza, Mark, the whole team, Damien. You know, they helped me out a lot this weekend. I binned it in, race 3 this weekend. They built my bike. I did nothing. Big thank you to Dad as well. He does everything. But I would have loved to have shared the podium with Taryn, but unfortunately he binned it. And but you know, the pace he had this weekend was insane. I don't know if I could keep up with him, but you know, thank you. And also well done to Mike and Jezza for winning the 2-hour. Thank you.
We'll just do the other part of the lights and then we'll do a shared celebration if you like. Yep, cool. So, lights production in third place, Daniel Briggs. No, we're going to do one together. One bottle. No, we've got a bottle each.
I'd just like to thank Jeff Webb as well for lending me his proddy bike. Without them, I wouldn't be on the grid today. I also want to send my regards to Garth. I feel bad for our collision in our first race for the day. Hopefully he has a speedy recovery.
Thanks, Briggsy. In second place, Dane Griggs. And in first place, Brodie Curtis.
Firstly, I think I'd like to thank my mum, dad, Pop, my sponsors, Underpinning, PMG and Cycle World and the club for an awesome weekend.
Awesome, mate. All right, I might get out of the way. But, you guys to it and some photos.
Non-A grade super sport.
Cool.
They don't get checked, mate.
Yes, yeah, we've got a bottle for them they do. If they don't bother, they should get one. Yep.
So you go put non-A grade super sport.
Yep.
2 hour night.
Just check with Jazz to make sure we're getting enough bottles. Good one, thanks. Okay, moving on to the 2 hour. A couple of new awards this year include top finishing team that does not include an A grade rider. So awards for both 600 and Superbike. The top finishing non-A grade team in Supersport this year was Jono Hughes. You can thank yourself. You should say something.
Yep. Thanks to Motorworks, Reds, Rod Garrett, of course. That was really hard. Well, no, shit, it was. It was. No, don't mean to bring everybody down, but I almost didn't make it here today. I got a phone call at 5 o'clock this morning saying my mum had died. So, yeah, that was shit. So, but I made it here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I've still got here and yeah, I did it. Cool. No worries.
Okay, 2 hour Supersport. Third place, Matthew Long, Marcus Delaney.
Well, first off, I'd just like to congratulate Jesse and Chip on winning the 600. Really good job, guys. Ironman effort from Jono. That's absolutely unbelievable. Really good job. Congratulations to Jezza and Mike for winning the 1,000 class and all the other podium finishes. I'd like to thank Marcus for teaming up with me. Like, mate, you rode awesome. Couldn't be prouder. Thanks to Dad, Buggy, and Karen, and Wilson. And thanks to Michelin for sponsoring the event. And thanks to Reds Motorcycles and Recondi. And yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Marcus? In second place, to repeat what Matthew just said, what an Ironman effort, Jono Hughes.
Yep, it was a pretty good effort, I guess. I wasn't really expecting it, but would I do it again? No.
And in first place, Jesse Woods, Hamish Sellers.
Wow, what a race. My first 2 hour, massive thanks to Bob Sellers at AKR Engineering, and of course Chip and Harry as well for really making me a full part of the family this year. Big thanks also to my dad for all his help in the pits. Big thanks to Leah, all of the officials, everyone for making this event as smooth as it was. Just wow, what a race! I can't believe Jono was all over me after doing an Ironman stint as well. I just couldn't let him past. Only doing the solo, I was absolutely terrified he was going to come back and really show me how it was done. Massive thanks to Chip though. Huge ride this first stint.
Yeah, so 6 years ago I came third with my brother in the Supersport class, and then 2 years later I came second with Ted Collins over there, and then 3 years later came first with this guy. So I can't complain. Massive thanks to Dad for just being an absolute legend and giving us bikes to ride. Massive thanks to Red for making the bikes awesome to ride, and Josh Reeves from Walk the Line Tattoo for just supporting me through everything. And yeah, all the competitors, you're just legends. This was sick. Can't complain. Cheers, guys.
Good on you, mate. Yep. I'll let some...
Okay, moving on to Superbike. Firstly, the highest placed non-A grade team went to Brad Hughes.
Is he up yet?
Hope so. Here he comes. Awesome, mate.
Very much shocked to get this, that's for sure. Yeah. I'm really lost for words. I got a third once before and a second, and there's no way that I deserve to actually get this today because I just didn't perform. But I'd just like to thank my wife and family, the club, everyone that travelled down here. Congratulations to the top winning teams. Yeah, I just blows me away. Awesome.
Okay, Superbike positions outright. Third place, Jason Spencer, Ted Collins.
Sorry, Ted, you don't get it. Well done, guys.
That was a really good event. Big thanks to Ted, John, Carolyn, Taylor for coming down, sharing this event with us. So it's been really good. Greg, Tolly, Tamika, Aria and Amelia for coming down today to support us. It's been a lot of time invested. And Greg for coming down, of course. Been a lot of time. Greg and I spent a lot of time on these few bikes getting them ready for this event. We've never raced 1,000 in a 2 hour. Had no data at all. Didn't know how it was going to go, tyres, blah, 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 blah. But so I'm really pleased to have got a position with the competition that we have. That's, have Mike, Ted, Jed come down and be almost on the lead lap. I'm quite proud. That's good. Thanks.
I just want to say a massive thank you to Jason and Greg, Motorcycle City.
yeah, for letting me come down, ride their bikes. They put together a very, very professional team. What they do at a club level here is really good. So big thanks to them for letting me come down, ride their bikes. They worked well with me all weekend so we could do the best that we possibly could. Me and Jason both rode as hard as we possibly could out there. Unfortunately, at the end, we just didn't quite have it to stay on the lead lap, which was a little bit disappointing. But yeah, obviously we had some really good competition out there. So it's always heaps of fun to come down here, come down to Tassie. Love coming down here. So hopefully get the opportunity to come back next year. Also thanks to Taylor, Mum and Dad for coming down as well. It's been a really good weekend. So thank you.
Good work. Thanks, guys. In second place, Brett Simmons, Jed Machar.
Yeah, huge thank you to Chris McGrath, who actually supplied us the bike after we had some issues with Brett's Honda. I think we would have been a good chance for it on Brett's bike. He prepared it really well. He's put a lot of effort in, and it's probably pretty deflating for Brett to put so much effort in and then come to the weekend and have an electrical issue. Big thanks to Chris and everyone who's involved in organising the event. It's an awesome event. I love being down here. It's good fun. Everyone gets around it. Everyone's enjoying it. Who else do I need to thank? Yeah. Mum and Dad and all that. Yeah. The boys for working on the bike too. Chris's old man, Leo for doing the fuel. Old man Simmons. Michelin. Everyone that's helped organise the event. The flaggies. It's awesome, and I'll definitely be back next year because I'm sick of losing. It's a pain in the ass.
Pretty much exactly what Jed said, but just a massive shout out to Chris McGrath, my good mate. He made us get on track, and I really can't thank him enough. It was very generous of him. Cheers. Oh, and thanks to Michelin and Motorworks for sponsoring the event as well.
Good work, mate. It's so great to see that club spirit alive and well here in Tasmania. We see it so often that people are willing to step up and help out. It's what makes I think our racing community down here so good. So thank you. Special thanks to Chris. Winning team for 2022, Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour, Jeremy Huddleston, Mike Jones.
Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the club for putting on this awesome event. Just reiterating Jed's words, obviously it's fantastic to come down here and be a part of it. It's so much fun. Obviously there's a lot of pressure going racing in the National Championship, but to come here, it's just really enjoyable, fun weekend to finish off the year. So thanks to the club and everybody that's involved in organising this event. Of course, the flaggies for their efforts as well. So. In terms of our team that we had together this weekend, obviously a special thanks to Jezza for getting me down here and organising it all. Todd for letting me thrash his Yamaha R1 around for, I think we managed to clock the record for the most amount of laps in the 2 hours. That was pretty cool. We got Damo and Mark that were in the pits there making sure that everything was under control. So special thanks to them. And ultimately, thanks to our competition, it was a great race. I felt really great on the Yamaha R1, and it was just really nice to ride this circuit and finish the 2 hour in the lead. I've been coming here since 2015, and I think I managed to win with Robbie Bugden back in 2015. But it's been a long time between drinks, so it's really cool to be able to get the win again this weekend. So thanks very much.
So probably repeating a bit of what Mike said, so I'll try and make it a little bit different, but huge thanks to Rod Garrett from Bridgestone. The tyres are amazing, they still look amazing, not too much drop, and he just helped us out for weeks leading up to it as well in the testing and stuff. My wife Fran and my kids are here today, which has been great. She's probably wondered what all the nights in the shed have been, but it's been a lot of prep work. It wasn't just twiddling my thumbs. Todd Tatnell and Tatnell Painters for providing the bike and huge amount of support. So I think everyone should get around the sponsors. Mustard Bikes, Mark de Jong, Damo in the pits, even up last night doing Liam's helmet till 9 o'clock. So it's been a massive team effort and we're really proud of it. So thank you.
Yep, sorry, just before everyone goes, finally wrapping up the 2 hour, a massive thank you again to Larry Eaton from Motorworks, Grant Tomlinson from Michelin. Can't put on these events without the support of our great sponsors. Finally, and if everyone could stay for a moment, fairly important announcement is Tassie has secured the National Historics for next year. They'll be run here at Baskerville the week preceding the 2 hour next year. So big news, it's going to be a massive couple of weeks. So obviously there's going to be a lot of planning, a lot of work go into it, but let's put Tassie on the map. 2 great events next year. We're looking forward to it. Thanks everyone. Have a great day.